exclusive insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Ash.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. We are 2 days away from the NFL draft. The Astros win last night. We got playoff basketball on Wednesday. Things are popping, man. It's a good time to be a Houstonian. Nice to be with you. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. Everything was really good yesterday in a lot of regards. Other than my
which means the Grim Reaper is sitting right around the corner.
Oh, stop.
That's how it's been. That's how it's been, though. Like, one Monday, I know it's Tuesday, but one Monday we come in and, like, that was the greatest weekend in Houston sports history.
Oh, yeah.
And then a week later we come in like, that was the worst day ever. Yeah.
Well, okay. So the Astros now, you got to look, they've won 3 of their last 4. Mm-hmm. If we start with the Padres and the very good team that they are, the Blue Jays, very respectable team. Mm-hmm. But Hunter Brown is just, he's absolutely dominant this year.
Yeah.
He's, I don't want to even cross my fingers or anything. It's not like it's flukish or because of bad luck. He's just pitching really, really, really well. And it is fun to watch. And he goes out, I mean, from the first inning yesterday, how was it, about 8 or 9 pitches it took him to get through the first inning? He's just mowing dudes down. Mm-hmm. His last 24 innings are scoreless.
Yep.
It's the longest scoreless inning streak by a Houston starter since Christian Javier through 25.
Wow, not that long ago, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
2020.
long. I mean, 24 straight scoreless innings is beast material.
Well, it was a big deal when Javier was doing it, too.
Yeah, I just didn't remember.
He's the 5th Astros pitcher to achieve 24 scoreless innings.
That's kind of my point, which is this team's been around since the early 60s. Yeah. Only 5 teams have done it, but yet it was done 3 years ago, you know?
And yet, I think the thing I'm most excited about, and I think the thing that was the biggest positive development, because we've been watching Hunter Brown do this now all season long. Where's his ERA right now? 1.2?
It's
absurd.
It's in the low ones. I know that. Yeah. I saw it on Twitter last night. Yeah.
Forrest Whitley closes out the final 2 innings of the game. My God.
How about that?
You glorious, stretched out, older than I think you are.
Yeah.
SOB. Good for you, Forrest Whitley.
I choose to look at it in the spirit of Hunter Brown. He's pitched 2 straight scoreless innings, Forrest Whitley. Actually, probably more than that because he pitched a little bit last year. Yeah, so he's right on Hunter Brown's heels with the consecutive scoreless innings.
Yeah,
Forrest Whitley.
Yeah. Forrest Whitley, it's a shame because he's only a year. He might be the same age as Hunter Brown. But because he's a first-round pick, and because a lot of fanfare comes with it, if you try to just reset exactly, how you think about Forrest Whitley, okay, there's a guy that it took a while to come up.
That's a good question, actually.
I think Hunter Brown's 27, is he not? 26.
Is he? Yeah. Well, I know. I'm looking up Forrest Whitley. That's really interesting. Forrest Whitley.
Oh, 26. Forrest Whitley's 27.
27. Yeah.
Hunter Brown turns 27 on August 29th.
Okay. Yeah. Forrest Whitley turns 28 in September. So there you go.
He's a year older. Forrest Whitley is a year older than Hunter Brown.
First round pick in 2016. The Astros hadn't won a World Series when he was a first round pick. It was that long ago.
And I know, and because of all the various injuries and drama with his study drug and all of the other things that go with it, if you just don't think of Forrest Whitley as a former Astros high draft round pick. Right. He's a guy that's just coming into his own at the age of 27,
he's
like
just
so many pitchers.
One of these arms coming up from Sugarland. That's all he is.
I know, and the reason I knew Hunter Brown's age off the top of my head, give or take a year, was that I was thinking about him last night as he was just dominating. And as much as NFL players complain about how guys don't make the same money as Major League Baseball players, Hunter Brown is 26 years old, mm-hmm. and as of right now, one of the best pitchers in baseball. And he doesn't get an opportunity to get that big money for
not for
several
like
years
2 more years, 3 more years. He came up in the year they won the World Series in 22. So this would be year 4. I don't even know. I'd have to go look and see. He hired Scott Boras as his agent. I don't want to think about how many more years he has during this streak. This streak is fun. 24 consecutive innings. Seth, do you know the record for consecutive scoreless innings in Major League Baseball? I knew who held the record. I didn't know what the record was, though. I couldn't remember.
It was 378 innings in
1859. It was not Mordecai Three-Finger Brown. No, it was not.
It was back then they actually combined baseball games with those bare-fisted boxing matches that would go 97 rounds because nobody actually wanted to punch each other.
86 consecutive innings and 5 TKOs. Yeah. No, Oral Hershiser. 59 consecutive scoreless innings.
Noted Astros hater.
From late 1988 through. I mean, it was from 1988 into 1989 back in the day. So at what point
was it? 89?
Late 1988 into 1989. It spanned over 2 seasons.
How many innings?
59 consecutive scoreless innings.
Okay.
Yeah, 59 consecutive scoreless innings for old Oral Hershiser. So,
going 7 innings last night was a positive development as well. I mean, for a guy that just is so much, because he emulated Verlander for so long, and I think in kind of his approach and everything else, you look at him, if Hunter Brown can be the kind of guy that just comes in and churns out 7-inning performances and gets the very best out of your bullpen, like Forrest Whitley. Oh, yeah, that was good. That was a fun win last night.
That was fun. Dude, if Fromber gets it straightened out, you got 2 hammers at the top of the rotation, man. That was, Fromber. And Fromber wasn't terrible on Sunday, but he wasn't great. He hasn't been great in a few starts now. So, Astros win last night 7-0. 7 runs. We're burying the lead. They scored 7 runs in a baseball game last night. That was fun to see. Today. As did Will Anderson, as did C.J. Stroud. We're going to hear from all of them. I think the thing that got people most excited about C.J. was him talking about this new offense. We'll hear about that in about 15 minutes or so. Here was DeMeco Ryans. This was the one that perked my ears up early on, Seth, in the press conference on the culture that they've established with this foundation of players.
We have a really solid group of guys who've been here. They understand, right, who I am. They understand my mentality, my approach, and what I expect out of guys. So it's not so much of me, so much of messaging of how we do things or what those guys can carry along the message, right? They can follow CJ, follow Will, follow Jalen, follow, a lot of guys who've done it the right way. They've seen how I've operated for the past 2 years. So coaches, we don't need to be out there. We know we have really good leadership on our team, guys who do it the right way, guys who bring other guys along, and guys who expect to build a winning culture here. And so they just follow those guys. They'll fit in just fine.
They got to win games, obviously. They got to get further in the playoffs than they've gotten the first 2 years. Everybody knows that. DeMeco knows that better than anybody. He has hammered that point home since the season ended back in January. But this is, I think, is a big sign that they're starting to get this thing in the mold that they want. That it's not DeMeco walking into the weight room or getting the guys up in front of him in a meeting room saying, "Hey, here's what our culture is." It's he's got the messengers out there for it now, too.
Well, and I think that coincides with something that DeMeco said when he was the defensive coordinator in San Francisco. When the Texans hired DeMeco, I went back and watched this from San Francisco, and somebody had asked him about how do you establish that culture of hard-hitting defense. They were very, very physical as a defense when he was there. And he said, I don't really have to talk about it a lot. We have expectations, and we get the kinds of guys that want to meet those expectations. It actually is very similar to something Kelvin Sampson said on the Astros broadcast last night. Yeah. Kelvin Sampson basically said, I don't have to talk about it a lot. We bring in the kinds of guys that want to play the way I want them to play, and we have high expectations. So it's good to see that DeMeco and Kelvin Sampson are simpatico, which is not a surprise.
No, I think that's a point you and I have been hammering for a while now, as the Rockets have gone on this ascension here. Sunday notwithstanding, just the overall ascension where it does feel like Ime Udoka either has guys, they brought in guys like that, and that message is kind of pervaded with the younger guys. I think Sampson's a great example of that, and I think DeMeco too. Again, at the end of the day, it's got to result in a higher level of winning, but it does make me feel good about the direction of everything.
Conspicuously absent in that discussion you just had was Joe Espada. Baseball's a different sport.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's having videos made of a guy who made the team. You know, like I'm not saying the Astros.
I could see D'Amico doing that too, though.
You could like a guy, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, for social media, possibly.
Also, hey, did you notice one conspicuous absence yesterday? Mentioned the changes in the offensive line, and he mentioned Laramie Tunsil and Shaq Mason, but no Kenyon Green.
No Kenyon
Talked
Green.
about what good friends he was with the
best friends. He said
best friends.
Best friends. Yeah.
Didn't even mention Kenyon.
No,
what the hell, CJ?
Dude, that's wrong. That's just cold, man. I was excited, dude. We haven't heard. It was weird. We haven't heard from CJ since the end of the season. Yeah. Last year at this time, we had 10 podcasts to dig into, and and several other bits of content. This year, it's like, that's right. CJ speaks. I forgot. So we'll hear from him in the next segment. We'll hear from Will Anderson Jr. at the top of the hour. It's draft week, man. 2 days away from the NFL draft, and it feels like the dust is kind of settling now. We're just waiting to see where Shedeur goes, waiting to see what the Texans do at 25. So we'll dig into all that today as well. We got a mock draft injection at 7:45 on the show. We got a petty cast at 8 o'clock on the show today. It's a good Tuesday show we got lined up for you. All right, you can text the show, 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Text message early here. Move Framber out of the number one slot in the rotation. Get some stress of being the number one guy off his shoulders. Hunter has the mental makeup to thrive as the number one. Here's the thing. I don't think Framber goes out to the mound thinking I'm the number one guy. Like, you're not going to shuffle the rotation now.
It doesn't matter until the playoffs. Yeah. It just, it's or maybe after the All-Star break or what have you. So, it's largely a moot point.
By the way,
I got into this argument. He was acting like it was the top of the lineup. That, like, no, the number one guy gets more appearances and this, that, the other. I actually had Lance McCullers shut the guy down.
Oh, good.
And that whole dynamic of actually caring in the regular season about who the number one guy in the rotation was.
Look at you bringing in your bully friends to bully this person. I'm going to go get an actual.
No, he didn't do it in a jerk way.
He didn't. Okay, I'm going to go get an actual baseball player to shut you down, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I just don't think what are you going to do? Have Framber go on 7 days rest next time out so you can bump him behind Hunter in the rotation?
We rejigger it around.
See, you're overthinking it, Texter. We appreciate you being up with us here at 6 a.m.
Jordan batting second yesterday was a change as well.
That was a change.
That's an easier change to make.
Yes, it is. Yep. You can flip that one back nice and easy if you need to. All right, we're off and running on a Tuesday. Good to be with you, CJ Stroud. I think if people are concerned or if people have been upset about how CJ has been kind of integrated into the offense the last couple of years in terms of having some say-so over what it looks like at the line of scrimmage, I think they're going to be excited about some of the things that CJ had to say yesterday. And yes, changes along the offensive line. What Seth was talking about, we will hear that audio as well from CJ on the changes in the offensive line was very interesting yesterday. We will get to that coming up next.
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Nice to hear from C.J. Stroud yesterday. That was cool. Guys are back in the building. Off-season workouts started yesterday. I didn't hear anybody ask Seth asked D'Amico if it was full attendance for the off-season program. In years,
right? Yeah, they say everybody's saying. I don't know. At one point, they talked about how many numbers were out there. I thought he said everybody, but yeah.
I know he's happy with the numbers. That was very obvious. I was curious because obviously they traded away one of the guys who was a noted "I'll be there when I get there" guy.
Yeah, the Laramie Tunsil dynamic. I think coaches shy away from that, especially because a lot of times it's genuine personal either issues or obligations or whatever that keep guys from being there on day one.
And
especially new guys.
Well, and they're not contractually obligated to be there either. It's voluntary.
Oh, yeah. They got to be really careful about not looking like they're putting any pressure on it. Vrabel's already in a little bit of a pickle himself up there in New England. Yeah, there was – I don't know. It's a big deal out of something. I'd have to go back and find it. I think that Vrabel may have done one of those old, like, hey, it's not mandatory, guys, but sure would be swell to have you here. Yeah.
People got excited about this yesterday. Here was C.J. Stroud talking about what he's learned so far about Nick Caley's offense.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from L.A. and New England, and he's gonna bring some of that swag over here. So. That kind of is what I'm used to is, taking control and, being a little more pre-snap, having tools to put my guys in the best position. And that's, something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years. But even those principles I learned from, and it made me better because it added a new element to my game. So, be able to, just get better and learn from, what he did with, New England and L.A., would definitely help me because I feel, those are two schemes that I'm, kind of used to in a sense. Like that's kind of what I ran at Ohio State, what kind of New Orleans does a little bit, and in LA, it's kind of what we ran here these last 2 years. So I'll be able to, put my swag on it and have fun with it. And he's all about, me taking full ownership and running the show, and that's what I want. So I'm gonna get what I want, and that's really been really cool just to see that he's like bought into me and he doesn't really know me well yet. So, he talked about today having blind trust, and I have a lot of trust in him already. Just how he talks and how he presents in the room and things like that is really cool to see.
How big a change is that, Seth?
Well, I know a lot of Texans fans got excited as soon as they have stuff.
Yeah.
And him being more involved in pass protection, him having a larger catalog to pull from when he wants to audibilize, all of that stuff that you see veteran quarterbacks do. I grew increasingly frustrated with the way things were going last year, where I was trying to give Bobby Slowick the benefit of the doubt in that, all right, he's a young quarterback. You got to be careful with how much responsibility you give a young quarterback because you want to try to hammer everything down and make it so you don't have to think that hard about it. You can just go out and do it. But, I mean, Bobby Slowick himself had said that they don't spend a lot of time or work a lot on pre-snap identification of blitzes, pre-snap looks, and how that might affect how you audibilize the quarterback setting the protections, all of that higher level stuff that with CJ going into his third year, that's exactly when a lot of quarterbacks really start taking on a lot of that responsibility. And I think CJ's wired for it. He had the ability to audibilize, but in the old school, okay, we're checking from pass to a predetermined run, or I'm going to switch the run from left to right, whatever it might be. I think he's going to have a lot more authority to do more before the snap. And I think CJ's 100% capable of doing all that. The other part when he mentioned the similarities to the offenses, I think, at Ohio State, they run a lot of option routes where a wide receiver is going to adjust his route based on the coverages. That's something that New England, when Belichick and Brady were there, were big on. So I think that's something that CJ's already got a lot of experience with that level.
Is this something, CJ being able to have more control at the line of scrimmage? We're going to talk about the offensive line in a second. Is this one of those little things on the margin where it actually helps the offensive line too, if CJ has that level of control?
100%. Yeah. Well, because especially when it comes to identifying blitz before the snap,
right?
That, the center is making his call based on his rules, and the O-line at times last year, they were just kind of locked into a formation the defense, the smarter defense, knew that the defense dictated that protection. They would line up in such a way that they knew what pass protection the Texans were going to call, and then they would blitz to exploit that pass protection. And there was nothing anybody can do about it at times. I know there were times where people got mad at Dalton Schultz because there was a free edge rusher off the edge. Some of those instances, they were in a full turn protection where Dalton really couldn't do anything about it. I mean, it was just they were bad or overly simplified protections at times that, yes, ideally with a smart quarterback that can, that can stop the process, reset the protection, all of that alone makes it easier for the offensive line.
Yeah, I feel like the Texans' moves on the offensive line, some of it I think is cultural in the offensive line room as to why they made those moves, but I don't think they're a more talented offensive line today, and I don't know if they're going to be more talented once the first 2 days of the draft are over, but I think it feels like there's a lot of trust that the process and the coaching is going to be a lot better this time around.
Because with the old Kubiak-Shanahan philosophy, which has changed, and got different people run it differently, but I always felt like it was the best way to get the absolute most out of an average quarterback or an above-average quarterback, like Matt Schaub. They got the absolute most out of Schaub. But when it comes to actually unlocking that top-tier potential in the modern NFL, it put too many handcuffs on the quarterback. And that's where I think with CJ, he's got the intellectual ability to do that higher level stuff. You're putting handcuffs on him if you don't allow him to really dictate terms of the defense at times.
Yeah, that's exciting.
It's kind of like it's paint by numbers in a lot of regards.
Yes.
If you don't give that quarterback, you take an average or above average quarterback and you say, just here, paint by numbers and everything will work out and we'll get an acceptable performance out of you. But you can't tell Rembrandt to paint by numbers.
No, you drafted Picasso. What are we doing here? Yeah. Okay, I like that.
That's why you end up in. That's why Picasso cut his ear off.
That's right.
Because his football coach was overly structured.
That was Van Gogh. Unless Picasso cut his ear off too.
Picasso did it too.
I can't believe I'm
I've got a book coming out.
I can't believe I'm well-actuallying you on French artists. All right, let's get to the O-line because you alluded to it.
I don't think are they both French?
I don't know. They're French names. Picasso might be Italian. I don't know. Over there on the other side of the pond.
I think one of them's Spanish. I don't know.
So CJ said some interesting things about the offensive line yesterday. This was we're going to play both of these back to back. This was CJ the O-line.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's something that I've learned in this league. You don't ever get comfortable. You got to be able to adapt and change and upgrade. Like every year the iPhone upgrades. You got to be able to upgrade like that. So that's something that I think that we'll do. Personally, for me, myself, that's a goal of mine is to get better in things that I need to get better in. Also, polish those things that I'm good at. But yeah, it's exciting having new guys, different. Everybody's different. So new personalities, new mindsets, and just really having one common goal and the same, the same goals. I think at the end of the day is what creates that winning program and that winning tenacity that we're all looking for. So.
Okay, so that was on the changes in general. So there's a good follow-up to this. Were you surprised by the changes to the offensive line?
That's something I feel, is not my pay grade. It's just I'm just a quarterback, but at the same time, you build relationships with guys and your LT, of course, who I know you're talking about, and Shaq, those are two of my best friends. So that I've come into the league with. So yeah, it hurts. You know what I mean? Our front office knows that, and they know how I felt about it. And but I totally understand, and I'm not against it at all. I totally think that we're heading to the right side of things. And I think something I learned about Nick is that he has a plan. No matter what happens, he always has something up his sleeve. So of course, sometimes we don't know what that is, and but you just have to have trust. And that's something that we actually the other day having blind trust and having earned trust. And for Nick, he's gained my trust in both areas. So I'm excited, but I'm always going to be best friends with those guys and rooting them on. And I still talk to them daily. So.
What about Kenyon?
Kenyon's throwing his drink at the radio.
Look, this is one of those things where that's CJ said what he was supposed to say, but I do appreciate that. In instances like this, if your quarterback is pulling the side eye emoji on Twitter or something, if you're doing some of those things that make a potentially controversial situation even more controversial.
Seth, a rap lyric, perhaps.
Yeah, cryptic rap lyric, whatever it might be.
Can interest you in some future, yeah.
Thank God he's not doing that, but I do, on the truthometer, I do think that CJ has been in the league long enough now, and that he understands and knows that the GM is going to make some decisions either because of financial reasons or guys get old or whatever it might be, and you can't sit there and try to be an armchair GM. At least until you've won a couple Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Be LeBron after you've done all of that stuff or whatever, and then we can have Hugh. It'd be great for sports radio. But for now, it is just you gotta do your job. And he understands that that's part of it. And the whole thing about I would imagine what Nick said to CJ about it was some of what they said to Laramie Tunsil, which is, hey, we've got the salary cap, we've got you.
We got to pay you.
Anderson, these other guys. Yeah. That alone is really justification enough. Now, having said all that, it is most teams figure out a way to pay their left tackle if they really like their left tackle.
Sure.
That's the last. It's one of the last guys that you allow to walk. Before a star wide receiver, before a defensive lineman, you don't let your star left tackle walk. But there's at least justification for it. But on the other side of it, though, too, is I think a conversation about how, hey, we know it wasn't just the offensive line. We know that it was we fired the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
You have a different offensive line coach. We'd like to keep improving. Everybody on the offense is a part of pass protection, including the quarterback, including the tight ends, including how threatening and menacing are your wide receivers to take some of the pressure off the offensive line. That it's never just one guy, it's the sum total, and that's the pitch you give CJ.
It's one of the most interesting answers CJ's given in a press conference, in my opinion, because it does show to a degree what kind of teammate he is. That there's an implication here that he's sad to see both of those guys. I think he's sad to see both of them go personally. There's even an implication in here that he was sad to see them go professionally. He says, they know how I felt. Then he proceeds to say, I'm not against it. So it doesn't feel like he's gung-ho about the whole thing.
Right.
And yet these were the guys that almost got him killed last year, Like these,
well, not Laramie, but
not Laramie, but Laramie's the leader of that group,
and honestly, that's
Laramie didn't block well in a run game that might not have got him killed,
But especially people are a little too quick to give Laramie a pass because he's a good pass protector.
Right.
You have to remember, when you're false starting or when you're not run blocking, then you're contributing to those 2nd and 10s and 3rd and 10s, which put more pressure on inadequate offensive linemen. His PFF pass protection grade is going to be good whether it's 2nd and 5 or 2nd and 20.
Yes.
His pass protection grade is intact, but it makes it a lot harder on the rest of the offensive line when you don't give a damn about staying on sides or actual run blocking.
Well, and I think, too, if I'm a Texan fan, and especially knowing C.J. Stroud's agent is David Mulugheta, and maybe I'm making too much out of this, but to hear him say at the end there how much he trusts the front office, I think is good for. I think Texan fans liked hearing that because we know how it fell apart with Deshaun. And I think at the end of the day, it falling apart with Deshaun was the greatest thing that ever happened to this franchise because it's why it's a big part of why you're here now with Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. But that was a rough period to get to this point, and you don't want to go through that again. I think C.J. I think he's being genuine too, where he says that there's a trust, blind trust and earned trust, and Nick has both with him. I thought that was a good cut right there.
Yeah, the blind trust. I'm going to be a good soldier. It's not yours to question why. It is yours to do.
Above his pay grade. He said it himself at the beginning of that cut.
But then there is an earned trust over time where, generally they've done some good things since CJ, Nick and CJ and D'Amico and Will have all been there.
Yeah. No question. The pay grade thing is fun that he makes more than Nick makes. The pay grade part, CJ's already making nearly $10 million a year.
That's above my pay grade. As if there's some athlete out there other than LeBron who is actually getting paid to be both the GM and a player.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Text message.
That's where he should put that into his. That's what Mulugheta should negotiate. Listen, we got this cap we have to worry about. But what if we also pay CJ to be an assistant GM?
The first ever QB assistant GM in the history of the NFL. Text message, Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line. CJ is so mature at this point, and I love that for the Texans. Yeah, he is. And I think the fact that this is the first time we've heard from him this offseason is an indicator of that as well. Like, he's having the exact offseason that I think once the postseason was over, that we were all, like, I think most people were kind of wishing, like, I hope he just kind of goes into hiding and does his work, kind of in the shadows,
There was one soundbite that wasn't necessarily that interesting. I don't know if we're going to play it, but where he alluded to just the approach in the offseason. And that is, your first 3 offseasons in the NFL are all very specifically different, where your first offseason, you're getting drafted, and it's a whirlwind, and you have pro days, you have the draft, you have the combine, you have mini camps for the first time, and it's as busy as you've ever been because you just finished a football season, and you're right into all that, and you don't know what the hell's going on. Your second offseason, it's the first time in your life that you've ever had this much free time. Mm-hmm. You don't have school. You don't have any organized football or anything for a large chunk of time. And even when you do, it's just afternoon to yourself. You got a whole bunch of cash sitting in your bank account. And it's overwhelming, and it's kind of a shock, even if you know it's coming.
Yeah.
So that third year is the first time that you really feel like, okay, I can look back at how I handled last offseason. I can tweak things. I can operate a little bit differently. Maybe have a little bit more structure.
Yeah.
I've learned how to say no, perhaps,
Yep.
to people who try to guilt me into things.
Yeah.
So it's almost like the first time you feel like a genuine pro.
Adulting.
Is in your third offseason.
You're adulting in your third offseason, yeah. All right. Payne,
I remember my second offseason, I had a game station, or whatever video game I had.
Yeah.
I took it to Goodwill like 2 weeks into it.
Because
I just been sitting around playing video.
Yeah.
I had nothing but time. I was alone in my apartment.
Yep.
I was rehabbing an injury, so there were very few guys in town. And I'm like, what am I turning into? Yeah.
All right, let's get to headlines. Astros win. Rockets are another the next game is tomorrow night. We'll talk about that a little bit, and we'll hear a little bit more from D'Amico Ryans in headlines coming up next.
Look, Sean and I established earlier in the segment that we
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Headlines for this morning. The Astros win last night. 7-0. Oh, I know. They're on a roll. One in a row.
They won 3 of their last 4 versus quality opponents.
That's true.
Hey, they were going win-loss for a long time.
Yeah.
So winning 3 out of 4. And yet also, where it was a win-win for Brandy last night because George Springer is her favorite baseball player of all time.
Oh, yeah.
And George Springer in the second inning got on base and then stole second and then stole third.
Mm-hmm.
So what ended up being 7 shutout innings for Hunter Brown was threatened most menacingly by George Springer, and yet ultimately this was a non-contest because Hunter Brown was so dominant.
Yeah.
Gautzman, the pitcher, for a while. And then the 5th inning happened.
Till he wasn't. Hunter Brown, that is the story of this game, is Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown, 7 shutout innings. He's pitched 24 consecutive scoreless innings. I haven't been watching the American League at large this year. I have a hard time believing there's a pitcher out there pitching better than Hunter Brown is right now. Here's Joe Espada last night on Hunter Brown's performance.
Oh, man. Not surprised. Was that like, he's like 20-plus inning scoreless right now. He's on a roll. He's confident, dominant. You know, he goes after these guys. You know, he's got the stuff. He's got the demeanor. I'm just how quickly he's turned around from last year, how it started, and where he is now. It's been incredible to watch.
It's a message for Red Sox fans. If you meet the Astros in the postseason and Hunter Brown is the reason why you get knocked out, you can thank your third baseman for that. Alex Bregman was the catalyst for Hunter Brown getting turned around last year when he told him to start using his sinker more, Seth? Is that what it was?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or introduce a sinker at all.
Yeah. Use it more than 0, yes. Yeah.
One of the coolest graphics, and I meant to screenshot it, but at the beginning of the game, they showed his various pitches versus right-handed batters. Mm-hmm. And one was a 0.0 ERA or batting average versus against, I think that was the four-seamer. Like so many of them were so ridiculously good.
Yeah.
And we're at that point in the year where there's several, like a 1.2 or lower ERA.
Sure,
but Hunter Brown's got a 1.16 ERA right now.
It's been awesome, man. It's been so cool to see, and especially Espada makes a great point there. This time last year, he had an ERA that was in the double digits. You know, he had a 10-plus ERA this time a year ago. It's crazy to think the massive turnaround that Hunter Brown has had. Astros back at it tonight at Minute Maid Park. They'll try to win 2 in a row. 4 of their last 5 is what they're going for tonight. Rockets off last night, off tonight. They'll be back at it. Game 2 of their series with the Golden State Warriors on Wednesday this week. Cooper Flagg announced he's going to the NBA. No big surprise. But we found out yesterday that the Phoenix pick that the Rockets have will definitely be, if it doesn't jump up in the lottery into the top 4, will be in all likelihood the 9th pick in the draft. So they've got a 3.8% chance of landing Cooper Flagg, Seth. A good sporting chance, 3.8% to land Cooper Flagg.
They're still at a 14% chance for a top 4 pick.
Okay.
Which ultimately, I'm not holding my breath for Cooper Flagg.
No.
I think there's a better likelihood that Kevin Durant is on this team next year than Cooper Flagg.
Definitely. I would say definitely that.
And yet, the Rockets have done a really good job of getting the cold envelope in there in recent years. It's really one of the best things Rafael Stone does is getting the cold envelope in there and having success in the lottery.
That's it. Yeah, Reed Shepherd. They were not supposed to have the 3rd overall pick last year. They got it with Reed Shepherd. C.J. Stroud actually explained. There were a few people on that CJ was canoodling with Steph Curry after the game on Sunday night. Here was CJ explaining his this is yesterday. C.J. Stroud explaining. He's actually got a history with Steph Curry.
In my heart, son, I was like, dang, cause it's crazy because I met Steph before my rookie season, before the draft. I met him at a restaurant in L.A. and I talked to him for over an hour. He was just giving me game and just really like pouring into me as probably a vet did him. And just for him to take out that time, it meant a lot. I was actually me and my brother actually went to a Game 7 when they played the Clippers. I think it was his first time doing this. And I remember I told him that. He was like, bro, it's just, for him, it was cool. I think for him to hear that too, that like, people just, are in awe of what he does. But for him to even like recognize me or, just to show love was amazing. And it's crazy to just see in person how good he is, but it's another person, that takes with the talent that God has gave him and is really developed that through training and through skill development and things like that, and working on his body. I didn't know he was that, like, he swole. So, like, just how he takes care of his body, like, all those things that I can tell, he's, in the back end of his career, but he's playing as best as he ever has. So it was just dope to kind of just, talk to him after the game. For him to, like, he ran by me and, was, like, talking. But it was just dope, and I think, I'm definitely trying to get back in the building for sure.
There's a part of CJ that I love that when famous people recognize him, he still is flabbergasted by that.
Yeah, he was amazing. At Matt Stafford. Like he's somebody within football.
After his rookie year, that Matt Stafford knew who he was.
He said that. He was like, it was cool that he knew who I was. And then he actually knew stuff about me.
Right.
It was crazy.
It's so funny to me.
Yeah, it's refreshing, I think. He would go on to gush about the various Rockets players and also voice his confidence that, he brought up, hey, that playoff environment is different. I learned that last year. That the crowd is just different. Everything's a little bit different. The graphics and the painting on the field is different.
The lighting in the stadium is different, he said. Yeah.
Which I don't use that as much of an excuse for Jalen Green, because Jalen Green has played against his heroes before, and Jalen Green's been around. But no, it is different in the playoffs, yes. And the Rockets fans did a great job. There was an energy in that building.
No doubt.
But I don't quite make an excuse for him in that regard.
Nope.
CJ was making excuses for Jalen Green, basically.
Yeah.
Is Fred VanVleet awed by the playoffs? Was that his moment? You know what? I'm going to take CJ to task for this tape.
Are you?
All right. You know what, CJ? No. Higher expectations,
Okay. I'm here for it. Last one here. This is the Texans started their offseason program yesterday. That's why we heard from CJ Stroud. We're going to hear from Will Anderson in the next segment. This was D'Amico Ryan's message to the team on the first day of the offseason.
Being that it's our first day of OTAs, we get excited as coaches to have players back in the building. It's also limited. We can't actually get on the field with the guys. A lot of people would like to, but it's just meetings with our guys. They go out, they work with our strength and conditioning coaches, working in the weight, doing conditioning. But it's just it's such an energy lifter. Having everyone back in the building, just feel the buzz. It's been quiet around here for a while. Kicked the rodeo out, so we're good to go. But it's been quiet for a while around our building, so to have the guys back and them to impact our building, you feel the joy, you feel the connection, new guys, old faces, everybody just coming together. It's a 2025 Texans. That's what's exciting to see how this team will come together, and today is just the beginning of that.
All right, so we'll dig into that in the next segment with Will Anderson Jr. Will Anderson met with the media yesterday. The question that we'll lead right off with, have you moved on from the playoff loss to Kansas City? There's a Texan player who has not moved on from it. It's probably Will Anderson. We'll hear from him on that and some of his new teammates on defense. We'll do all of that coming up next here on Payne and Pendergast on a Tuesday. Good to have you with us here on a Tuesday. We'll do that next. Will Anderson. But first, I want to tell you about Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, you were talking a couple segments ago about we were talking about the young players in their off seasons and how the first one they're getting ready for the draft, and how the second one you got money in your pocket and free time for the first time in a long time. And the third one is where you really start to calibrate a little bit. We're seeing that with CJ a little bit. He's been off the grid this offseason, but I think it's been a good thing. You talked about how you were playing video games your first full off season as a pro with some money in your pocket after your rookie year.
Yeah.
But You called the console a game station, and that caught
game
people's
station.
attention.
Listen.
Did old man Sethers just say he had a game station?
I did, yeah. I pulled the classic, you're on Face Watch,
I'm on
right?
the book face, yeah.
I'm on the Twitter. Yeah, No,
but I don't.
I wanted to say gaming console, and then I thought it was a PlayStation. I got stuck somewhere in the middle. I couldn't remember what I had.
Had to be 1998, right? 1997, 98, somewhere in there. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to think of what the big gaming stations were at that point.
But Wait,
what was it? It would have been a PlayStation.
It would have been a PlayStation? Okay, gotcha.
If it wasn't an N64, it would have been a PlayStation.
Look at Ben coming in.
N64.
Ben
I was making $131,000 a year. You think I was messing with an N64? Or was that more expensive than a PlayStation?
Who knows? I just love Ben swooping in off the top rope and setting us straight on the gaming consoles of the time.
I gave it to Goodwill, so I was playing it too much.
Did you get the receipt?
What am I turning into? What a piece of crap.
Did you get the receipt? From the Goodwill
I didn't know anything about that then. I didn't know I could deduct my charitable expenses or claim them. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You've learned since then, though, I'm sure.
Yeah. I don't know if it was Goodwill or Salvation Army.
Sure.
Don't fact check me on this.
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Don't do a public records search, okay?
Listen, IRS. Yeah. Will Anderson Jr. met with the media yesterday. Will, have you moved on from the playoff loss to the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yeah, I haven't moved on from it at all. I was just talking to my coach about it today. That feeling like now that you know how close you are to almost being in the Super Bowl, it hits a little differently, you know? And for us, I'm like, bro, we almost there. When I broke it down to them, I was like, bro, we're almost there. Like, we have to have that intensity every game, no matter where we at, no matter how we get on the field, no matter if we start, on defense first, like, we have to bring that energy every time and never forget that feeling, bro. Like, I've been telling people I have to keep my composure, bro, because I'm just so excited for next year and what this team can do and what we can go and how far we can go, man. And I know we got all the right pieces to do it, and we just got to keep building that connection. And Coach D'Amico hit it on the head today in the team meeting, man. The connection is everything. When your players trust you, when your coaches trust you, man, everybody has the same goal. Everybody can go out there and ball. Coaches can get what they want. Players can get what they want, man. And the ultimate goal is to get the Super Bowl.
Dude, he's a coach's dream right there, man.
Yeah.
Here's everything D'Amico said in the meeting, and I believe every word of it. We're going to the Super Bowl.
It's a coach or military commander's
He's
dream.
awesome, man.
He'll walk in the door indoctrinated. Yes. He is ready to go. He is the guy that coaches talk, and he's like, yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
good. Do you
give me that quote about the lion in the prairie in the morning, waking up and all that. Yeah,
that's it.
Chasing the gazelle. Yeah.
How close are they? Are they as close as Will implies in that cut right there?
Well, okay, now the Chiefs game is an interesting one because they were going slug for slug with the Chiefs for 3 quarters.
Yeah.
And the defense was doing some really, really good things. They had a couple lapses in the second half. Mm-hmm. But it's a classic scenario we've seen, including with Lovie Smith's defenses at times, where the defense can only hold up for so long. You can't expect the defense to shut down the other team's offense drive after drive after drive. I think they're close in that because their defense turns the ball over, creates turnovers, and because that is a Super Bowl caliber defense. You don't look at that defense and think, oh yeah, that's what limited them from going to a Super Bowl.
It's gotten better this offseason, at least personnel-wise. Yeah.
And I think offensively in that game, you saw the glimpses of maybe what they could do. That first drive in the second half was a very, very impressive drive. Yeah. Even remember the Texans shot themselves in the foot twice on that drive with penalties. And still just drove 89 yards down the field or however many it was. So, and the score was close until the fourth quarter, but then in the fourth quarter, the offense fell apart so spectacularly that I think it felt further away than it actually was. And that if you can just get play, that's a different game. So the bar where some of the things need to improve, it's not like all of a sudden you need an infusion of 7 all-pros to turn it around. You've got the quarterback, you've got one wide receiver, and then I think Christian Kirk is a very viable pro if he can stay healthy. It's just getting competent offensive line play that would make a huge difference.
Well, and specifically, you talk about the offense collapsing. It was the offensive line and CJ getting sacked and them not being able to,
CJ being frazzled by that point too.
Correct.
I think CJ, the clock in his head was destroyed by the fourth quarter.
Absolutely, and no question. And so the whole thing. So I think when you're, I think Will Anderson is going to believe about anything this team can do. at large with the whole team, like you look at it and you go, okay, well, the one area that really failed us in that playoff game, they are showing tremendous urgency right now in trying to change that area too.
Yeah,
like they've
early. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. They tore it down, and now they've kind of half built it up. But the draft will be a big indication of just how aggressive they're being.
Yeah, they're not sitting on their hands, going just hoping that group of 5 is going to get better next year. They're showing great urgency with that. More from Will Anderson, talking about the defense, and they're bringing back almost everybody on defense, right? I mean, they upgraded at safety, I would say, with C.J. Gardner-Johnson back there. Even E.J. Speed over what they had on the depth chart at linebacker is probably a slight upgrade there. Continuity with the defense. Here's Will Anderson Jr. on that.
Yeah, for our defense, you know what I'm saying? And they bring a lot of juice, a lot of excitement to the defense, and their playmaking abilities, it show up every Sunday, Thursday, whenever we play. And those are guys that we love having in the building, man. And I'm excited to keep rolling with them. I'm excited what they're going to do, man. And, the work don't stop. They're the same guys. No matter how much money they make, they're going to go out there and make plays and make sure that they're making the guys around them, holding them accountable as well and going out there and doing our jobs.
And obviously talking about Jalen Petrie and Derek Stingley Jr. there.
You know what, too? And D'Amico had mentioned Dino Vasso, the defensive backs coach, in his press conference yesterday. Mm-hmm. And I feel like we probably have maybe under-discussed the work that he's done with a very young secondary. Yeah. You had last year the secondary doing some really good things where Kalen Bullock's a rookie, Kamari Lassiter's a rookie, Derek Stingley's still a young player, Jalen Petrie's in a new role as a young player. Mm-hmm. Dino Vasso was here before D'Amico got here.
Yeah.
He's done some really good work with those guys, and I think the culture in that room is really good. I think those guys are all just football junkies. So I think the culture is really, really strong on the defensive side of the ball. I think those are the kinds of guys where they're policing themselves already. They've got veterans, including in Jimmy Ward, who I think his leadership element probably is underappreciated because he's not on the field as much as you want, but he is a true veteran player who really cares about football. You got Azeez Elshire at linebacker. You got multiple 30-plus-year-olds on the defensive line that I don't want to say that. I think it's one of those things that hopefully means that D'Amico can focus more on being a complete head coach and not the defensive that he can, problem solve and go where is needed on the offensive side of the ball at times, maybe more so this year.
Yeah, that's a good point. Will Anderson Jr., what's the ceiling for this defense?
Man, my emotions been everywhere. For me, those last 2 playoff games, like, for me, I'm like, you got to do that every game. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just been my emotions. And I'm like, bro, like, going into this division I see for our team, division I see for the defense, is like the sky's the limit. Like, if we come out balling like that, nobody can touch us. And it starts now. And it's been nice to see everybody in the locker room, everybody being here, even the vets. And that just shows how much they care about the program and where they want to see the program go. And, like, one guy I got to highlight, like I had my highlight with Azeez last year, C.J. Gardner, man. Like, today was my first day meeting him. And he is everything I knew he would be, like competitive, talk smack, and I love it. And we need those type of guys in the locker room that lighten, to lighten everybody's mood a little bit and show, like, it's fun, man. Football is fun, and he brings that energy.
Okay. So he met C.J. Gardner-Johnson for the first time yesterday.
And he was fun already.
Yeah,
he was already having fun with him, and he was talking smack and all that. Yeah, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is an interesting one because he's been with 4 different teams now and 5 different stays because he was with the Eagles on 2 separate occasions.
Yeah.
And you wonder, okay, this is a guy that's been traded and moved around a lot, and he's a high-energy guy, not afraid to mix it up on social media with Taylor Swift fans and what have you. So you wonder, all right, now it's worth mentioning that the reports were that this was not that people weren't universally happy in Philadelphia that they got rid of C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Very
there were people on
polarizing
the staff
move, yes.
that really wanted to stick on to him. Yeah. But the Eagles are in this position where they're paying some guys. They have to say goodbye to others.
They just paid their center yesterday.
Yeah.
$20 million or whatever.
So I think that C.J. Gardner-Johnson isn't old at all.
Yeah.
But I think they perhaps thought, okay, maybe there's a shelf life on C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He'll be an interesting one because I think that he might be the classic guy that, man, in the right environment, you see nothing but the best of the guy. And with a little bit of extra maturity, I think that maybe this is the perfect fit for him. And Gardner-Johnson he was super happy to be traded to the Texans.
Yes.
I think I'm sure he wanted to stay with Philadelphia, but he probably figured, all right, they're paying all these other guys, and I'm not the kind of guy maybe that they want to give a 4-year deal. So I'm going to another really good defense with high-energy guys, and the Texans are in a mode of, like, rewarding guys who come there on short-term contracts.
They're paying guys like that. Absolutely.
So it'll be fun. I don't he's a character. He's a personality.
Yep.
It's true what Will was saying about just you need guys. Sometimes when you want to get a bunch of guys who are grinders and who really care about football and everything, yeah, there is that tendency sometimes to where you also don't want it to be like this stern, just boring environment, that you need some juice from those guys. Like Kamari's a little bit crazy.
Yep.
CJ Gardner-Johnson's a little bit crazy. Will's crazy in a completely different way. He's like he's like one of those back in the day when in the early days of the church, you might have a warrior priest, like one of those the Knights Templar. He's like a Knights Templar.
Okay.
Yeah. But without any of the conspiracy theories, okay? Right?
Just the good parts of the Knights Templar.
Yeah. He's like a clergy member who also wields a sword. That's how I feel about Will Anderson.
Someone texted in on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line, "Breathe, Will, breathe."
I know. Oh, I love Will because he's got the same issue I do, especially as a young man. Sometimes you just get so excited that your brain and your emotions outrun your ability to speak, and you got to just consciously slow yourself down a little bit.
I like how excited you and I get when we find out Will Anderson's doing a press conference. Oh, Will's speaking today. Yes.
I'm going to feel better about life after this.
Totally, dude. Totally. Here was Will. This was a follow-up. He mentions meeting C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and then the follow-up was, what does C.J. Gardner-Johnson bring to this defense?
Yeah, man, that juice, his energy is contagious, and I felt it today while we were running sprints and we were conditioning and stuff like that. He's very competitive, and to play in this defense and to play our style and our brand of ball, you got to be competitive and you got to have a little edge to you, and I think he has all those things.
How competitive do you think Laramie Tunsil was in wind sprints?
I don't think he ran them, if I had to guess.
You think he, yeah.
He was off
I know, and honestly, I'll tell you, I know Tony Baselli, people don't have fond memories of him here in Houston because he was beat up and he never played.
Yeah.
But like that was one of the things that impressed me most as a rookie was that, wow, Tony Baselli is out there at 6'7", 330 wins and caring about it. You know, like it's having veterans that actually like it's not just that they put on a good display. It's like Andre Johnson would win every wind sprint. You know. Probably helps being able to run a 10-200 meter dash, but
he doesn't have to win every wind sprint.
Right,
and he
right,
does,
yeah. Andre could have been in cruise mode at various times, but he's the kind of guy that wants to win every wind sprint. So having as many vets as possible that actually give a damn about that stuff it's a good example to set for the young guys.
We'll hear one more from excited Will in just a second. Text message. I saw Titus got the memo and showed up to voluntary workouts, LOL. Yeah, they had a video of several of the guys coming into the building yesterday like they do on social media, and Titus was one of them.
Somebody had, there was a picture on Instagram, somebody, I think Landry sent it to me, said that he looked like he was in pretty good shape. So, whereas last year, he showed up at training camp last year, and he looked gigantic.
Yeah. Yeah,
he looked like one of the larger planets.
He was coming off knee surgery.
Maybe not quite Jupiter, but pretty damn big.
Right. Somewhere Mars, maybe, somewhere in there. He was coming off knee surgery, not to retroactively stick up for him, like he should have been in better shape. I think he's admitted he should have been in better shape last year.
Well, but I mean, honestly, that's part of professionalism, though, too.
Yeah.
Like, you learn in the NFL, if you're, for the big guys, if you're, after a surgery, lose weight.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to be working out as much and just, take some of the pressure off your joint as you're coming back, that whatever you do, don't get fatter, because then it's like not only are you trying to rehab, but you're rehabbing in a catabolic state while your body's like...
Here's Will Anderson Jr. on the return of Sheldon Rankins.
Man, I was so excited, man. Like, I mean, it's awesome. They put his locker right back next to mine, and I looked up, and I sent him a picture. I was like, bro, we're so back, bro. Like, that's my dog, bro. Like, he was such a, great mentor and great help for me my rookie year, man. And, to have him back here again, I'm excited, and I can't wait to go ball with him again.
That's my
I always felt the dynamic between Sheldon Rankins and Will Anderson, the way I like to imagine it, was from the old cartoons of Spike and the little dog.
Yeah.
Spike was there was the older dog, and there was a little dog that was just always running around and yappy and everything.
Yes, yeah. We're going to go chase cars, Spike? We're going to go chase cars?
Yeah.
That's Will Anderson. He wants to go chase cars. Spike and Tyke are the characters.
Spike and Tyke.
Spike and Tyke. Yeah, Tyke
Would Spike backhand Tyke?
I think maybe, I don't know, probably not. But Spike was never nearly as excited to go chase cars as little Tyke was. Will Anderson
They were
is
on,
Tyke.
that was part of Tom and Jerry, which it tended to feature a lot of violence.
Did it ever? Poor Tom. Yes, it did feature a lot of violence. Yeah, no, you're right. They got the same face as Tom and Jerry.
Spike was big and kind of just didn't speak a lot, kind of grumpy but huge, and then Tyke was just constant. Yep, he would backhand him.
Yeah, that's what I
just
thought.
Saw him.
Shut up. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's back when you could get away with smacking around people smaller than you in cartoons. Back in my
a human
day.
type duck in the face with a shotgun.
Oh my God!
Don't worry, no big deal.
Yeah.
Afterwards, I remember you start showing a kid Looney Tunes cartoons, and all of a sudden you're like, "Why is my 3-year-old a sociopath?
Right?
What's going? Beating the snot out of his Pooh Bear? What's going on here?
Kidding. Why is he chasing ducks and trying to turn their beak around to the back of their head instead of the front of their head? Man, Will Anderson. Find somebody who loves you as much as Will Anderson Jr. loves Sheldon Rankins. That would be my advice. If you're out there and you're lonely, find somebody. Play it again, Ben. Like, the excitement in his voice just gets me fired up for this here.
Man, I was so excited, man. Like, I mean, it's awesome. They put his locker right back next to mine, and I looked up and I sent him a picture. I was like, bro, we're so back, bro. Like, that's my dog, bro. Like, he was such a great mentor and great help for me my rookie year, man. And to have him back here again, I'm excited. And I can't wait to go ball with him again.
We're so back.
Sounds like a Dumb and Dumber moment. Like, we're so back.
Will Anderson Jr. So you're saying there's a chance? Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's great. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. We'll circle back to more Will Anderson a little bit later in the show. Dan Orlovsky had an interesting question, and in light of the draft coming up in a couple of days, and especially this quarterback class is all over the place. Man, I find an article that tells me, this is not the year to go find quarterbacks. And then you find another article that says, Jackson Dart is shooting up into the top 10. Like, what's going on here? And I suppose teams, as you point out many times, Seth, just because teams are overdrafting guys doesn't mean they're worth a top 10 pick.
Right.
Teams get desperate. Dan that J.J. Watt actually replied to, we'll get to the reply. What's worse or more detrimental, worse/more detrimental, drafting a QB too early and missing, or paying a free agent QB too much and missing on the free agent QB? Which is
JJ's got some experience with this.
Well, and JJ's answer surprised me because his experience was with Brock Osweiler is what I first immediately thought of, and I'll hit JJ's answer here as long as we're bringing that up. Thanks to the rookie.
No, I haven't heard it yet. So wait.
Okay. Well, do you want to answer it then, or do you
I thought we had to go to break. We don't have to?
No.
Oh, no, we're in our long segment. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
so, never
I got
mind.
it under control.
I was getting ready to read my own well.
Yeah.
My own well ad.
No.
Okay,
We got 16 more minutes. Yeah. Do you want me to read JJ's, or did you want to answer the question?
No, give me his answer.
Okay, I got you. Okay, here we go. Thanks to the rookie wage scale, this is J.J. Watt answering Dan Orlovsky's question of what's more detrimental, drafting a quarterback and missing or paying a free agent quarterback and missing. Thanks to the rookie wage scale, you get 4 years of a rookie QB for the same price as 1 year of a high-end free agent quarterback. You hit on the rookie, you've got your franchise quarterback for 10-plus years. If you miss, you start the process over again in 3 years. If a GM misses on a rookie, you can chalk that up to the crapshoot of evaluating college talent. If they miss and overpay a free agent, there's not much of a safety net there. You had plenty of information to evaluate them. Unless you have a Super Bowl-ready roster and there's a free agent QB ready to go like Tom Brady, you'd rather swing and miss on a rookie with potential than swing and miss on an expensive vet. That was an interesting answer to me because, well, the scenario that is closest to what the question was for Orlovsky that JJ has experienced was they went and signed Brock Osweiler to a huge free agent deal here, and they got out from under that and drafted Deshaun Watson with no problem the next year.
They got a second-round pick out of it as well.
No, they traded a second-round pick to get rid of the contract.
Oh, that's right. They basically paid to trade Brock Osweiler. You're right. Yes, thank you.
Yep.
I forgot the illegal trade that somehow passed.
Yeah.
It
Groundbreaking.
shouldn't have been allowed by the NFL.
Yeah.
That's really that is interesting. I do think that there is this tendency still to feel like like taking that 1 year hit from a big cap number or whatever just damages or punishes your organization forever. And it's not as onerous as it seems like it should be. And it is. I mean, it hurts you and you got to work your way through it, but it's not like it makes it impossible to function. So there's an opportunity cost either way. Either you pay for the veteran and it doesn't work out, and then you got to pay to get out from underneath him. I mean, look at the Broncos.
I was just going to bring that
up. The
up.
Broncos are never going to recover from this Russell Wilson contract.
In the playoffs
and lo and behold, yeah. And they went and they did the same thing the Texans did. They turned around and drafted a quarterback. So I think it's one of those things where there's no hard and fast rule. You gotta. It's case by, especially with quarterbacks. It's just a case by case basis. And what's the market at the time? When the Texans swung and signed Brock Osweiler, that was really one of the only viable options. I think for a second that Rick Smith or Gary Kubiak really genuinely believed that Brock Osweiler was going to be the guy. But the owner had flat out said, Mr. McNair had flat out said, you know what, we gotta find a quarterback. So go ahead. And he gave him the opportunity. He gave him the license to go out and sign Osweiler. And then to Bob McNair's credit, he also understood that, hey, it didn't work out. We're just got to move on. And then they drafted Deshaun Watson. So it's not as entertaining an answer, but it depends. Yeah, it really just depends.
To me, if I had to pick one, honestly, the drafting the quarterback is the more dangerous one to me because they're maybe not as much in recent years as there used to be, but there is a tendency to latch onto that guy and just go, to ride it too long. With
Daniel Jones.
Well, then they gave him a second contract,
I mean, that's the worst possible thing that happens these days is the rookie, veteran quarterback, you sign him, doesn't work out. Crap, we got to take a salary cap hit. The problem with a rookie quarterback is, oh, no, what if he shows glimpses in those first 3 years?
Yeah.
And then we extend him because we got to gamble on, you're gambling twice.
Yeah.
Because then you're gambling on, is he going to deliver on that upside we've seen?
Yep.
And at that point, then you're screwed both with the money and with the draft pick and the opportunity cost of the time you missed. Yeah, you've swung me over. I say sign Brock Osweiler any day of the week.
But I think it's interesting, like the Daniel Jones, Trevor Lawrence, if they can't fish Trevor Lawrence out of think he could be, that is a great point, Seth. The most dangerous out of all of these is the drafted quarterback that teases you just enough to give him a second contract. I'd rather have Zach Wilson, who a year and a half in, this ain't the guy.
Right.
Or Kenny Pickett with Pittsburgh. Like, we swung, we missed, let's move on. The worst thing that could have happened to the Steelers would be that Kenny Pickett just flashes just enough to show them, he could be the guy. Like, that's where it gets dangerous when you do both. When you draft the guy and pay the guy.
Those are the quarterbacks. The equivalent is if you're dating somebody and he or she manages to disguise just what a loon and a whack job they are for 3 years. And then you take the plunge and you get married, and 6 months into your marriage, you're like, whoa, what did I sign on for?
Yes.
Not this.
Not this. Yes. Along those,
I didn't even know you had Life 360 on my phone. Yeah. You could have told me at least.
Right. Man, and along those lines, as we're bringing up these names like Kenny Pickett and Trevor Lawrence, yesterday, this is how you know the draft needs to get here, is that the league is at a stage where they're trying to talk themselves into Tyler Shuck now. Kid who's at Louisville, and he was at Oregon, and he was at Texas Tech, and now he's the guy who's probably, and I hate this term, this is from Bruce Feldman. This is courtesy of an executive. Bruce Feldman of The Athletic found some opinions from some anonymous executives about this quarterback class, and how this quarterback class is not considered a great one. There's a lot of guys that are probably overdrafted in this draft, it feels like. The quote that got me going is about Tyler Shuck, who's been off the grid until the last week in this draft process. He's probably the most pro-ready to go in and run an offense and be able to operate. Some people bring up his age. He's 26 years old, I think. Nope, don't care. This isn't baseball. You aren't drafting 18-year-olds. He's athletic. He's a good interview.
Yeah. That's
smart,
great.
Arm talent is good, end quote. That term pro-ready, maybe I'm triggered on it, because of this. Remember who the most pro-ready quarterback was in the draft that had Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, and Lamar Jackson in it? 4 guys who are starting quarterbacks now in the NFL. It was this guy.
We'll start with the most pro-ready quarterback, and by that we don't just mean guys who will get off to a great start, but have a great career. The first nominee, most pro-ready quarterback, is Josh Rosen of UCLA.
Josh Rosen, everything you want in an NFL quarterback. Quick release, flawless effort when he's sitting in that pocket. The one concern in college was when he got pressure, at times he would put the ball up into traffic because he trusts his arm so much. That'll be an area he's going to have to continue to improve.
He's pro-ready.
He's pro-ready.
He's pro-ready. His worst trait is the thing that made Brett Favre the all-time leader in interceptions, but he's pro-ready. And that's so I'm like, who else has been labeled pro-ready along the way these last few years? And I find this article. Kenny Pickett described as probably
he was so pro-ready.
The most pro-ready QB in the 2022 draft. Trevor Lawrence might be the most NFL-ready sophomore ever. So now what?
That's just offense he ran.
Yes.
That's really, really dumb. That is that might be the dumbest thing I've heard this decade.
Yeah, that was in 2019 as he was getting ready for his sophomore year. Might be the most NFL-ready sophomore ever. So now what? How about this one, Seth? This is an NFL.com article written by David Carr, your former teammate.
Oh, boy.
Mitchell Trubisky heads the list of most pro-ready QB prospects in 2017 draft.
Did he not have a very promising rookie season?
He did. They made the playoffs.
Bisky.
Yeah, true.
That's what they called him up there. It was driving your sons crazy.
Dude, it drove them crazy.
Chicago. All their buddies wearing Bisky jerseys.
Best part about this article, day one starter, Mitchell Trubisky. And then the next category, hit or miss, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. I go back. I don't fault anybody for their pre-draft assessment of Pat Mahomes. It was all true. That's the thing, is that every single prospect has pluses and minuses and things that you can worry about. And based on the way that he was allowed to play in college and the offense he was playing in, there were legitimate reasons to be concerned about whether he was going to be able to transfer that to the NFL.
Yeah.
So I don't fault people for those. I more the positive over-the-moon assessments, those are the ones that I'm skeptical of, even if guys work out. Because you just flat out don't know. You just don't know.
Boy, the other hit or miss in this draft class, Deshaun Watson. What is history going to say about Deshaun Watson's football career? Because he was, after his rookie year and his second year, he was considered a top 20 player in the league, man. And that's that's just wild. Right now, Watson is wowing everybody with what he does on the board. But what I'm seeing on film is a guy who hasn't done any of that in a game. Now, to your point earlier about Trevor Lawrence, he was running that same offense Trevor Lawrence was running. They really didn't get you ready for the NFL.
Yeah, it's really hard to extrapolate that on it. And, that was one thing that Deshaun was better at in the pre-draft process, too, was the whiteboard stuff than Pat Mahomes. Yeah. Mahomes had just an air raid education and not nearly to the level of the things that they want you to do in the NFL. Deshaun really put in the work and learned a lot of that stuff to the point where people were impressed with the work he did on the board. So, you just never know, man.
Yeah, man, it's wild. So
Mitchell Trubisky made the Pro Bowl in his second season.
He did. Yeah. I can't remember if it was his rookie year or his second year when they won 12 games with him one year. I know that.
It was his second year. They were his record was 11-3.
Yeah.
And 24 touchdowns to 12 interceptions.
Bisky, okay, maybe he was pro-ready. He just wasn't ready to stay pro-ready. He was ready to be pro-ready. He just wasn't ready to stay pro-ready.
Dude, he had a 71 QBR that year.
That's really good.
Yeah, that's really good.
That's the ESPN one that's on a scale of 0 to 100.
Yeah. That kind of factors in the running side of it better than obviously the passer rating does. Yeah. So like the threat that he had with his legs was a real one.
And you get credit for winning games on that QBR also. It's
promote whichever scout said that he was the most pro-ready.
There you go. Well, it's David Carr. David Carr. Yeah. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I semi-follow the Panthers podcast, and, man, their fan base is split on Bryce Young. Bryce Young might end up being one of those guys that he did some things at the end of the year that were really good under Canales last year after he got benched.
Yeah, after he got benched, and the feeling at the time by a lot of people was, well, that's it for him. He's done. I think it's kind of like what you see with baseball players. You saw it with Cam Smith. Hey, sometimes with a young guy, you got to sit and let him just make some changes, observe, and then send them back out there. And it worked for Bryce Young. Yeah. And this year this is a huge year for any third-year quarterback, but you've seen the highs and lows of Bryce Young.
Yeah.
He's still very, very tiny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even fun to hate watch him getting hit.
Yeah.
It's scary. He's so small.
He's very small.
And he's not small the way that, hey, Russell Wilson is short, but he ain't small. Mm-hmm. Bryce Young's small.
Yeah, he's tiny.
He's delicate looking.
He's tiny. Well, watch him. Watch the videos of him walking into the building for OTAs with his backpack on.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Yeah, thank you. He needs to wear a smaller backpack. I haven't seen any videos of him this year, but I remember last year videos of him walking into the building, and he's got a gigantic backpack on that looks like it's about to tip him over or something.
Look at it like a fifth grader with all his textbooks loaded
he's
into
got
it.
His trapper keeper in the back there, and all his pens and pencils. Yeah.
Fidget toy, or whatever they call those things. Yeah.
Yes. Bill O'Brien made Watson. I don't know about that.
Hey, speaking of Deshaun Watson, Shannon Sharp issued a statement about the allegations that are currently going. It's way too graphic for us to talk about, but it was interesting in that he's willing to go places in his public defense. And I think some people might have felt like, well, I don't want all my personal business out there. I'm just going to let people. I'm just going to fight this, and people are going to have. I think Shannon Sharp was like, well, nope. I'm just going to put it all out there. And if somebody thinks less of me for what I might do in my personal time, they're going to damn sure know that it was consensual at least.
Yeah, because the texts are graphic. Like the they're texts from the woman to Shannon about some of the things she wants to do with him.
Yeah.
So they're and look, Shannon's a guy who was banging on Instagram Live accidentally, air quotes, 3 months ago. So he's kind of out there. I thought the interesting thing was he pulled the veil right back on Jane Doe, put her name right in there in the first two sentences of the text.
That's right, yeah.
I think that's probably if you're denying it, that's probably a tack to take. Is she.
Well, and she's not. It's not criminal, right? It's she's
civil.
It's a lawsuit.
Yeah, it's a lawsuit.
It's a civil suit.
Yeah, it's a civil suit. So, we can.
Nah, we don't need to go
there.
We shouldn't have talked about it at this hour anyway.
I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to. I just thought it was interesting. He was, and I guess that's what you do. I mean, he was on TV yesterday doing his thing, doing his podcast, doing the whole 9 yards.
As far as any woman says that Shannon Sharp was mean to her, and Shannon Sharp contends that he wasn't.
He was not mean to her. Yeah, exactly. Funny how the experts are wrong on 11 out of 10 picks and still called experts. Someone said that. It's true, man.
Well, part of that though too is that there's being a GM in general. You miss a lot.
Yes.
You whiff a lot, and they're still called GMs.
Yeah. Got to get a certain amount right. The opportunity cost of swinging on a QB is also you have. Locker or Ponder in the 2011 draft. Throw Blaine Gabbert in there also. That draft class went Jake Locker 8, Tyron Smith 9.
Oh, my God.
And then Blaine Gabbert 10, J.J. Watt 11, Christian Ponder 12. J.J. Watt was sandwiched in between Blaine Gabbert and Christian Ponder in his draft.
It is. It's a huge opportunity cost when you think about, even just drafting David Carr, which, most people at the time, and that was before people were really reaching for quarterbacks, most people didn't really think of David Carr as a slam dunk number 1 overall pick, but the Texans just, new franchise, let's get a quarterback, let's try to surround people. And because of that, you passed up
Julius Peppers.
That's right, it was Julius Peppers. You could have had Julius Peppers.
Yeah. Or Joey Harrington with the 3rd pick. That's similar to J.J. Watt. Julius Peppers sandwiched at the top of the draft by David Carr and Joey Harrington out of Oregon. Man, that's a fun class right there. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday here. All right, mock draft injection. We get 3 more of these between now and the NFL draft on Thursday. Vinny Iyer of the Sporting News will do his mock draft from Will Anderson about the player that the Texans take.
Ooh.
Also, people got People got fired up about that trade that you and I read in the mock draft injection yesterday.
It was so dumb.
It was so dumb. Yeah, like
we probably didn't do a good enough service as to how dumb it was.
Yeah,
but yes.
Yes. Texans cap and John Harris. Not happy with that trade. We'll revisit that too. We'll do that coming up next.
No, and one thing you want to do, maybe not in the
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time. The draft is 2 days away. Thursday night, we got you covered here on Sports Radio 610. Thursday, Friday, and all day on Saturday. The Texans sitting on 7 picks right now, including 4 out of the top 89 picks in the draft. So day 2 is the one that's really popping right now. 58th overall pick, 79th overall pick, and the 89th overall pick. Currently still sitting at 25. Every team in the NFL right now is still sitting on their own first-round pick. So there have been no picks that were traded in previous years. There's been no movement in the first round so far. We'll see if there's anything that takes place on draft night. Quarterbacks are a big part of that. We'll talk about that. But let's get to it here, the 25th pick. This is Vinny Iyer of sportingnews.com. This is his latest mock draft. And with the 25th pick, the Vinny Iyer sportingnews.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select Tyler Booker, guard.
Oh, big shot.
Alabama, 6'5", 321. The Texans were able to get Cam Robinson to compensate okay. This is Vinny Iyer talking. Compensate okay for the surprise trade of Laramie Tunsil, but they still need to address their interior O-line. Booker is a great run-blocking fit with his natural power and quickness.
Yeah, and the biggest concern that people have about Tyler Booker is all athleticism. Did not test well at all. He tested abysmally at the combine.
Yeah,
and I would say that he's one of those guys that I think plays above his athleticism through a combination of technique and just good football IQ and physicality, but you can't ignore it. But that's where the difficult decision comes in. I think if he had tested well at the combine, he'd probably be a top 15 pick.
Yeah.
This feels like a classic Baltimore Ravens type of move where you take a guy where you watch the film, you say, all right, I like everything about this guy. Oh, but he didn't test well at the combine. That's all right, Kyle Hamilton. Come on in. We'll take you and just take your actual football playing ability.
Yeah.
The 25th pick overall is a great spot to get a guy like that. That's where the Ravens have done that year after year in the back half of the first round, taking guys that play like they're top 15 players, but maybe they don't test as well, or they've got some other marks against them. So I was trying to be honest with myself about his athleticism and just try to check my blind spots, and I'm pretty comfortable with it. I think you acknowledge that, all right, athletically maybe it limits you in some things, but I don't think the Texans want to be an outside zone-based scheme. I think he just has to be good enough at outside zone runs to function, but it doesn't have to be a staple of what they do.
You know who knows a little something about Tyler Booker? Will Anderson Jr. They were teammates at Alabama. Here was Will Anderson Jr. yesterday at his press conference on Tyler Booker.
Tyler Booker, man, I speak very highly to God, but I think he has all the attributes you need to play the offensive line position. He's a mauler. He loves to finish blocks. His leadership skills, his mentality. He wants to be the best, and he's really hard on himself. And, I'm kind of the same way, and that's what builds you up. That's what makes you know who you are. And he has all those things, man, and I can't say enough good things about him, man. And wherever he ends up, he's going to change that team, change that program, and change the offensive line for sure.
Will Anderson Jr.'s opinion matters, and I don't mean in so much, Seth, as like he's going to say, hey, draft Tyler Booker. I'm Will Anderson Jr. I want you to draft this guy. I don't mean that. But Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans don't shy away from the fact that they talk to teammates, former teammates, current teammates, of guys they're looking at to get their take on him. And I can't imagine there's a player in the building whose opinion I'll put CJ and Will together because we're about to hear from CJ on Emeka Egbuka. Those are probably the two most important opinions in the building among players, right?
Well, and this is where it gets really interesting is, yes, I think he checks off all the boxes in terms of character leadership. Egbuka and Tyler Booker, that seems like a slam dunk fit on the character leadership swarm side of things.
Either one, yeah.
So we talked about how sometimes people skew their judgments based on the combine and workouts and all of that. So I'm always interested when I see guys that were marked for not being that athletic. Like, okay, what were the scouting reports saying before the combine? Mm-hmm. So Daniel Jeremiah, who's a former scout for the Ravens, in his mock draft in January. Before there's any workouts or anything. Yep. He had Tyler Booker going 10th overall to the Bears. Saying, I picked in the draft. He will help firm up the interior offensive line for Caleb Williams. Nary a mention of his awful athleticism or what have you.
Yep.
And likewise, I remember with Josh Connerly, the offensive tackle out of Oregon, before the Combine, I saw people say, like, I don't know if he's got a lot of athleticism. And then all of a sudden he goes to the Combine, tests really well. I was watching him on film before the Combine. I'm like, what? Doesn't have a lot of athleticism. What the hell are they talking about? The guy moves athletically like Laramie damn Tunsil.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he tests well at the Combine, and people are intrigued by his upside. So I didn't see a whole lot of mention about Tyler Booker's awful athleticism until he tested poorly at the Combine.
Well, and if there's a team that thinks that the tests that dictate that opinion of his athleticism are kind of bunk, it's the Houston Texans. I don't think they buy. I think they're at the far end of the scale of teams that aren't really into the drills that are done at the Combine.
I think they don't overly weight any of them. I think they're into them. It's that now they also have the GPS data from schools. So it shows your actual football speed. Yeah. And I think they probably lean into those way more.
Definitely.
The value of the Combine scores are that it's, by and large, you've got this database of decades of material that you can compare guys against. Yeah. So I don't think Caserio completely discounts it, but I do think Caserio would look at, if the GPS numbers look a lot different than the testing numbers, he's going to say, okay, well, the GPS numbers really match up with what we see on film.
Yeah, that's what he is when he's pulling to go knock a linebacker into the dirt. That's how fast he's running.
Great testers who just don't move that fast on the football
Correct,
field,
yeah.
and vice versa.
Pads on and everything else. So Emeka Egbuka is gone in this draft. He goes 22 to the Chargers, I believe. But C.J. Stroud, a former teammate of Emeka Egbuka, this was kind of fun yesterday in that we got to talk to some players, talk to Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud, who were teammates with some of the guys that are earmarked for the Texans at 25. Here was C.J. Stroud on wide receiver Emeka Egbuka.
Me and Mac, we were very close at O State, and as just time goes on, you stay connected, but it's just different, not being in the same building and stuff. But man, he can call me anytime. That's my brother for life, and I'm super proud of him, just the man he's become, the man of God first and foremost, and just that leadership that he's brought. And I remember him being like this #1 recruiting receiver coming into our school, and and he came in with just wanting to work. And so I know that he'll do the same thing, coming to the league, and he's going to have no problem adjusting. I think he's going to be a long-time vet, just somebody who's going to make a lot of plays, reliable, going to block, going to do everything that you ask him to do. But first, he's going to be a leader. And I'm just excited to see, him work out, and G. Scott and Trey, all those guys, JT, Jack, all those guys I was there with, to see them, turning the corner on their college careers. And we're developed there. We're bred there. They teach us a bunch. They're hard on us. The main thing that I remember is just Coach Mick, just being super hard on us in the strength in the weight room. But it all pays off. Same skill that they use at school, like Mick and all those boys, they'll use it in the league, and they'll have no problem adjusting.
It sounds like Emeka Egbuka is basically the Tyler Booker of the wide receiver position.
Yeah. Now with Egbuka feels more like. It's a weird power ranking there, but I feel like the power ranking of which guy, based on what people say about him, sounds more like Will Anderson. I feel like Egbuka really sounds like the Will Anderson.
Yeah.
I think Tyler Booker is very well respected and whatever, but it feels like Egbuka people are really they're saying it with all their diaphragm.
Yeah.
They're saying, this guy's just different. He's just different.
You think they have Egbuka higher up the board than most teams do, the Texans, based on stuff like that?
Probably with Egbuka and Booker and various other guys, I think there are some teams that genuinely value the football character side of things. Every team talks about it and says we want smart, tough, dependable guys. I think especially since D'Amico came in, that they 100% really try to live by their own doctrine.
Yep.
And like Nick the other day said that their draft board is probably smaller than a lot of other teams. I think they elevate some guys more than other teams based on football character, and then I think they take some guys off their board based on sketchy reports.
I watched some of Chris Ballard's press conference yesterday, the GM in Indianapolis. He said that there's 257 picks in the draft. he said their big board is somewhere between 150 and 175 players.
Yeah.
So most teams don't have nearly as many players on their board as there are picks in the draft.
Yeah. Just to see the really funky stuff happen in the back half of the draft where there's a lot of teams that are like, ugh. Yeah, great. Yeah.
Do I have to use his pick here?
I have to sign him to a guaranteed rookie contract where I'd prefer to get him as a college free agent.
Free agent. Yep.
Great.
Yep. You're wondering why 7th-round picks get used as filler to move up and up in the first couple days of the draft.
But it is. I mean, everybody's boards are different.
Sure.
So it's not like there's everybody that just feels like they're destitute at the end.
Yeah. That's just the Ballard is the only one I've ever heard give a number as far as how many players are on their board. I wonder if the Texans are even smaller than that.
Ballard also said that both his quarterbacks will probably play meaningful roles.
Oh, we'll get to that. Pettycast. I've got that here. Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry. We've got a little Chris Ballard for you coming up next. Speaking of which, the Pettycast. We do it every Tuesday at 8 o'clock. What are the things that I'm petty about, Seth's petty about, people around sports are petty about? Text yours in, 713-572-4610. Tuesday Pettycast coming up next. I was probably petty a couple weeks ago when I missed Prize Picks, when I had a 5.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, pettycast time. Text in your petties. 713-572-4610. The Rockets are playing the Warriors in a playoff series. I can't imagine that there aren't things that our audience is feeling petty about. There's got to be a lot of petty out there for this series right now. With the Rockets and the
petty
Warriors.
about? Just one quick little Jr. and his first at-bat last night. Assumed the walk. He thought he got a fourth ball thrown to him by Hunter Brown, where it was clearly a strike.
Yeah.
And he was indignant about it. He had thrown his bat and was walking and had to come back. Ended up lining out on that, but and I was pretty petty about it, like whatever, rich guy.
Yeah, exactly. You got your $500 million, and now you can boss people around. Yeah.
But then Altuve in his next at bat walked on pretty much the same pitch. So on a
Jose
clear
Altuve.
strike.
That's my explanation for that.
But you know what? Altuve wouldn't have started sprinting towards first, assuming that he had walked, and then turned back and scowled at the ump.
Right, right. All right, let's get to these here. 713-572-4610 if you want to text in. This first one here, it feels like this is one where the person you're about to listen to may be a little petty. Lane Kiffin was on the Pivot podcast. That's one I may go back and listen to the whole thing.
It's
Lane
really
Kiffin.
good. He talks about his sobriety and how he kind of, like, it's really good. It's
So you listened to
Lane Kiffin.
You listened to it. Okay, gotcha.
I knew Lane Kiffin when I was a young, my first couple years in the league. He was a quality control guy.
Yeah.
And I didn't, he came off exactly like Lane Kiffin.
Right.
I liked him. He was entertaining, but I was like, this guy will certainly never be the head coach of the Raiders way sooner than anybody expects.
So he was on. So Lane Kiffin was on Tom Coughlin's staff in Jacksonville, huh?
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay. They seem
Lane
like very
Kiffin was
opposite
smarter
people.
than everybody else.
Yeah.
And his eyes, yeah.
So
but in a fun way. He was cool. I liked him.
I've grown more and more to like Lane Kiffin as he's gotten older. Here's Lane Kiffin on the Pivot podcast. Most of what you're going to hear is actually Channing Crowder, just kind of in disbelief that Carson Beck, the former Georgia quarterback who left Georgia and transferred to Miami, who got $4 million plus in NIL money from Miami, which has caused a lot of controversy around college football. That's what reportedly was the trigger for Nico Iamaleava to seek $4 million from Tennessee. Hey man, Carson Beck's getting $4 million plus.
And he has an eminently punchable face.
Eminently punchable, yes, a very punchable face. Here was the Pivot podcast on that. Lane Kiffin's the voice you'll hear at the end.
It's crazy, Coach, that you bring up the NFL structure with college now because they're under contract. They're making money. They're making millions of dollars. I think down in Miami, what's Carson Beck?
4.3.
4.3 million. I think my biggest year was 6. He's a college kid. So, like, you bring up the comparison of what they're doing. They're really getting NFL money.
Miami gave him $4.3 million?
That's what the evaluation says. Hey,
did they watch this game against us?
You don't have to be great, Coach. Hey, Lane,
I was trying not to go. You set me up.
Yeah. He tried to kind of backtrack a little bit. I'm just joking. No, you're not. You're petty. It's good.
He's like, oh, damn it, I'm sober now.
I can't blame it on the alcohol.
That's like, yeah. There's a certain liberation you get from being sober. You're like, whatever. Yeah.
People hate Carson Beck, man. Even his former.
Well, and he had, did he have not one Lamborghini but 2? Or was it just one Lamborghini?
He had 2 that got stolen, I think.
He had 2 Lamborghinis.
Yeah.
Ben, I apologize for doing this on the fly. I just emailed you some audio. Is it possible at all for us? Just let me know if it's possible to play it right now or not.
Right,
I'll explain what it is.
Yeah, well, explain what it is while he's trying to find it.
Okay. So this was on, I have no idea who any of these people are. This was on Kai Trump's podcast.
I will
speaking to the Cavender twins.
The Cavender twins,
one of whom used to date Carson Beck, and this is the twins themselves. They're both. I'm not going to try to explain which is which. The one who dated Carson Beck and the other one explaining why she broke up with Carson Beck.
Break out all the shots. So basically, we were supposed to we go to Nashville, right? And they wanted to Nashville, whole breakout, all this jazz. Yeah. On his phone like this, high the whole time. Like, dude, get off your phone. But does he have friends? No. Like nobody likes it. And he wouldn't talk to me. He's like an ego. He's like he wanted people to stop him and take a picture. We were he hated out the bar, and I'd be embarrassed. Like I'm sorry. I'd be very embarrassed. And I was like, oh my god, how are you? Yeah. Anywho, so I broke up with him. And then I broke up with him, and all these cheating came out. I had no idea. I didn't break up with him because he didn't. I broke up with him because of who he was.
There you go. Then we just cut it off there. I broke up with him because of who he was.
Yeah.
He sounds like Bo Callahan. Does he have any friends?
So, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That was the thing she was most emphatic about. Does he have any friends? No.
He's Bo Callahan with a speed bag for a face. Yes.
Sean, you should be proud of me. I edited that video heavily. You could not hear what they were saying, so I reduced the background noise and enhanced
I
the
was
voices
impressed.
And everything.
Yeah, you could actually hear them talking a little bit. The other Cavender twin just got engaged to Jake Ferguson, the tight end on the Cowboys. Yeah, just, as an aside.
Who are the Cavender twins?
They play for the University of Miami basketball team.
Oh, them. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, now
Yep.
I know them.
Yep.
All right.
Speaking of basketball, this is a petty cast, so let's get petty about Dallas being miserable, shall we? Here was Nico Harrison at his press conference yesterday, postseason press conference for the GM that traded Luka Doncic. This is Nico Harrison saying he didn't realize how beloved Luka was in Dallas.
Didn't know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that, so it just continued to, go on and on.
We didn't realize that the guy who's chronically injured might get injued.
And didn't realize how important the guy who just took us to the NBA Finals the previous year, how popular he was. Yeah.
Mavericks fans that are on X, it was hilarious to see their responses. So many of them were, you didn't know how popular he was. Do you go to the games?
Yeah.
Every jersey in there is a Doncic jersey. I'll tell you what, the one that probably really stung was Doncic a few days ago in an interview saying that when he found out about the trade, he smashed his phone.
Yeah.
His phone is still smashed.
Yeah, he showed it
he's
to
still
the interviewer.
using it. But he was genuinely, if you're a Mavericks fan, at least maybe you hear something like, oh, yeah, I was sick of that place anyway or anything. No, he was devastated emotionally that he was traded away.
Wanted to finish his career as a Maverick, he said. Yeah, it was. Here's one more from Nico Harrison. They held his feet to the fire yesterday at this press conference. Why shouldn't you be fired?
Why shouldn't you be fired?
Well, one, I think I've done a really good job here, and I don't think I can be judged by the injuries this year. You have to judge from totality, from beginning to end. And so I think I have a really good working relationship with Patrick. I think you add in Rick. The leadership that we have is really elite. And you'll see next year when our team comes back, we're going to be competing for a championship.
Sure does sound elite, man. That sounds like that smacks of elite level leadership right there. The injuries.
It's funny, though, him bringing up the injuries. Honestly, with Anthony Davis, it's like Mike Trout. You look at his stats, and over the since 2021-22, 40 games, 56 games.
Yep.
Played 76 games in 23-24, 42 games last year.
Yeah.
What did you expect?
Yeah,
you didn't expect injuries to be an issue?
If you trade for Anthony Davis, you lose your right to use injuries as an excuse, for him at least, for sure.
Remember Charles Barkley, who had defended him initially on the trade, it just flat out said yesterday, you got to stop talking.
Stop talking.
You just stop talking. You're not doing yourself any services.
Barkley looked into the camera. Barkley said, which camera am I looking into here? And he looked into the camera and was like he was talking to Nico Harrison face to face. All right, speaking of GMs, Chris Ballard in Indianapolis had his pre-draft press conference yesterday, and he laid out the Indianapolis QB situation. Keep in mind, they signed Daniel Jones to a one-year deal, but they're still sitting on Anthony Richardson, who was drafted 4th overall 2 seasons ago, 2 picks after C.J. Stroud. Here's Ballard laying out the Indianapolis QB situation.
That'll be a decision between, Shane and, Jim Bob.
Mr. Irsay, I, and we'll all get together, and who gives us our best chance to win. I think it'll be a great competition between both of them. Look, sometimes, I want to say this right, like, sometimes you got to be bad before you can be good at playing this game. Sometimes you got to struggle before you can be good. All right, and we got two guys that have had some really strong flashes, and they've had some bad moments too, and that's okay. I think both of them will be better because of this, and I think the team will be better because of it. Competition brings out everybody, and I think we'll see that. Whether to sit here a day before we even start the off season and have a vision of how. You don't want to begin with an end in mind. We're not going to do that. It's like the draft. You don't want to begin with an end in mind. You got to let things play out the way they should and compete, and who gives the team the best chance to win. If I'm a betting man, both of them, at some point, both of them will help us.
Okay. As a Texan fan, that should be music to your ears. At some point, both of these guys, I tell you one thing that D'Amico Ryans isn't saying, or Nick Caserio, is that at some point, C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills are both going to help us, are both going to play this season.
Oh, my gosh. You know, the best thing about Anthony Richardson and his infamous 50% completion percentage is that
you're being generous.
It's heavily buoyed by just a couple of performances. So he's career 50.6. Last year, I can't remember what he finished at. I think he finished above 50% last year for the season. In 11 games, in individual games, he finished above 50% 3 times.
Yeah.
There were only 3 games last year in which he completed more than 50% of his passes.
Yep.
He's an atrocious quarterback who does terrify me on any given Sunday.
Sure.
Because he can destroy you with some of his circus throws and his good throws and his legs.
Yep.
But he's been an abomination as a quarterback.
Yep. Yeah. The reason I put anything covered in the Petty cast, that last line where he's like, at some point, both of them, at that point, I'm like, yes, perfect. You have no idea who's going to start because they're both bad. And bringing out the best, competition brings out the best in guys. What's the best for Daniel Jones? And good. I think the best for either of those guys doesn't compete to win the division. But this is why the biggest reason why I put Ballard in the Petty cast. Because this is how he reacted to securing the services of Leatu Letu last year with the 15th overall pick.
We had the best rusher in the draft.
You missed it. We got the best defensive player in the draft.
Right, who traditionally will go, in a good year, will go at like the top 3 or so. Yeah. Leatu did have a good season. But and it was hard for me because I like Leatu Letu a lot.
Did he have a good season? Was he good this year?
Yeah, he did well.
Looks like
I don't know how many sacks he ended up with or anything, but by and large, he played well. He did? As we've seen, remember we went over this with Will Anderson, most of the premier pass rushers have single-digit sacks their first year. It's the second year where it really clicks for him. But he did some good things. It was hard for me to see him go to the cesspool that is the Colts.
Yep. Last one here in the Pettycast. This is Chris Sims with Mike Florio talking about Brock Purdy not being a top 10. Don't pay him high money, 50, 60 million, because he is not a top 10 QB.
The league, nobody looks at Brock Purdy and thinks he's a top 10 quarterback in football. Nobody. Yeah. With Shanahan as his OC and the 49er a few years, yeah, he can look pretty damn good. He can look top 10-ish. But we just saw last year when the 49er All-Star team fell apart and got injured, 6-11, and we're talking about we're going to pay over $50 million a year, and that's what it seems like. So that's just, I think, the 49ers are in a tough spot in their organization. They do have a quarterback. He is their franchise guy, but I don't think he's worth being paid one of the top 10 quarterbacks in football. But they got a guy, and they believe in him. So I don't know what to say, and I'm not mad at them for that either, but it's a tough situation. And, yeah, I would not want to see them pay more than $45 million a year either if I was running the team or had such say in it.
I think Chris Sims is being petty there, Seth, that he never wound up in a situation like Brock Purdy. where he plug and play.
He would have easily been just like Brock Purdy.
I might have made $40 million if I get plugged into that situation. Yeah, that's Sims. To me, that's Sims being petty right there.
They were a middle of the road offense last year at the end of the year, and Brock Purdy was 7th in QBR. I think that he's one of those guys who's almost penalized for overachieving to the point where people need to point out that he's not genuinely elite, so he's actually not that good at all.
Yep.
So I have a tendency to want to stick up for Brock Purdy, yet at the same time, I don't lump him in with the Lamar Jacksons, the Josh Allens, the Joe Burrows of the world.
No, and the contract has not gotten done yet. So we'll see. I mean, there's QBs worse than Brock Purdy who've gotten top of has not been as good as Brock Purdy. He got $55 million a year from the Jacksonville Jaguars. So we're gonna wait and see what happens. Actually, an early candidate for Take a Mania this Friday was Puka Nacua. I was surprised. Puka Nacua talking on somebody else's team's quarterback's contract situation. This was Puka with Edelman talking about the Brock Purdy contract. Take a listen to this.
Brock Purdy, is he going to get a 5?
I don't think so.
Do you think he's going to go with a 4?
Pause, man. When he says, is he going to get a 5, is he going to get a 5 in front of his average annual value? 50 or
50 million
50
plus,
or 40 million, yeah. Go ahead.
Brock Purdy, is he going to get a 5?
I don't think so.
Do you think he's going to go with a 4? It's going to start with a 4.
Yeah.
A high 4?
No. I think mid 4.
A 45?
I think so. I mean, I think
if he does that, that'd be smart for him and them.
Yeah. I mean, I think he seems like a smart guy. I think they have a chance to still be in their window, and I think if he goes for a 5, that the window closes.
Okay, that's the dumbest take ever. Like that was that. Okay, so if he gets $45 million, the window stays open, but if he gets $50 million, the window closes.
Yeah, that's what
on the
closes
49ers.
the window.
$5 million.
Right.
You know how easy it is to find $5 million with the salary cap. Puka, stay in your lane, man.
I don't know, man. Puka was getting a little. He was drinking that podcast juice. That was probably around minute. It might have been. I'd have to go back and watch the interview and see if it was minute 45 or later.
Yeah.
Minute 45 is when all of a sudden all the defenses and the barriers fall down, and you forget that you're being recorded, and you just start having conversation in his living room.
I saw the tweet about this. I'm like, man, Puka spoke on Brock Purdy's contract situation. Wow,
yeah.
You just don't see that very often. I'm glad he did it because it made for fun content. But that is a horrific take. Puka, not a good campaign to become a general manager when you retire at 30.
Well, it's a bad take. It's a bad take as soon as he starts speaking on it as to what contract the guy should take.
Yeah.
Just keep other guys' business out of your mouth.
Yes.
They'll handle it, and you hope for the best for them. But just don't start becoming a fan of. It's like you're all of a sudden now you're a fan, and you're trying to explain. Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. That was the petty cast.
I mean, obviously, it's not his team and everything.
That's the biggest thing.
Now, if he had done it for a teammate, that would have been real bad.
He's talking about Stafford. Like Stafford's looking to sign. That's his teammate.
Yeah.
Like Stafford. I think Matt probably needs to hang in the 40s. And Kelly Stafford would have shown up at his house.
What if he got up and started talking about Kelly and how intrusive she is with the team dynamics?
We got some good texts on some of the petties we just played. We'll hit those in the next segment. Also, are the Texans really just the 19th best roster in the NFL? Are they that far down? One expert says yes. We will discuss that coming up next.
Don't have the 19th best.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A little disrespect from the Athletic when it comes to the Houston Texans. This is Austin Mock, who I believe he's that guy in the Athletic set that has the computer that he feeds a lot of stuff into, and it spits out, models on what the season could look like and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a computer
That
nerd.
type of a computer.
Yeah,
okay.
the computer you put data into and it spits things out.
Yeah,
type.
okay.
Yeah.
He's got one of those.
As opposed
those
to
IBM
the ones,
machines.
as opposed to the ones with arms and legs and self-awareness called robots. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah. But he has a model where he ranked all 32 NFL rosters from best to worst before the draft. This is before the draft, obviously. The model takes various metrics and assigns a value to each player that shows their impact on a single game. Positional value is vital in football. Means that Saquon Barkley as a star running back doesn't get as much love as, say, Myles Garrett, who is a star edge rusher. Edge rusher, more important and irreplaceable position than running back. So after summing up the values of each roster, he ranks them 1 through 32. And he ranks them, the point system is how many points a team is expected to win or lose by against an average NFL roster. Okay?
Yeah. And it's not, to be fair to him, it's not shade. It's just these are what the numbers are.
Oh, you take it however you want to.
It's about as objective as you can get. Yeah.
Could have just not written the article, okay?
He said he did all this work, and then
Saw the
it was like, wait a second, Texans are the 19th. Oh, what the hell? No.
I think I'm going to write about botany or something like that. Yeah. The Eagles are the most talented roster on here. Just to give a perspective on what the range is, the Eagles are the most talented. They are viewed as being 6.7 points better than an average roster, so nearly a touchdown better than an average. Expected margin of victory against an average roster would be nearly a touchdown. Ravens second, Lions third. You get the idea. Chiefs fourth, Bills fifth. That's the top five. Buccaneers sixth, huh? But that's your top five. Top five teams are basically the Lions and all the teams that made it to the conference title games last year. The bottom of the league is the negative 5.2 points against an average NFL roster. I point that out because it's Tennessee and it's fun to point it out, but it gives you the range sort of what this looks like. The Texans are 19th on this list. They are viewed as a roster who is nearly a point worse than an average roster in the NFL.
Yeah.
Seth, you're looking at this just like I am here. The teams that are around the Texans, the three teams in front of the Texans are the Steelers, Dolphins, and Falcons. Two teams that didn't make the playoffs, and the Steelers who did but got blown out, knocked out. The three teams behind the Texans, directly behind them, are the Cardinals, the Colts, and the Seahawks.
Yeah.
This does not feel like the swamp of teams that I or a lot of Texan fans feel the Texans are in.
No, but I do think that it's probably a pretty accurate indication in terms of if you look at the way the Texans were last year and how guys played on offense compared to other good teams, they had a lot of drastically underperforming players on the offensive line, at tight end, largely that. We'll say that. So half of their offensive roster was underperforming. And then
they lost two big receivers during the injury. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And even as they're looking at it on the roster right now, you take Stephon Diggs out of the equation. You take Tank Dell out of the equation. And it looks pretty decrepit. And a lot of that also has to do with you lost Laramie Tunsil that would have graded highly in the regards and whatever. So it makes sense. I think on paper you can look at the team and say, well, on paper, they're a worse team than however they finished up a couple years ago when you subtract all those guys who performed well a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I think the part that maybe skews it a little bit is that on the defensive side of the ball, the cumulative effect of the players you did have was that you took the ball away a lot. You were second in interceptions. That tilts the tables a lot in terms of how competitive you are week in and week out. You played in a weaker division, that helps out a lot. I think that the cautionary tale with this jersey and with this ranking and the where it really matters is that it really drives home the point that, yeah, you've got to get better play out of your offensive line and out of your tight ends this year. If not, you're not. As it wasn't a Super Bowl caliber offense last year. And if things remain the status quo, if they don't get better, it wouldn't be a Super Bowl caliber offense this year.
Yeah, I think if you're ranking the things they need to get better at to make this ranking better, I think you're spot on. It's offensive line, it's tight end. CJ needs to play better too. You know, I think I don't want him to go blameless in where the offense was. I make no mistake. If they had a better offensive line, I think CJ has a much better season last year. But there were some things that are probably reflected in what Austin Mock is using here to derive this 19th overall ranking that are on CJ having to just flat out play better, make throws that he was making in his rookie year, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you know, and with CJ, there's a kind of because you see this. If you look at the rankings and the teams that have the best rosters overall, okay, the Eagles, the Ravens, the Lions, the Chiefs, the Bills, that makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
There is kind of a synergistic effect, though, too, that when the team plays better, obviously you have individual players who are playing better, but then also some of your average players end up playing better than they actually are, just because they're playing alongside of other people. So there's a little bit of a chicken and egg element there. Yes, you need those good players to be a really good team, but the team that has good players and they play really well together, then those guys tend to be graded out individually better. So I look at this and you say, okay, they're the 19th best roster. It's all sandwiched right in there in that like middle 25 percentile or whatever it would be. Realistically, when you look at the actual scores, that I don't look at it. I look at it as a pretty accurate indication of I think how they played last year and where they are right now with the O-line rebuild.
Average football team, like they're in the range where you say they're an average football team. According to this, they're less than a point below an average football team, which means like it's coin flip,
and they can't get away with playing offensively the way they did last year. So if I'm looking at it, just the cold hard statistics. The huge X factor here, one of them is Nick Caley and whether he's a better offensive coordinator than Bobby Slowick.
Yep.
I mean, Bobby Slowick got fired last year. You don't have to overthink it. D'Amico doesn't think that Bobby Slowick did a good job, can do their job. And just by virtue of having a better offensive coordinator in there, you get better individual performances out of all those guys. You don't look at the numbers and say that this is that guy's grade last year, and that's exactly who he is as a player.
Well, if we're going to be specific about this ranking that you and I are talking about, if you're tuning in, Seth and I are talking about a ranking The Athletic has ranking the rosters heading into the NFL draft later this week. It's all based on the players. There's nothing. It's positional value, player value. There's no way to measure. There's no body of work for Nick Caley, let alone some numeric thing you can put into a computer that sorts this out.
But I guess what I'm saying is that this is where it gets tough with analytics in football, is that because everything is so interdependent that the success of the team also does highlight the individual players, and they end up grading out better and everything. So I feel like it's a pretty accurate indication of what the team was last year.
Yeah.
They were a 500-plus football team for much of the season because the offense was so underperforming.
Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Looks like CJ isn't doing the Draft Day podcast again this year. He was. I don't know if they podcasted that. I think what you're referring to is on Bleacher Report. They had their own NFL draft show. I think they streamed it. So,
well, yeah, podcast is a pretty generic term these days for if you stream it or whatever else. Yeah,
gotcha. Good. I say good. He was good on that last year. I don't think he said anything. I don't think there was anything on that podcast last year or that show, that stream, whatever we're calling it, that I felt like CJ said some things on the podcast or on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast where he's ranking the top 5 quarterbacks in the league and he's third. Those are things where I'm like, all right, he might want to chill on that a little bit. But I love that with him and Micah last year because, one, any interplay with him and Micah is always very entertaining because CJ hates Micah's takes. But then the Ricky Pearsall dynamic when Pearsall got drafted by the 49ers at 31 and CJ went into the fetal position on the couch because he really liked Ricky Pearsall, obviously.
Yeah, I think there's a part of with your quarterback where that's the player that you want to be able to most ignore the noise and ignore the distractions. So there is something with the quarterback position where you really don't want your quarterback contributing to the noise. And I think a lot of that is just maturing into a full-blown veteran NFL quarterback where you just kind of want to be above or completely distance yourself from a lot of the drama.
Mhm.
You got to be that calm, cool, collected baseball mentality of, not going too high with the highs, not going too low with the lows. Where I feel like it's a justifiable concern of fans if their quarterback is too much out there in the discussion and everything. And I know a lot of people love to act like, this is a petty thing to be concerned about. All right, just get over yourself, Joe. You get things more than other people. I like a quarterback that's more just in his bunker, doing his own thing, concerned about football, and not as much the fame side of it.
For being honest, it's probably less fun to do those podcasts when you didn't have as good a season as your rookie year also. It's easy.
True.
It's more fun to go talk about how awesome you were the year before than a year where people are like, what happened last year?
Oh, no. And there were a lot of people, too, I think, in the national media, I think there are a lot of people that are kind of want their old takes about how dominant CJ was going to be last year to kind of recede and not have to address it. They still feel highly about CJ Stroud, but they're kind of in wait-and-see mode.
Where's Washington in the rankings, somebody's asking. They are tied for 8th with the Los Angeles Rams. So they're fairly high up there, which is honestly, that might have been in the range where the Texans were coming off of CJ's rookie year, Right.
The
Commanders are kind of the Texans from 2 years ago.
Well, and honestly, what I'm trying to say here is that because obviously I'm a Texans fan and I want the Texans to be ranked high in everything, I'm not trying to diminish it. I 100% agree and see why they are where they are, but rankings like this I also take with a huge grain of salt because it's amazing. It's amazing when you look at one player on a bad team and how poorly he's graded. Simply by going to a new team, all of a sudden he's graded much better, yes, because his flaws don't have as many opportunities to be exposed. So there's a lot of individual players on. I said this all last year about the Texans' offensive line. Those guys individually had better football in them. But the way in which they were being coached and how they were functioning as a unit made every single one of them look like the worst version of himself. That's why I still have a restrained optimism about guys like Juice Scruggs and Jarrett Patterson and all those other young guys.
Cam Smith was on Sunday Night Baseball. He sat down with Eduardo Perez. And this was cool to hear. A young player on the Astros, what his view of going to the Astros was and what the biggest adjustment is to playing right field instead of third base. We'll hear from Cam Smith on the heels of a 7-0 Astros win last night against Toronto. We'll do that coming up next.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll hear from Cam Smith in just a minute on what it feels like to play for the Astros. This is from the interview he did with Eduardo Perez on Sunday Night Baseball. Quick news item here. Well, this is actually, I'm looking at it. It's right below a bunch of tweets that I have that are recent tweets, and then this is from Adam Schefter. See, the Titans have informed Cam Ward that they're going to take him with the first overall pick. So, yeah. I had not seen that yesterday. I just noticed, and it said, that was yesterday that got put out there. But welcome to the AFC South, Cam Ward. We will see you twice next year. Neither time wearing an Oiler uniform, but look forward to smashing your face in the dirt 2 times for each of the next handful of years, Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Welcome to the AFC.
I am now that does honestly. I've told you before, I get a little bit nervous about that because I think Cam Ward, he is, just like as it is with Anthony Richardson, but Cam Ward's a much more refined quarterback than Anthony Richardson was. But whether he's good or bad for the season, on any given Sunday, he's got some really elite skills and traits that could really do you in. If he has one of his good rookie games, just like it was, a different type of player than Vince Young, but Vince Young had some great moments his rookie season.
Mm-hmm.
So whether Cam Ward works out as a quarterback or not, that first year especially, where you don't know exactly how they're going to use him and what he's good at and what he isn't, he can really hurt you with his arm. Yeah, he can tear you apart.
Will Levis is still on that team. I wonder what he's thinking right now.
Disrespect that Will Levis faces.
Yeah, take it, pack it away, and put that chip on your shoulder, buddy.
I won't have to watch it. That's the one thing about playing in that damn division is twice a year I had to see all those mayonnaise commercials during the Titans.
Yeah,
games.
man. Yeah. Hellman's is now like they're putting their hand up to their face like this, not making eye contact with Will Levis. Like
somebody got fired. Somebody got fired at that ad agency.
Yeah.
Or at Hellman's.
Yeah,
they paid Levis.
Good for Will Levis getting an advertising bag for having a weird habit of putting mayonnaise in your coffee. That's how he got the gig, putting mayo in his coffee.
They could have spent that money on Olamalea, and maybe he'd still be there.
That's right. Maybe
he'd still be in the state of Tennessee.
Yep. Cam Smith, what does it feel like to play for the Houston Astros?
How cool is this that you're wearing a Houston Astro uniform in what is last year at this time? You were getting ready for a game at Dick Howser Stadium?
Yeah, I get to represent a historic organization every single day, putting on this hat and this uniform. It's so fun the way they play, and it makes me excited, honestly. It gives me that burning desire to keep showing up to the field every day.
For Cam Smith's whole life, virtually, his baseball watching life, they have been kind of an historic organization,
Yeah, I had that realization too.
Yeah.
Then when he says historic, you still think of Dodgers,
Yankees,
older than the other expansion teams. They were called the Colt 45s at one point. Cool, historic. But since he's probably really been paying attention to baseball, the Astros have been one of the major teams in the Major League Baseball.
And you're their right fielder, buddy. Yeah. Absolutely. This was funny. On the adjustment, this is Cam Smith sitting down with Eduardo Perez of ESPN on the dynamic of moving from third base, moving from the infield to right field.
I'm a little anxious out there. Like I want to be all up in the action. Like I feel like I'm missing out only out there. Like I'm talking to myself for the first time ever. So it's like I want to be involved. But at the end of the day, like I'm pretty much involved in every play, whether I'm backing up first base. We get a runner and a rundown. I'm going to a base. So there's always somewhere to be, but I'm just so used to like the hot corner and being right in it.
He loves rundowns because he gets to talk to somebody. Oh, I got to run in and back up third base or back up first base on this rundown. Yes.
That's, you know what? That is a big adjustment. And I remember there when he was first playing at spring training, I can't remember who was playing shortstop that day, but then it was him just asking the shortstop exactly where he should be lining up and everything, and all the adjustments you have to make as an infielder in the major leagues. That was, I wonder at some point, in the future, you might, typically the move is from the infield to the outfield, but he might make a move back to third base. It's what Pena was mic'd up in that game on Sunday Night Baseball too, and he had some really good little tidbits. But everything Cam Smith has done so far, including even on his errors, he makes up for it so much with some of the spectacular plays he's already made in his first time playing in right field, that it has the makings to be a really fun summer, man.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. I'm bullish on him in right field. I heard that audio yesterday. It was with the guys on In the Loop with Reggie and John, Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. every day here on Sports Radio 610. And Lopez made the point, which I thought was very funny, is, Cam Smith in right field because he loves being plugged in and talking to the guys and being engaged. Lopez said something along the lines of, that's why right field was perfect for Kyle Tucker. Like, Tucker's just out there, just in his own little world, hanging out, chilling and playing right field. No big deal. Yeah. I thought that was pretty funny. How does Cam Smith occupy himself in right field? Singing.
What does talking like yourself sound like if I had you mic'd up?
Honestly, I like to sing. I like to sing to myself. I like to sing songs just to stay loose, honestly.
I have to go there now.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Bob Marley. I like redemption songs.
Give it to me a little bit. We're singing. What are we singing right here?
I can't sing it. I can't sing it.
What's the chance?
I can't sing it for you, but that's the song I'm singing.
Okay.
Missed opportunity, man.
You know what? I was watching a video by a neurologist the other day, or a neuroscientist, who was talking about getting into a flow state, and that one of the things they found is that singing a song to yourself is actually a really good way to kind of get into that mode where you're not thinking, and you can kind of go into automatic if it's a song you're really familiar with. So that's a good strategy by Cam Smith that he just came up with because he was bored, but maybe it ends up being the more than just defeating the boredom.
That's weird. Because I have a song in my head every day, and I try to get it out of my head. Like, I just can't stop singing it to myself.
Well, it's different if you're trying to actually focus on something mental or something versus if you're out, when you're out on the mountain bike trail. Something really challenging, and you just want to get into that mode where you're just going. I know you're out there at Memorial Park, and you're just pounding around, jumping over roots and everything. Yeah. You just sing a little Bob Marley while you do it.
Little Bob Marley.
See if it feels any different.
Yeah. I should try it. I'll try that.
It's good for when you're nervous, too.
Yeah. I can see that.
Just sing a little song to yourself.
I could totally see that. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Where is Dallas in that ranking that you guys just read from The Athletic, the one that had the Texans 19th, the 19th best roster, according to analytics? The Cowboys are 15th on the list. They're a little bit ahead of the Texans. Cowboys have good players on their team. I wasn't surprised. Look, when you're 19th, you're fairly far down the list. There's going to be teams above you that you feel like we're better. We beat that team by 24 last year. What's going on?
Honestly, and I regret even sending this to you because it's there's so much about this graphic and this chart that doesn't make sense. I would not. Basically, it lumps the Texans in with all of the teams that are just in the average roster category right now. I was trying to do a standard deviation calculator earlier, and I screwed it up, which it was already, even me admitting to that has gotten way too nerdy already. It's that, by and large, the offensive line and the tight ends underperformed so drastically last year that, they deserve this ranking where they are. They're lifted up by a lot of the defensive performances and by Nico Collins and what have you. But because the offense was really just in the second half of the season, they were a bad offense.
Yeah.
That individual players graded out really poorly. But a lot of football is such an interconnected sport. It's the fact that they're 19th here doesn't feel like it's a devastatingly bad ranking or what have you. They're minus 0.8 points per game based on the roster. You go to the bad teams, and it's minus 3 points, minus 4 points, minus 5 points.
Yeah, it juts
per
out
game.
Pretty quickly after them. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just the Texans are basically lumped in with a bunch of other teams that are 0.1 this way or 0.1 that way.
Yeah, if this is where they are this coming season, the fan base is going to be wildly disappointed, I think, and that's with all three of the other AFC South teams being below them on this. I think that's the other thing that probably should be pointed out is even as where they are 19th on this list, all three AFC South teams are still below them on this thing,
Right. Yeah. It's a bad division.
It's a bad division,
You always get that boost up. But I think really for me, looking at that ranking, a lot of it simply has to do with if you take the exact same team last year, if you have a better offensive coordinator, then guess what? All of those individual guys are ranked higher on their metrics, and it's a much better roster based on just having a better offensive coordinator.
Yep.
That's why it's you can't look at these player ratings that they use as the be all end all. That like that's some kind of tattoo or a brand that they have on them.
Yep. Text message, yeah, Sean, I'm the same way. Sometimes a song stays in my head for weeks. I know, it's weird. Goodbyes by Post Malone. I can't get it out of my head the last couple days, man. Can't get it out of my head.
What's that sound like? I don't know that song.
You don't want me singing that song, I don't think.
I don't know who any singer is anymore anywhere. There's songs that come on that I enjoy, and that's it. I don't know. I barely know who these Cavender twins are. I know that's not music, but
biggest thing for me is I find a song that I like, and then I just play that song, and then I let Apple Music do the rest. They algorithm my way into several more songs that are in the genre, and that's how I find some new songs that I like. So,
right.
Yeah. It's
take over, Big Machine.
That's right, man. I'm here for it. it's easy. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
I let the algorithm run my other side. I've been on TikTok a little bit lately, and I never realized how much I need this mouth tape. But the deals are incredible.
Yeah, buy it
for this thing that I didn't even know I needed.
Yeah.
But every other TikTok that comes on my timeline is how I need this mouth tape.
Yes.
So that I breathe through my nose when I'm sleeping.
Hello, buy it. Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
they've got incredible deals right now.
Right.
According to TikTok.
Stop yammering and go buy it, all right?
I can get a month's supply for that?
Yes.
Oh.
And that's not all. Usually they'll throw other things in, too. All right, D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. He was asked about a topic that Nick Caserio was asked about. Are they in lockstep on this very important thing about the NFL draft? That is coming up next. But West Point Lincoln.
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, I know exactly how to take this text. As we were talking late in the previous segment about using a mechanism of singing or humming to kind of pass the time. Cam Smith, right fielder for the Astros, who's now lonely playing right field because he's not there near all his fellow infielders, says that he sings Bob Marley to pass the time and pass the loneliness. And someone says, so Sean, LMAO, that's why you hear men, all caps, that work with their hands humming and singing. It passes the time.
Yeah.
I think they're throwing a little shade at me for my lack of manual labor on my resume, is what that feels like.
Turns out, is this why people sing when they're okay, all these movies about chain gangs make sense now.
Guilty is charged, yes.
Wait a second, those guys working on the railroad were actually singing about working on the railroad?
Singing and humming, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Here is D'Amico Ryans, hard worker himself, on the culture that the Texans have established. This is yesterday. D'Amico had his first off-season program meeting with the media yesterday. Good to hear from the head coach on the culture they've established and others being able to carry his message.
We have a really solid group of guys who've been here. They understand, right, who I am. They understand my mentality, my approach, and what I expect out of guys. So it's not so much of me, so much of messaging of how we do things or what those guys can carry along the message, right? They can follow CJ, follow Will, follow Jalen, follow, a lot of guys who've done it the right way they've seen how I've operated for the past 2 years. So coaches, we don't need to be out there. We know we have really good leadership on our team, guys who do it the right way, guys who bring other guys along, and guys who expect to build a winning culture here. And so they just follow those guys, they'll fit in just fine.
It's exactly what we worried about last year, which is, all right, they've got the swarm culture on defense. And everything that D'Amico is saying right there is, I feel like it still applies to the defense. I'm not so sure it applies to the offense. I don't know exactly who in the offensive line meeting room is the guy that has been there and understands the culture and this is how it's going to be. No, on offense last year was not the culture that you need to aspire to. That's still a work in progress on that side of the ball, I think. And I think CJ, and this is where it gets dicey with quarterbacks. CJ knows it, and CJ operates the way I think you want a quarterback to operate. But quarterbacks, especially young quarterbacks, you got to be careful on how much you lean into them being the enforcer on a lot of that stuff. You got to have veterans at each position group that you feel really good about. On defense, they've got veterans at each position group that you feel really good about, that care about football deeply, that compete like crazy. On defense especially, they have an appetite for violence amongst guys who are in their 30s, which is nice. Sometimes the testosterone levels die down a little bit, and you don't have the appetite for violence. No, still a very healthy appetite for violence on defense. Offense, I'm not so sure. I don't know what the appetite for violence is in a lot of those position groups.
Yeah, we just don't know. I do feel like part of that cut there, Seth, as I'm listening to it, I do think about Laramie Tunsil and him not being in the building. It's become quite evident over the last several weeks and months as the draft gets discussed, or as Stingley gets extended, Nico gets extended last year, Jalen Petrie gets extended. It does become very apparent that at least moving forward, being present is a big deal with this leadership, with the head coach in the front office, I think. I think that's a big deal to them. And I'm partially guessing here. I don't know. Maybe I'm out over my skis, but I do feel like there's part of what D'Amico is talking about there, where in my mind I feel like the last vestiges of the guys that work out somewhere else when everybody else is in the building are now gone. And we can do what it is you're talking about, which is now try on the offensive side of the football better.
Well, the one thing I like, too, is when we talked to Caserio last time, Caserio had made the point that they really try to provide everything that a player wants or feels he needs in his offseason preparation. Because what will happen a lot of times is guys go and they start working out at some facility somewhere, and they have this new thing that they love or that they think is vital to their performance, and that's why I got to stay there and I got to work out in Nevada instead of in Houston or wherever else. So teams understand that, and they try to work with the players. which can be frustrating from the team's perspective. Because usually, by and large, what happens is some guy will be like, I absolutely need this piece of equipment. They buy the equipment, they put it in there.
It's dust.
And, yeah, you could run a white glove on it 3 weeks later.
Why is the wrapper still on this piece of equipment?
Yeah. Or these damn Instagram personal trainers, where they get their clients convinced that if you're not balancing on one foot on a physio ball while holding a kettlebell above your head, then you're not really developing your proprioception properly or whatever.
Oh my
you got to
God.
fight against some of that.
Yeah.
Some of that, really, frankly, some of the quackery that's out there. But it's a give and a take, and you try to really just make guys feel like, yeah, this is the best place for me to be individually, but that it's also the best place for me to be to really get to know my teammates.
Yep. Here was Nick Caserio. We're going to hear from D'Amico Ryans again in a second. Here was Nick Caserio. One of the cuts from his last week that got the most run was his insistence that the Texans do not draft on need.
Well, we've never drafted for need around here. I mean, we're never going to. So we're going to pick the best player that we feel fits our program, regardless of the position. I'd say other than quarterback, I'd say pretty much any position is on the table. So like it always is. So try to stay true to our board. That's the reason we grade the players. So we put the players on the board, we grade them accordingly, we value them accordingly relative to what we think the role is going to be, and then we take them off the board as we see fit. So, that's not going to change.
Okay, so that was Nick. So D'Amico gets asked about this yesterday. So this is always fun when it's a question that the person that D'Amico Ryans works most closely with gave his answer a week ago. D'Amico Ryans asked yesterday on drafting best player available versus drafting for need.
That's always the big talk in the draft, like need, best available. For us, we're going to take the best guy on the board. We won't just pass up a top player on our board just because we have a need at a certain position. It's okay to enhance and have a really strong position group if the draft falls that way. So you go in, there's no handcuffs on, hey, we have to draft this certain position and we're stuck at only looking at this position. No, we have a broad view of how we want to enhance our team, and it's not just looking at it, in a tight lens of it's only one way. Like if it's a position there, if it's a player that can really change our team, like we're going to take that guy. So that's where we talk about not truly drafting for need on our board.
So a slightly less dismissive version of Nick Caserio's answer.
Now, this is the way that I think some teams do it, to where they can speak and not be lying, where they say they take it based on their board or best player available, is that you kind of tweak the board a little bit based on maybe what you need or the types of players that you have. Now, some players are on there that just don't fit your system, so those guys are off the board. But that sometimes, all right, maybe there's a tie here, or these guys are graded very similarly, but boy, we sure could use an offensive lineman and we don't need an edge rusher. And then the other thing that happens too is that when you see a GM like Nick move around within the draft, all right, we want to be sure we're taking the best player available, and we stay true to our grades and our methods and everything. But, boy, there's a few offensive linemen just a few picks above us. And, boy, it'd be nice to be right there in that band of offensive linemen.
I don't think it's black and white. I do think the truth is probably way closer to what Nick is talking about. Like, I don't think he's standing up there and lying about it. I wonder if, getting asked about it every year gets frustrating. He gets asked about it every year,
No, and every GM does. And it's got to be one of those things that the question that I think that was the response that inspired the question of the day last week, where John asked, what's something that you say that's always a lie? Something you say all the time, but it's always a lie. And I think a lot of people just assume the GM is lying when they say they take best player available. Yeah. I think some organizations totally do take, let's say 98% of the time, best player available, and some don't. Yeah. But they all say that they do. But it's one of those things where I feel like if you're a GM who genuinely takes best player available, it's got to get really old knowing that people think you're lying every time you say it. So the question of the day could be for those guys at some point, what's something people say that it's true but that everybody assumes is a lie?
Oh, that's a good one.
I think there's some people that are convinced that everybody cheats no matter what.
Yeah.
Especially, I think people who cheat tend to feel like everybody cheats.
You mean like cheating on a spouse or something like that?
Yeah, or on a girlfriend or a boyfriend or
Yeah.
something. You know, people have a more cynical view of things, so
Yep.
they just like, yeah, they're lying when they say they've never done this or that.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good one. I think it is specific to this business. Like I talk to people and they'll ask me about people from other stations, and I'll be like, "No, I'm good friends with so and so. I'm good friends with so and so. No, I'm good friends with. I'm friendly with almost everybody in our business." And I think there's a lot of people, especially that see some people who maybe aren't as friendly with each other on social media going back and forth, and they just assume that we all hate each other, you know?
Yeah. Just so they don't believe you when you say you're friends with them.
No, I'm friends with this guy. I'm friends with that, especially the bigger an a-hole that person
and
is.
and you don't think and people just probably don't believe you.
They probably
when
don't
you say
believe me, yeah. They probably just feel like I'm not trying to start things, you know?
I get this, and this is interesting, again, and this goes like how people's personal experience colors things. Because guys like in radio will be like, so what do the Texans allow you to say and not say?
Yes.
I'm like they don't say. Like the only time they've ever come to me is when I say factually, like they correct something that I was factually wrong about. Like by and large, I've got carte blanche to say what they don't believe it. They don't believe it one
right.
bit.
You're 100% right, and it is the God's honest truth. I tell people this all the time. Like literally the only time that somebody has reached out where I've said something, and I've said plenty of things. I mean, look, you couldn't go through 2020 through 2023 without criticizing the team on a daily basis, was literally in 2014 where, remember Jadeveon Clowney tore his knee because the thought was he got his cleat caught in the pallet system there? And the team, I think, was very defensive of the pallet system back then, at least, because they had gotten sued by Brett Hartman, the punter. Gene Egdorf was the lawyer on that one, and stuff like that. I got a call from Kevin Cooper with some stats on the Texans' injury rate for their grass versus the other fields in the league. That's it. That was that's been
Which
the
is
extent.
again, that's one of those things where they're not like they're just saying, "Hey, here's more information."
Yeah.
And the one time, the biggest example, and again, it was something that didn't need to be corrected, but the Texans felt like, and the Texans were kind of PO'd about this, because I had said at some point, we had gotten a text during the show where they were, somebody had said, well, the Texans will never draft a black quarterback or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of went off. Then later in the show, some quarterback became available. There was news that some quarterback was available for trade or something. And I said, I don't know. I guess the Texans will have to check their racial policy first. And somehow that got back.
Sarcastically.
I said it sarcastically.
Yeah.
It was obviously sarcastic. It got back somehow that I was saying that the Texans have a race policy on
for quarterbacks. Oh my God!
So I got a call from Bob McNair. He was like, Seth, we don't have a racial policy. I was like, Mr. McNair, I know. I can assure you, this was a sarcastic comment, and I don't think he believed me. I think he was doing that thing where I was saying and he didn't believe me. He's like, well, Seth, it's just ridiculous. I was like, I know. That was the genesis of my joke that I was making. It was ridiculous.
Did you send him the audio? I would have sent him the audio.
The program director did, but at that point there were some just like genuine morons advising Mr. McNair that didn't get it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was such a clear-cut case.
Right.
It was
sarcasm.
such a clear-cut case of sarcasm.
Yep.
Well, but I think it was in the midst of a whole lot of other stuff going on, so they were kind of. But again, it wasn't. It was him calling up. He didn't say don't say that.
Right.
He was explaining to me that they don't have a racial policy on quarterbacks.
I know
I'm like,
don't.
you know what? It would be big. It would honestly be a big surprise to me if you did.
Yes.
You know, like 6 months before you draft Deshaun Watson.
Oh my God.
But
it's a good topic. Text in some things that you say that are true that you say that people just don't believe you.
Well, the one thing I know just is this. There's some people that are convinced that every NFL player is on steroids, and there's nothing you can do to sway them from that.
Who are these
and
people?
I'll be like, oh, I'm not denying that there are.
You're right.
It's just like, by and large, for them, it's a sport where because they test as much as they do, whatever you can get away with doesn't necessarily really give you all that much an advantage. It's not like a 100-meter dash where like 1/100th of a second is the difference between being on the Wheaties box or not.
Yep.
So like it's not like some people are convinced that every professional athlete is on PEDs.
Nothing
You
you
try
do
to tell them no, and I'm like, dude, there's guys that you can't be bothered to they can't be bothered to take creatine.
Yes.
I assure you. Yeah, whatever, Seth. Whatever. Like,
Yeah.
all right.
Ted Washington was definitely roiding. What are we doing, man? 380 pounds. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, coming up next, C.J. Stroud. He met with the media yesterday as well. He said one thing that got people very excited about the possibilities for the offense this year. And we got to go back and listen to his take on the offensive line changes as well. Was C.J. Stroud, his first words when he was asked about it was, "Yeah, I'm excited." I need to listen to the rest of that cut to see exactly how excited he is. We'll get to that in the next segment coming up next. But first, I want to tell you guys about Academy Sports.
powered by
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There was C.J. Stroud yesterday. This got people excited. C.J., not even implying, basically just saying it sounds like he's going to get a lot more control at the line of scrimmage in Nick Caley's offense than he had in Bobby Slowick's offense.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from L.A. and New England, and, he's going to bring some of that swag over here. So, that kind of is what I'm used to is, taking control and, being a little more pre-snap, having tools to put my guys in the best position. And that's, something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years. But even those principles I learned from, and it made me better because it added a new element to my game. So, be able to, just get better and learn from, what he did with, New England and L.A. Would definitely help me because I feel, those are two schemes that I'm, kind of used to in a sense. Like that's kind of what I ran at Ohio State, what kind of New Orleans does a little bit, and in L.A., it's kind of what we ran here these last 2 years. So I'll be able to, put my swag on it and have fun with it. And, he's all about, me taking full ownership and running the show, and that's what I want. So, I'm going to get what I want, and that's really been really cool just to see that he's, like, bought into me, and he doesn't really know me well yet. So, he talked about today having blind trust, and, I have a lot of trust in him, and how he presents in the room and things like that is really cool to see.
Okay, so far so good with CJ and his new offensive coordinator.
Did CJ ever say anything about swag with Bobby Slowick?
not as many times as he did.
I can't remember.
Right there.
I can't remember. Oh, you know what? The first time I heard it, I kind of thought about it, but I was like, I don't want to overanalyze this. But now I'm in the mood for overanalyzing. I feel like I could go through. Why don't you forward me all the transcripts, Sean? I know you keep the transcripts from all the press conferences.
I do.
Send me every C.J. Stroud press conference since he's been here, and I'm going to see if he's ever referenced. I'm going to Control F, on whether he's ever used the word swag in describing or talking about Bobby Slowick. And mind you, this is a big step for me because, by and large, I've been waiting for swag to die for a long time.
Yeah.
And yet it seems to have managed to become a standard word. Like cool. Cool was only hipsters said cool back in the 1950s or 60s, but by and large it just became something. CJ just used the word cool.
Yeah.
In its slang sense. So swag. There was no swag with Bobby Slowick.
No.
There is, at least as of now, there's some swag with Nick Caley, and I'm for it.
I am too.
Damn it.
I'm going to take CJ's word for it. We've not gotten enough of Nick Caley yet for you and I to make our swag assessment on him. I just got to take CJ's word for it that this is an offense that's going to be slathered in swag this year. Paintbrushes of swag. Yeah.
I didn't mind. It was when the old started, when Brian Billick and everybody started talking about swag. That was when Billick started being all about swag. That's where that was too much for me.
Not cool.
You got to
anymore.
let it die. If the kids are using it, then so be it.
It's like when your parents started to show up on Facebook.
The
would
first time
imagine
your aunt said,
kids.
"Whoop, there it is." You're like, all right, well, that's dead. So I thought as soon as Billick started leaning into swag was going to be dead, but it stuck around.
Dad walks up to you, "What's up?" Oh, that's dead. That's dead. So that was CJ on the offense. Now, specifically as to what he said, I am kind of excited to see what that looks like now. That big drastic shift in how the offense is administered. With CJ.
In the pre-snap stuff and CJ's command at the line of scrimmage. I know a lot of people were frustrated with that last year.
Yes.
I tried to be patient because I didn't know whether it was because CJ's a young quarterback and they're trying to bring him along slowly, but it got to the point where it just something needed to be done, and CJ having very little authority at the line of scrimmage other than checking in and out of predetermined plays and the standard fare. I think CJ's a guy who's totally mentally capable of doing all of that stuff, and he wants to be like Tom Brady that can come up to the line of scrimmage and figure out who's blitzing, who isn't, but then have the authority to change the pass protection. Slowick, at one point in one of his press conferences last year, just flat out said, we don't spend a lot of time, we don't want to put a lot of pressure on the quarterback to diagnose before the snap. The old Kubiak-Shanahan philosophy is, hey, whatever play is called, within play for you to get to where you need to get to. That it'll lead you, the reads and the progressions will lead you to the open guy. And that's becoming more antiquated.
Yeah.
I think there's just quarterbacks that can handle it and can do it and can kind of make that read pre-snap. It cuts out a lot of potential areas you can make mistakes, and I think CJ's capable of doing that. So that'll be fun to watch and see how he does with that this year.
Big thing to watch at training camp for sure, no doubt about it. And in games, obviously. Here with CJ Stroud yesterday on the changes to the offensive line.
Yeah, it's exciting, It's something that I've learned in this league. You don't ever get comfortable, just you got to be able to adapt and change and upgrade. Like every year the iPhone upgrades, you got to be able to upgrade like that. So that's something that I think that we'll do. Personally, for me, myself, that's a goal of mine is to get better in things that I need to get better in. Also, polish those things that I'm good at. But yeah, it's exciting having new guys, different. Everybody's different, so new personalities, new mindsets, and just really having one common goal and the same, the same goals. I think at the end of the day is what creates that winning program and that winning tenacity that we're all looking for. So.
I love the iPhone comparison. Like they haven't upgraded their iPhone in 2 years. The Texans.
Every year the iPhone updates, and yet every year autocorrect sucks.
Yeah.
So not every upgrade is a good upgrade.
That's right.
It's every year there's an upgrade, and a lot of times don't use, and autocorrect remains awful.
What level iPhone are you right now?
I have zero clue.
Okay, so you haven't gotten one in a while.
I haven't gotten one in a couple of years.
Yeah,
mine's paid off. That's how old it is.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you, dude. I know I got the 15 Pro Max earlier this year because we started doing a lot of videos and things like that, and it's a much better camera. But the autocorrect, you're right, it sucks on it. It's way worse than it was in my previous one.
I'll tell you the other thing that's awful just on Macs in general, and I don't understand how this is the thing they're awful at. Finding a file that's on your computer.
Yeah, you hate that.
It's atrocious. You can type in the exact file name and it won't show up in Finder or Spotlight or anything else like that. I've been on all the Mac forums, and even the Mac nerds don't have answers for it.
Really?
How is this the thing you can't do?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, the one thing that you should be able to do better than anything else is like, I might as well go into my actual file cabinet and search for a physical file. I'll have more success than doing it on my recently updated computer.
I didn't mean to get you hot on this. That was not my intent. Back to the offensive line. That was excellent. Back to the offensive line. So CJ said he's excited about this. I don't know how excited he sounded. This was when he was asked as a follow-up. Were you surprised at the changes along the offensive line?
That's something I feel, is not my pay grade. It's just I'm just a quarterback. But at the same time, it's you build relationships with guys, and your LT, of course. Well, I know you're talking about two of my best friends, so that I've come into the league with. So yeah, it hurts. You know what I mean? Our front office knows that, and they know how I felt about it. And but I totally understand, and I'm not against it at all. I totally think that we're heading to the right side of things. And I think something I learned about Nick is that he has a plan. No matter what happens, he always has something up his sleeve. So of course, sometimes we don't know what that is, and but you just have that trust, and that's something that we actually talked about today, having blind trust and having earned trust. And for Nick, he's gained my trust in both areas. So I'm excited, but I'm always going to be best friends with those guys and rooting them on, and I still talk to them daily. So.
I think this is where CJ being religious helps out a lot, because some of the things he said about Nick is the same attitude you have to have about God himself. At times it's like, he's got a plan, you don't know what it is,
faith.
like, hey, don't, just have faith, and that it'll work out all right. With humans, as CJ said, there's an earned trust too. Mm-hmm. And I feel like, there's one part of it is, okay, I'm an employee, that's my boss, I gotta have blind faith that they're going to do the right thing and just not worry about it. But it's a whole lot better when you genuinely feel it and believe it. And I do think there hasn't been anything this offseason that's felt at all like, there have been no reports or anything that CJ is agitated about the way they handled anything. No. It was, I think by and large, CJ understands that last year's performance as an offense wasn't good. A lot of change all over the place. The offensive coordinator is fired. You got rid of 3 of the starting offensive linemen. You got rid of you allowed the offensive line coach to retire, or whatever it might be.
Yep.
You got to change something.
Yep. And I think and I think that's them tearing down the offensive line. It had to happen. If he's friends with Shaq and Laramie Tunsil, whatever, but it had to happen.
I have an iPhone 13 Pro Max.
Okay, that's what I was on.
Is that
before.
old? What's the current one?
The current one's 16, I believe.
16.
16.
Oh,
yeah.
This thing's probably gonna blow up in my hand.
Yep, probably.
Am I allowed to fly with this?
You're holding basically a landmine in your left hand right there.
I might as well have a dial phone.
I'm allowed to fly with this.
I wanted to get rid of my smartphone completely, just for mental health purposes.
Yeah, good
but
luck.
I realized, man, I'm not ready to fly without my smartphone.
Yeah.
And even if I'd be cool with paper boarding passes and everything, but now, if it weren't for my phone half the time, I would have no clue when my gate changed.
Correct.
Because you can't understand anything they're saying over the loudspeaker, and sometimes it's on your phone before it's even on the monitor.
Yep.
So I can't. I can only get rid of my smartphone if I also stop flying altogether.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and that's.
And look, I don't have the resources for a Madden bus.
Right. Oh, and if you stop going to concerts because your ticket is going to be on your phone, no paper tickets anymore. Like, everything's on there.
Yeah,
man.
can you even get into a Texans game without a smartphone?
That's a good question. I don't know. I'm
or
not
any
sure.
game at all where there's all.
Amy's a season ticket holder, so one of the days we used to look forward to back in the day was her actually getting the physical tickets, the booklet of tickets sent to her, because you got to see which players were on the ticket. Like, oh, these are the guys that they think are the best 10 guys on the team or whatever. I can't remember last time we got a booklet of tickets sent to the house,
Can you get they have like cheap smartphones, right? Like I can get a burner phone or something. There's
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Put it out there. Yeah, text me.
Anybody with burner phones, text in.
Text in, yeah.
I promise I won't write your number down.
Right. You can score some Molly while you're at it as well. That would be great. How's that sound?
I got a Cricket Wireless or something. I just need a cheap smartphone where I can download emails or PDFs and everything.
I need a Cricket burner phone, a bookie, and just 5 ounces of Molly. That's what we need. Yeah, we're good.
What's the analog way to do crypto? Is it possible for me to where can I go buy crypto at a desk somewhere?
Rotary crypto, yes. Text message. Friend of mine, this goes back to people saying things that are true that people just don't believe.
Yeah.
Friend of mine is fully convinced that the NFL is scripted and rigged, and nothing I say convinces him otherwise. That's a big one these days.
There are a lot of people that are 100% convinced of that.
Yes.
I just, honestly, one of the scariest things for me on social media right now are some of the really, really crazy conspiracy theories that people are I thought the flat earthers were just people trolling for the longest time. And now I realize that there's an entire generation of people that do believe around Earth.
It's out there. It is out there.
Not an entire generation, but it scares the hell out of me.
Too many people.
It scares the hell out of me.
Too many people. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. That's where we're reading those texts from today. Final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. This Houston athlete is the best at his job right now. Out of all of them, this guy's the best at his job right now. That's coming up next.
O'Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, final segment, Payne and Pendergast with you.
We're talking Washington University?
No, what were you looking up during the break?
I was looking at the original members of the Big 8 Athletic Conference.
Okay.
So
And Washington University was one of them?
Yeah, that was one of the first victims of realignment.
Like Washington, like the state
Washington
of Washington?
University of St. Louis.
Okay,
Sean.
so that's,
Duh, everybody knows where Washington University is.
That's what I was asking. I knew there's one in St. Louis also. I forget who goes. Somebody went there that I know. I've heard somebody famous went there. Okay. Are you buying some swag? Are you in the spirit of swag?
I saw a T-shirt with a Big 8 T-shirt.
Okay.
I was thinking about buying that. Yeah.
I get one of the things that's getting curated. This happens to me a lot. I get a lot of like old T-shirt companies curated onto my Instagram timeline. With like funny '80s references and things like that. I'm this close to buying one that says "I still owe Columbia House money."
Those bastards. Those sons of bitches. Yeah. Oh, my God, Columbia House. I'm so angry already. I can't believe you brought up Columbia House.
Columbia House.
Hey, get all these albums, and then once a month you'll get somebody you've never heard of in the mail.
And they're going to charge you.
And try to cancel.
They're going to charge you a penny for the have to buy this one that's $36. And if you don't, we're sending it to you anyways and charging you for it.
Hey, I added memberships on my YouTube channel. So the lowest they'll allow me to charge is 99 cents a month.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to be able to do some live streams where I don't have to deal with like the random internet a-holes, but just actually people they want. So it's 99. But my plea is in a very Sally Struthers like, you can feed a hungry Seth for 3 cents a day. That's
Oh, yeah, with some Sarah McLachlan playing underneath it.
Yeah. Show me wanting to order another 10 wings, but my wallet is empty.
Oh, my God. All right. So go to
For 3 cents a day, you can feed a hungry Seth.
Feed a hungry Seth. Oh, man.
Don't despair, everybody. I'm still doing my normal amount of content. I'm just doing extra members-only live streams and stuff to where So for post-game, the biggest thing is I don't like Chiefs fans being up in the comments when I'm telling them,
dude,
that their quarterback is soft and faking an injury.
I'm guessing there's enough drunk and obnoxious Chiefs fans that are happy to pay the 99 cents to make
That's what I'm
feel
hoping
that
for.
way.
I want to bankrupt the city.
That's right. No, I'm willing to take that punishment if you'll pay me to do it. Yeah. Here's $10 to kick you in the junk, Seth. Joe Espada, I would contend right now that Hunter Brown is the best at his job in Houston in the sports world right now. He's freaking amazing. 7 shutout innings last night. 24. He's been maybe not to this level, but he's been really, really good for nearly a year now. Really, really good. Aside from a couple random starts, he's been awesome. Here's Joe Espada on Hunter Brown.
Oh, man. I'm not surprised. Was that like, he's like 20-plus inning scoreless right now. He's on a roll. He's confident, dominant. He goes after these guys. He's got the stuff. He's got the demeanor. I'm just how quickly he's turned around from last year, how it started, and where he is now. It's been incredible to watch.
Thank God. I mean, that honestly is like a bolt. I say a bolt of lightning. I know Alex Bregman and advice that he gave him to Hunter Brown had a lot to do with the turnaround, but that the turnaround was that drastic. Hunter Brown was the worst pitcher in baseball this time last year, and that's not an exaggeration. His ERA was in the teens probably this time a year ago, and that it wasn't just that he took all year last year to figure some things out. Now, it took all year to get his ERA under 4 because it was so bad at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I've ever seen an athlete flip a switch in Houston sports history like this one, where he went from the worst to among the best, and there was no burn-in period. Like, it just flipped within 2 weeks. It's crazy.
Right. Yeah, and
they don't win the division without him last year, and they're certainly not even 11-11 so far this year without him.
And he's been dominant so far. He's one of it's early in the season. He's got 6th lowest ERA amongst qualified starters in Major League Baseball. There's a bunch of guys under 1.2.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Not a bunch. There's 6 that are below like 1.15 or wherever he is.
Yeah.
The last 24 innings are scoreless.
Yep.
That's the longest streak since Javier had that 25 and a third stretch in 2022.
And Javier in 2022.
He's only the 5th Astros pitcher ever to have 24 scoreless innings in a row.
That's crazy, man. That is crazy. In 2022, Javier was a beast. No doubt about that. So,
this is the only 5 Astros pitchers have worked at least 6 scoreless innings in each of his last 3 starts.
Okay.
That's the one that there's only 5 Astros pitchers.
Okay,
that have done
gotcha. He's been great, man. He's been really, really good.
The two welcome additions yesterday, also bound for postseason success, obviously.
Yep.
Forrest Whitley comes in.
Oh, yeah.
Pitches the last 2 innings.
Former first-round pick.
DeZenzo.
Yeah, DeZenzo. That was cool. Yeah, DeZenzo, he was the Julia Morales interview of the game after the game last night. He had a couple RBI, a couple hits, I know. He did some things. Was playing first base last night. They gave Christian Walker the night off. Here was Joe Espada on Zach DeZenzo.
Like a true pro, it's not easy having young players who they want to be out there. I want to have them all out there. I'm a player development. That's how I came up in my professional career. I own this day, but the way he's going about things, preparing every day, taking extra swings, working on his defense at first in the outfield. I'm proud of him because it's not easy. It's not easy, and going out there against one of the best starters in the game and put those at bats together, it was great to see.
It would be interesting.
He'll be playing tomorrow.
Okay. So he's playing again. Okay, great. He's back in the lineup again. Okay, so we'll see we'll see where. I mean, he can play all over the place. Zach DeZenzo. It's interesting, Seth, because in spring training, Joe Espada said that keeping Zach DeZenzo and Cam Smith on the big league roster is going to be difficult to do because they're both guys that need to get every day at bats somewhere, whether it's in the big leagues or whether it's at Corpus or Sugar Land, whatever the case may be. And then to a lot of people's surprise, they both made the opening day roster. And I wonder what changed. I wonder what took place. If it's just Joe Espada just changing his mind, if it's, man, we need all hands on deck to just win at this point because we're not as talented as we used to be, or if there was a conversation where he sat down with Zach DeZenzo and Zach DeZenzo was able to convince him that he was wired to be able to handle this kind of jagged workload that he's getting. I would be very curious how they arrived at that because Joe Espada was adamant that DeZenzo and Cam Smith, above all else, those guys have to play every day. And I think he's not now.
And I think he still probably believes that, and that's the ideal circumstance, and yet they're also in a situation where they feel like DeZenzo's one of their best options.
He won the game for him last night in a way, right?
Yeah. I mean, that it's to sacrifice a little bit of the ideal development for the state of the actual Major League roster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. So Zach DeZenzo, he'll be back in the lineup today. We'll see.
The one thing too, but so in the bottom of the first, Altuve got on base by walking.
Yeah.
Then Alvarez hit the ball. It was caught shallow center field, and Altuve just kept on running to second. Altuve was stealing, and there was contact, and he kept running, got to second, realized and then tried to make it back to first. So
oopsie.
Blum pointed out, it wasn't really captured in the broadcast, but Blum pointed out the center fielder kind of deked him, kind of fooled Altuve.
Yeah.
So Altuve didn't realize but they didn't get a good view of it. I wanted to go back and watch the Blue Jays broadcast to see if they got a better view of it, and they didn't. But they need to fire one of the Blue Jays commentators because the Blue Jays commentator, as they're watching the replay, says, well, I mean, this is something you don't see very often, a veteran base runner like Altuve getting caught in a situation like this.
Someone who didn't read the scouting report right there.
Yeah.
Dude, that's his thing.
I know, that's his thing. That's his trademark thing.
Yes. Yeah. Man. Oh, that's funny. John Lopez and the birthday boy, Reggie Atatula, is in the house. Happy birthday, my friend.
Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Thank
How
you.
old are you?
I am 33 full whole. last year. Yeah.
That man, you're an actual adult.
Kind of.
What were you doing at 33, Seth? I was directing sales in the Rocky Mountains for a telecommunications company.
I was discovering day drinking.
It was right after
disastrously so.
I'm taking notes. Taking notes.
Let me tell you guys a story. I was when I was out of football, and I was still trying to figure out, exactly what I was going to do with my life. I was realizing the plan that I had. I had a very specific plan for what I wanted to do, and about 6 months into it, I realized this sucks. I need to do something else. But I walked out on my porch one day at like 11 a.m. After pretending to work with some conference calls or something. I walked out on my porch and I was like, there's really nothing keeping me from having a drink right now, is there? And within, I would say like 3 months, I'd gained 50 pounds.
Wow.
And was just having a hell of a time. I was living at the beach,
Yeah.
I'm leaving Brandy out of this because I largely I don't know what it was like for her. I was having a great time.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I was an angry drunk or anything.
Yeah.
But I had my entire life, I'd been very, very, very disciplined about the way I lived my life. And all of a sudden, with no guardrails, I was a disaster.
A lot of free time, man. Right?
Just a mess.
Yeah.
And that's when I realized, I got to get to work, and I'm going to die. I need to get a job to save myself.
Yes. Yeah, man. All right, so Reggie, you're ahead of Seth at least at age 30.
So don't go. Are you drinking right this moment?
I am not.
Or do you plan on drinking in the next hour?
I mean, now that this story has come up, I thought about it.
Well, it's a radio station. I guarantee you there's alcohol in the building somewhere.
I'm certain of it.
Yeah.
That might be the scavenger hunt during the show.
Yeah.
We definitely have that.
Yep. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing each and every day. So what's the question of the day, boys?
Are you familiar with Cam Jurgens getting the $68 million?
The center for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Somehow they keep signing all these guys.
Yes.
Except for C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
But
They traded us.
It got me thinking because he made $5 million plus last year.
Okay, he's making like 18 now or whatever it is. Or
but
19
refused to. The first thing he said he was going to do with his money is go ahead and get that TSA pass.
TSA pre for $80 or whatever.
He didn't do it when he had $5 million.
He's like, I could splurge now.
Now I can splurge. So the question is, what are some things that really don't cost a lot of money, but you just refuse to spend money?
Okay,
on?
I'm a bad person to ask. I spend.
You're like, I make this money for the convenience.
Yeah, I'm out on this question.
We all have little things like Seth. I don't know what yours is, but mine. The number one that came to mind is, and my boys give me a hard time on this. I never buy shaving cream.
Really? What do you use, soap?
I use hot water.
Okay.
Like really hot water.
Oh, my God.
Like going to a barber.
Okay.
Really?
Real hot water.
With a straight razor?
Put it on my face with the triple blade. And they're like, what do you do? It's a better shave, but I also just refuse to buy shaving cream.
Yeah.
You're not going to get anything from me, Gillette.
Sean, you know the answer to this one because you watched me You watched me when we were in Florida for spring training. Use a toothbrush that I keep for cleaning off sneakers. Yeah. I've got an issue, man. I get severe anxiety in trying to pick out a new pair of sneakers, or even just buying the same ones that I have that I already like. I refuse to do it until they're falling apart.
Okay.
Like falling apart. I just can't do it. Even if there's a deal. I found deals for the sneakers that I like for 50% off, and I'm like, I just don't want to spend that money right now.
If you use them to do athletic things, you should replace them because it's bad for your legs to have
No,
shoes
I know,
like
yeah,
that.
but I don't. These are my walk-around shoes, and I just don't,
Okay,
I've convinced I do most of my other exercising barefoot, so I'm like, because there's reasons to do that.
Yeah, I've started trying to do that myself. Like that's a good way to go about it, huh?
Footwear.
Yeah.
Barefoot.
Yeah,
barefoot.
Okay.
Yeah, with
Mac
lifting
Hollins?
and everything.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, footwear was definitely one for me, and this is why I remember this because I used to do the same thing, and then finally Sammy bought me, my son,
out of shame,
bought me a new pair. It was either like some really nice nice flip flops, or they were shoes. I can't remember which. But the card said, "Now you don't have to wear this broke ass apparel."
Wow!
I was like 16 at the time. I'm like, you can't talk to me like that.
Like we can spend money on them, but we just refuse.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm fairly irresponsible.
I got a couple
when
of
it comes
others
to things.
that are kind of embarrassing, but still.
You do? Okay. 1040 today.
You know what?
1040
Part of that was like, when I was in my period of heavy drinking, though. But part of it, like, I knew a lot of commercial real estate guys and some like really successful really were kind of mentoring me through stuff. And the guys that I knew had properties like in excess of like $300 or $400 million. Those dudes would walk around in the sloppiest apparel and almost like as a point of pride, like weren't spending extra money on shoes and everything. So there's almost a part of me is like, man, this is vanity. If I don't need, nope. I am who I am. I don't need shiny fancy sneakers. Nope, screw it.
That was my ex-father. Yeah. My ex-father-in-law ran the whole sugarcane racket down in Louisiana when he was alive. Shopped for his clothes at Walmart, drove a beat-up Ford LTD, dip cups in every cup holder with spit still in them. Like you would just, you'd never know, man.
So where did the money go then? Because I always feel like with those people, there's at least one place where the money shows up.
He bought a lot of land. I mean, he had thousands and thousands of acres of sugarcane.
Bought more income-producing stuff.
Right, yeah.
Well, you splurge on stuff that produces even more income.
And he had 7 kids. Not all of whom were the most responsible.
That's where the splurging showed up.
Yeah. So there you go. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a limousine crunchy vibe to you as well.
Thank you. And swag. Lots of swag. Lots of swag. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Happy birthday, Reggie.
Thank you.
John, thanks for bringing in those tacos for Reggie's birthday. That was good stuff. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Earth Day to everybody out there. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula.
Earth Day, too?
It is Earth Day.
It's Earth Day?
Yeah,
Earth Day.
Yeah, a little anecdote that probably nobody wants is, especially when I was
Earth born on the same day.
Earth Day birthday.
But no, I'd watch the news, and when they're like Happy Earth Day, I'd be like, thank you, I appreciate that. But,
so Sean reminded me of something about when he asked what you were doing, what Seth was doing at 33. I thought about what I was doing at 33.
Yeah, what were you up to?
You're gonna like this because you're 33 now, and the Rockets are in the playoffs. When I was 33, I was covering the 1995 Rockets. I was writing columns on the 1995 Rockets.
I like what's happening
How
here.
did they end up doing?
This is a really tortured way of getting here, but I love it. Let's see about a 2025 championship for the Rockets. We'd love that. They would need to get a victory. Well, I mean, I don't think you'd absolutely have to, as opposed to what Lopez says about this being a must-win game.
I
on
never
Wednesday.
said it was a must-win.
I mean, you implied it.
I did
You
not.
intimated such things.
I said it will be effectively over.
All right, so Sean Pendergast, please step to the microphone.
That's a big difference.
John
effectively
Lopez,
over and must win.
We are stepping into the court of the Honorable Judge Sean Pendergast. The defendant, John Lopez, stated, and I'll allow you to say it yourself so that you cannot claim that I misquoted you. What did you say?
That if the Rockets don't win Game 2 at home, the series is effectively over.
That's the same thing as
It is
effectively over as opposed to ineffectively over?
Effectively as opposed to must win when the season is in fact over.
I think they're the same.
That's
they're,
what I'm
the
talking
meaning
about.
behind both of them. Are
God,
the
that felt so validating.
If it's not over, then why?
It's not. It's not over, but it's effectively over. Effectively means like it's not officially over, but in essence, effectively.
Sorry, the judge has already ruled.
I don't
await sentencing.
Kangaroo court.
Just await sentencing. I appreciate all the folks on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Jim. It's my birthday. What's happening, dog?
Yeah.
The Texas Hammer.
There you are, 713-572-4610, and on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. Appreciate you guys sending me birthday wishes. I want to get this out of the way right now, and maybe I'll bring it back up later because it is not necessarily entirely for me. But if you are inclined to want to do anything for me, you don't have to be, but if you are inclined to want to do anything for me, what I would ask you to do is if you got just a little bit of cash, hanging around, I mean, as little as $15, can you do something for me?
What's that?
Drop it on the Houston Food Bank or on the National Domestic Violence Hotline. I'm wearing my.
You just took your shoe off.
Yeah, I took my shoe off because my cause, my kicks was the Houston Area Women's Center,
all right,
which is supported by the National Domestic Violence Hotline. So if you would like to do something for my benefit, just to say happy birthday, put a little cash on some very, very well-deserving causes that support Houston area people.
I like that, man. That's dope, man. That's I'm proud of you. I thought you were going to throw your Cash App out there for me.
No, absolutely not. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. I'm pretty sure the FCC would come get me on that.
I wouldn't have been mad, but I'm like, damn.
Some people do.
Yeah.
Nah, man. I'm not trying to. That's the worst. Getting fired for cause on your birthday got to be one of the worst things that happens. Actually, 713-572-4610. What's the worst thing that's happened to you on your birthday?
Ooh, man.
Yeah.
What's the worst? Well, back when I was traveling and writing, I spent probably 5 or 6 birthdays by myself traveling, covering, March Madness or Astros spring training or something like that. So I guess that would be about the worst.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
I had
almost got arrested on my.
Oh,
that's better.
Almost.
That's better.
Almost.
All right, here. You won the hand. At this point, I kind of want to hear it, but I feel like I also want to hear about C.J. Stroud possibly giving us the game on what this offense is. Can you do it in 3 minutes, in 2 minutes or less?
Yeah. So long story less long. I went to a hotel party. The hotel people tried to stop us from coming in. It was like 20 of us. So we decided to go through a back door.
Uh-oh.
That alarm started going off in the back door. And next thing you know, the cops was there. Everybody scattered. And they caught me.
Damn.
And they asked me for my ID. And what do you know? My ID is gone. I'd have dropped my ID somewhere.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the guy was just like,
He's still sticking to that story.
the ID was like that. I lost my ID. I always had my ID. And the cop was like, get the hell out of here. Because there was just so many of us. Like, get the hell out of here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But not having your license, man, you could go. They'll put you in the back of the car for that.
Yeah, they will.
alone.
Yeah.
So I got out of that one.
Especially when you were up to some shenanigans to begin with.
Yeah.
Glad you didn't end up in the clink.
Yeah.
Behind that.
Try to see some girls. All for some girls.
Always that, ain't it?
Yeah.
All right. There's no good segue for that. Or maybe there is, but I'm not going to find it. C.J. Stroud, one of the major players.
Girls?
Okay. He loves Jesus more, though. I want to be very
He's
clear
been to
about
hotel
it.
parties.
All right.
He dropped the girl off at the hotel.
He did do that once.
Yeah.
But C.J. Stroud, one of the main players on this Texas team, and when I say main players, obviously football players, but then also just people when it comes to this organization and the way that they go about things. He talked to the assembled media yesterday in addition to D'Amico Ryans and Will Anderson Jr., and one of the things that I found to be super interesting is that C.J. Stroud, it felt like he was giving us a little bit of game on what this offense might look like, which we had not gotten.
Yeah.
It felt like we were operating purely in the dark when it came to what this offense would look like headed up to the 2025 NFL draft, where it's reasonable to expect that they will take a number of guys to fit into that offense, except I don't know what they're fitting into.
Yeah. I thought this was very revealing. Like for on April 21st, I guess official press conference or whatever, for him to be as clear on what the Texans are doing, I thought it was extremely revealing. We've speculated. We've talked about, all right, so maybe he wants more control of the offense. He told us he did. Maybe he's going to have more control at the line of scrimmage. He told us he will. Maybe he's going to have a bigger say in actual game planning and, some of the things they run. He told us that too. Like this was very revealing in how the Texans are going to operate under in 2025. So I thought it was very, very good.
All right, just to make sure that people know that you're not capping or lying if you don't want me to use that youth talk. I am 33. Maybe I need to age this thing up
a little bit,
right? But this is C.J. Stroud being asked how he feels about this offensive scheme that Nick Caley is bringing to Houston.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from L.A. and New England, and he's gonna bring some of that swag over here. So, that kind of is what I'm used to, is taking control and being a little more pre-snap. Having tools to put my guys in the best position, and that's something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years. But even those principles I learned from, and it made me better because it added a new element to my game. So, be able to just get better and learn from what he did with New England and LA will definitely help me, because I feel those are two schemes that I'm kind of used to, in a sense. Like that's kind of what I ran at Ohio State, what kind of New Orleans does a little bit, and in LA, it's kind of what we ran here these last 2 years. So I'll be able to put my swag on it and have fun with it. And he's all about me taking full ownership and running the show, and that's what I want. So I'm gonna get what I want, and that's really been really cool just to see that he's like bought into me, and he doesn't really know me well yet. So he talked about today having blind trust, and I have a lot of trust in him already. Just how he talks and how he presents in the room and things like that is really cool to see.
I'm gonna get what I want.
That is the line. That resonated with me. I'm going to get what I want, which it's not a stretch to say he didn't get what he wanted last year under Bobby Slowick. It's not a stretch. I mean, it's something we've heard about, and he kind of said that, so it's not a stretch to say I wasn't quite feeling it last year.
Right, and I mean, you could take it from that direction. I think that might be the more salacious of the areas, but I do appreciate the idea because I think it is meaningful, even if you take it from the more safe interpretation, which is just when I step to the offensive line, right, and I'm ready to call a play, we are going to get advantageous things for me on this field. I am going to get an opportunity.
And I'm in control.
Exactly, to be in control and find the best opportunity of what this play can be on the field. Bobby Slowick frequently talked about, the players on the field making him right. But that was one of the things that I thought was very frustrating is that I think the opportunity or the place where there is the most opportunity for a player to make the coach right on an offensive play is when the quarterback steps to the line and even after that 15-second, the internal communications in the helmet, even when that cuts off, looking at the defense, whether they're changing the picture late, whether you see from that particular vantage point, no one has the better look of what is happening on this defense than that quarterback in that moment, and giving him the opportunity to look at what he sees across from him and determine this is going to work. This isn't going to work. I think there's just vulnerability there. I think that gives him the most opportunity to be able to get the best look and make the coordinator right, make the play call right. And I'm so happy that this is going to be, like he's put it out there very flatly.
No.
In a way, it was evident that he did not have that prior.
Nor should anyone else have that ultimate responsibility. If you draft a franchise quarterback and everybody agrees that he's a franchise quarterback, you want the ball and the decision-making in his hands. So even if it's not salacious, as you put it, even if it's not, even a stretch, at minimum, he made it very clear there was some level of disconnect last year. Like what he wanted, what Bobby Slowick demanded, et cetera. So it's in his hands now, and I wouldn't want it any other way. Here's the other thing. I feel like it gives C.J. Stroud, excuse might be a bit of a hard word, but it's all in his hands now. Like he's getting what he wants. He's going to be more in control at the line of scrimmage. He got Christian Kirk. He's got Gerard Johnson here as his guy that we'll get to later. He's got more say in the offense. The offensive line, he wasn't crazy about letting some of these guys go, but they're bolstering the offensive line, and there's likely a wide receiver on the way. So C.J. Stroud is getting everything that he wants to run this offense.
Would you say that it's isolating the variable? And even that kind of, I tend to use that in a little bit more negative connotation.
It's literally that.
But it's like, hey, man, it's going to take away any, or at least in theory, it takes away any of the boundaries on his success, and it puts it fully in his hands, which I think you want when you have a guy that you are convinced, and I think rightfully so, but maybe someone has some level of doubt out there. I'll leave that to you because I don't know if I can get with that. Yeah. But when you are convinced that you have a player of a certain caliber in the end, I want to give him the maximum power. Just yesterday, we were talking about Peyton Manning and his ability to be his offensive coordinator on the field, right? And it is storied the ways that Peyton Manning could come up to the line of scrimmage with the same play over and over and over again and continue to ring it out for yards because he knew how to play the chess match at the line of scrimmage. Hey, man, at the very least, let C.J. Stroud get in that game. And, I mean, that is the level. That's also a part of his development, right? You get to a certain level as a quarterback, and in order to get the highest level of what you have is being able to step up and play that mind game of it. I think Tom Brady is the one who's talked about it in a way that it feels really accessible, where he's like, the way to, no play is going to be perfect for a situation. It is stepping up to the, behind, under center, or I guess behind the center if you're in shotgun or what have you, or pistol. And being able to look at what is happening and then make the tweaks and the adjustments to make sure that the play that you have fits perfectly for the situation, and then you go and win. And how much more do you go back to the idea of the five-headed monster and think, well, yeah, you had five heads of a monster, but you weren't able to utilize them perfectly because you could not put them in the perfect situation for any given play because the quarterback did not have full opportunity to adjust what's happening.
And the coordinator said, don't do that.
Right.
Stick with option B and option C that we gave you. So isolating the variable is the best way to put it because, like I said, at first I thought he's out of excuses. Well, that connotation is not right. But now it's in, more succinctly, it's in C.J. Stroud's hands, and I wouldn't want it anywhere else. How many times over the course, and we talked about it some, but, some of the struggles that C.J. Stroud, but how many times did I defend him and did we defend him, saying, in fact, I flat out said, you could argue his season was even better or as good, at least, than the previous rookie year, simply because he was running for his life. He wasn't getting the options. He wasn't able to make plays, et cetera. Well, now it's on him, and that's what we want.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what this can produce. Not only because of that, I think that was the part that very much easily jumped out to all of us in comparison to his time under Bobby Slowick. I also thought what was very interesting is that this is why I said I don't think he gave away all the game, is because he still said, what Nick Caley did in New England and LA, like we kind of knew that it would be some level of inspiration there. But I think he did circle back around to that's some of what we did in Ohio State. And I was like, oh, okay. That's when a light went on for me, where I was like, if you can utilize even some principles of what they had at Ohio State, I think that now you could be cooking with grease in a way, because there's a level of mastery in a way that, okay, we're bringing in a New England or LA-based offense. I don't know exactly what that is. If you're telling me there's principles based off of what Ryan Day did with him at Ohio State, I go, oh, okay. He should be very much comfortable with those. Those should be secondhand nature, and then that allows to lower the learning curve or whatever the barriers might that reasonably be for an offense that's new. And now you can immediately get to a place where how can we cook at a higher level, especially if you're going to give him the opportunity to make those adjustments. He has to be able to know the language well enough, right, in a way, and not just like the actual language and the terminology, but how the offense operates. I think that all of those things were deeply encouraging to me in a simple, singular quote from C.J. Stroud.
Very simply, if I'm going to struggle or if I'm going down, I want to go out on my terms.
That feels so negative for the situation that's actually here.
I don't think you're wrong. Very simply, this is what's going on. And I think he loves it. I think he embraces it. I think he wants it. And I think he's probably, motivated by it. Now he feels like my offense. These guys are going to call the plays. The quarterback is going to help. The quarterback coach is going to help me. But once I get to the line of scrimmage, my offense.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the juxtaposition is with Bobby Slowick. Can you give me C.J. Stroud 14 here, Figgy? Because this was C.J. Stroud. Still being a pretty positive C.J. as we always know, but about the lessons that he learned under Bobby as offense coordinator.
Yeah, Bobby's taught me a lot about just, like ownership, taking real ownership on your job and making sure that, you're doing what you need to do, play in and play out. And that's something I think that I got better at as I kept going, learning what everybody's doing. He challenged me on that a lot. Motions and different formations and just all the nine. And I think it's just cool just to have, somebody who, came from San Fran and came here and learned more, and to see him open up our second year and to see him try to, learn new things and stuff. It was dope to see. So, I'm always going to be a fan of Bobby Slowick, and, I think he has a lot of great things that he's done and will do in his career in coaching, and I'm excited to see. So, yeah, man, I'm just really appreciative of our time together, and definitely rooting him on.
Well, deny what he said there. I mean, obviously he was very appreciative. I feel he's also very, very excited about what's coming.
No, and I think the interesting part of that is obviously C.J. Stroud is going to be a people builder inherently as his demeanor, and I thought that was interesting. But at the same time, it did not elude me that he's talking about C.J. Stroud, Bobby Slowick opening things up in year two and continuing to learn in this. And I think that is something that I think if you highlight it, you could probably see how that factored in. And Bobby Slowick was probably not the fully recognized article when it comes to offensive coordinator. And I'm not certain that Nick Caley is, absolutely, but I do think that at the very least, it'll be collaborative with Caley, with C.J. Stroud, and I guess obviously with Gerard Johnson. It seems like we'll give you more of that audio as we go along in the program. But it feels like it gives them an opportunity to have, especially if you say neither of them is like a full article, at least now if it's collaborative, you get a much better, more stronger, well thought out offense. And that's the thing that gets me the most excited about the upcoming season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I did ask what was the worst thing that happened to you on your birthday, as I am celebrating my birthday. I appreciate all the well wishes. Somebody said they were in a firefight in Nam on their 21st birthday.
Oh, wow.
Another person said that the worst thing that happened on their 21st birthday is they went to jail for an outstanding warrant. So yeah, man, there's ways that your birthday could be rough. If you want to go ahead and share those, please do. It's at least good for a laugh. We can be cathartic together. But coming up next, let's circle back to an Astros victory last night against the Blue Jays, a very decisive one, in fact. And within it, star of the show, but also a secondary star of the show. Zach DeZenzo, does he need to play more? We'll talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about your next vehicle with
610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Tuesday, happy Earth Day to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. Hope that you're having a good one to this point. Although I feel kind of like a jerk. It is Earth Day, so do some good for Earth.
But
then
Day.
it's also it is my birthday. It's my
birthday.
33rd birthday.
Yeah.
And in honor of that, but just as we were talking, it made me ask, what's the worst thing that's happened to you on your birthday? And that's kind of a jerk thing to ask. Like, I feel like some of y'all are having to relive some tough times, like the 713 who said on their 21st birthday went to jail for 72 months. I can only imagine what sent you to jail for 72 months. Good God. Goodness. First birthday bad omens, ain't there?
Yeah.
281 said they took 3 4 horseman shots back to back to back. Next thing they remember is trying to pull down their pants and urinate in public. Goodness gracious.
Oh God.
All right.
I seen people get beat up on their birthday.
That's tough.
like just being out and about and the guy the birthday and then next thing he in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
Getting too loose.
Got his ass whooped.
Yeah.
Getting
Getting
like,
too loose
damn
with
man, on your birthday. I seen girls get beat up on their birthdays. That's even worse.
Who you hanging out with?
Yeah. Not the right people is the correct
in
answer.
these streets, man.
My guy Joel Anderson was like, hey, go get you some margaritas. And I was like, actually, I might need to do that. I had no plans on doing that prior, but maybe so. All right. A man who it felt like his birthday yesterday, Zach DeZenzo, played first base in the stead of Christian Walker, who, it just seemed like he needed to sit down. Like he has been struggling.
154.
His defense started struggling as well. And so I was like, all right, this lineup, I texted you guys, this lineup is interesting, right?
Yeah.
They moved Jordan up to bat second.
Jake Myers, 5th.
Jake Myers batting 5th, and then Zach DeZenzo in there. And lo and behold, the bottom of the order showed up, including Zach DeZenzo doing this and more.
This ball hit well to right field, going back Springer. That ball's going to be off the wall. Cam Smith being waved home. He's going to score the first run of the game. RBI double for Zach DeZenzo, 1-0 Astros.
Yeah, that was in a 7-0 victory over the Blue Jays. I almost call them the Raptors. The Blue Jays, and even that double. I mean, you had Zach DeZenzo, a nice double, like the actual hand. He narrowly evades a tag where the ball was there before him.
Yeah,
he somehow had the base running awareness to contort himself in such a way where the tag missed him and he's safe. And then when he gets home, ultimately
and then
scoring
just
a
for
run.
good measure, he did it again.
He did it again where the ball gets there first. And I'm just like, yo, this feels like an omen, right? On a day where Zach DeZenzo, batting ninth, mind you, goes 2 for 3.
With a walk.
A walk, 2 runs, right? So, like, he's just productive at bats the whole way around, good base running, solid defense, like hitting the ball hard. Does this need to be, like, especially considering that at the start of the season, when you were making a decision on what the roster would be and whether you'd include the young guys being Cam Smith and Zach DeZenzo, that the conversation was, well, if we're only going to bring them up if we can get them consistent minutes. Does this have to become a first base platoon at this point?
Okay, so you don't do anything, too rash too soon, but you definitely do it. And by the way, now we know that Zach DeZenzo is going to play again today, which is the right call after a game like yesterday. But here's the thing, and I'll just keep it very simple. If Cam Smith forced the Astros' hand, why shouldn't Zach DeZenzo? Like Cam Smith forced the Astros' hand. He made them play him. Why is that not true for Zach DeZenzo? Because he's doing it, or at least did it yesterday. And in very limited, was that only his 5th game that he's played in? He's been very productive.
Where would you want him to play? First base?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Are you about to?
I was about to say, I understand that point you made, but I'm like, where you going to force that you give up?
I'm glad you asked. We asked that same question about Cam Smith. This is where I'm drawing the correlation. If Cam Smith just made the decision for them, why shouldn't Zach DeZenzo make the decision for them if he continues to do what he's doing? And to Figgy's point, where do you play him? I think, obviously you play him at first base again today. It's probably good for Christian Walker, to be honest. at least a couple of days, get in the cages.
Hopefully reset.
Reset.
Man, are we talking about Jose Abreu?
Refocus.
Hey, man, the way that he's been playing, I mean, obviously offensively, defensively,
Felt
the
like
defense
we had this conversation
I'll put it this way. Outside of the money, I mean, we wouldn't even be – it would be a no-brainer if this was happening when Abreu was here. I mean, it would be an absolute no-brainer. So you ask where should he play. I think, more time at first base is a given. I really think, and you and I were talking about this before the show, I think he's kind of angling his way into DH. And the reason is Yordan is the DH. We know that.
Yes.
By and large. He plays a little bit of left field.
Like he did yesterday. Was that yesterday?
Yeah, he played yesterday. But the only other option at DH, there's been Jose Altuve in a couple of games.
Getting him off his feet or out of the field.
Exactly. But by and large, they've gone to Yonder Diaz. Who would you rather have at DH?
Right now?
Yonder Diaz or Zach DeZenzo?
I mean, this is not really an actual choice.
It's not even a question.
This is not really an actual choice, which if you just look at demeanor, and I mean, we're doing a lot for a dude who is batting .222 right now, right? I do want to acknowledge that because I know there's someone listening like, all right,
5
guys,
games?
we're doing recency bias. And yes, we're doing recency bias. Did you see the 3-for-4 outing that he had?
Yeah.
But no, I mean, yeah. As actually him doing that, the only thing I definitely want him to get on the field more, but I want to also acknowledge that it's not easy to find him spaces to play. But yeah, man, it's got to be more than what it had been. This is Joe Espada, of course, saluting the outing that Zach DeZenzo had, but kind of highlighting some of that will or want to play him.
Like a true pro, it's not easy having young players who they want to be out there. I want to have them all out there. I'm a player development. That's how I came up in my professional career. I understand the value of playing every day, but the way he's going about things, preparing every day, taking extra swings, working on his defense at first in the outfield. I'm proud of him because it's not easy. It's not easy, and going out there against one of the best starters in the game and put those at bats together, it was great to see. He'll be playing tomorrow.
So he's going to be playing today. But yeah, he did a great job against Kevin Gausman, who, he did not have a great day all the way around because.
Well, Gausman was dealing for about going into the 5th inning.
That's what I'm saying because of the was that the third time around with this order and really the bottom of the lineup, but because of Zach DeZenzo, like the idea of just like staying ready. Do you think that that's viable, or do we need to get him on the field?
It's only viable to a point, and Joe Espada knows that. You've got to get this guy more at bats with his youth. I think he's 24 years old. Obviously his talent, and he's a big dude, man.
He is.
He is a big dude. And there that might raise an eyebrow as well. Getting some practice reps in the outfield. There's another option, Figgy.
Well, I mean, he
was an
right
outfield,
field
but
and left field.
Getting options here in the outfield, first base, DH. Who knows? Where you could put. He could be almost like a utility guy too. If Dubon's playing second. And Altuve's in left field. Maybe get him in some situations. In the later innings and stuff. Like you can, here I go with my favorite saying again. Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring that ship in. Don't tell me about what about this? What about that? You can find time for him to get it back.
Yeah, no, I think they can, but I'm wondering, will they try to find that time to get him back? Because we kind of seen how it played out last year and how much time they was giving to Abreu, where we like, man, this ain't it. So I wonder how much time are they going to give whatever the situation is. Like, I don't know if they just going to swap out people and just set somebody to the side. I wonder how much time they going to give.
Right. In the shortest term, well, the tough part about it is like, I guess
it's early.
If you were, it is early. If you were not thinking in like purely baseball terms, if you were just like, well, I can try and fit more in this, cut a little bit off from some of these other guys and put it over there. But that's not really the way that you want to do baseball. You want guys in their position every day for the most part, outside of just when they absolutely need to get breaks.
Yeah.
But I guess you can maybe do that, just like steal a start here or there from various other people and just kind of rotate getting rest relatively frequently. Or like, could you like the idea? And I know that he'll probably do more than just like a straight platoon at first, right? Obviously, he'll probably get some right and some in right field and some in left field maybe, and think about some of those things. But like, if you were to go platoon with him and Christian Walker, Would that be a good thing considering like how much that you've invested in Christian Walker and how much he needs to get out of this? And eventually, once he does, because it feels like impossible, or not impossible, but it feels improbable to me at the very least, that this is just the downfall of Christian Walker and it just all falls off of a cliff, right? But
not off the table at his age.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. And I mean, we already talked about the way that there was a little bit of a downturn in his production at the very end of his tenure with Arizona, but I don't think it was trending in such a way where it would fall this heavily. But could you see, or what if there was to be a platoon split, what could you see? Like 40-60? 70-30?
I think 60-40 would be more than good enough. Ultimately, Joe Espada's, if you go by, job profile, job description, he's responsible for what happens on the field. Dana Brown is responsible. Now, they're collaborative, but Dana Brown is largely responsible for personnel, contracts, etc. If Joe Espada is going by job description, he owes it to the team, he owes it to himself to find some more places where they can put DeZenzo at first base if this continues. Yeah. And we're going to find out today. Maybe what if he goes 2 for 3 again, 2 for 4?
Well, I mean, the
decision making, he's forcing your hand like I started this thing.
Yeah, it might be hot hand theory, which I don't typically subscribe to, but you're 2 games out of first, which isn't terrible by any means, but if you could find a little bit of offense and put some momentum, I might as well do that. I'm not listening to y'all. It's my birthday. I don't have to deal with this. All right, you're in the loop. Here you on Sports Radio 610. I did ask, what's the worst thing that's happened to you on your birthday for the 832? For my 33rd birthday, oh, wow. They said they were in the Persian Gulf War, so they told me that it's still time for me to join. The cutoff is 37. I will take that into consideration, and that is the nice way of saying no thank you. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into the question of the day on this Earth Day. 713-572-4610. What's something that, you could afford, you're just not willing to pay for? Courtesy of Cam Jurgens, the center of the Eagles. He got a little bit of money, and he's finally deciding to splurge. We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about Low T Center and getting in there and getting healthy or feeling.
to-dos, the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop, and I feel like I might have done the thing where I have 2 questions a day going simultaneously, John Lopez, because it is my birthday, and I actually feel very uncomfortable that I've already mentioned that so many times, so I'll try and cut that out. But it is relevant because that led to me asking all of you listening to get involved on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610 and let me know what is the worst thing that's happened to you on your birthday. And boy, there have been stories. A lot of them alcohol related, but not all of them. You'd be shocked. Not all of them alcohol related with people turning up. A lot of them on the 21st birthday though, which does track. However, the question of the day originally is actually related to Cam Jurgens. He's the center of the Philadelphia Eagles, and he just got paid $68 million over a 4-year deal as the Eagles continue to find money in places where I am surprised that they have it.
Yep.
Like they are finding ways to get talented players, and I guess some of it is that they just draft so incredibly well. They develop those guys, and then they pay them when they
sign them early.
Yeah, and they do. That is a thing that is. It's nice to see that the Texans are, developing into a strategy that, and also like making sure that the culture of the guys that they get fit in with what they're doing. They talked about that quite a bit. The various people, including Will Anderson, we'll hear from him a little bit later in the show as well. But the interesting thing about Cam Jurgens was not just that he got paid. That's, good for him. It's that it's what is a question that sports writers love asking a dude who just got paid, John.
What are you going to do? What's the first thing you're going to do?
What's the first purchase you're going to do with all? Because we all want to live vicariously through you. We do not have cash. So what is the big purchase you're going to make?
A new house for your mom.
How you going to celebrate?
New car, big trip. Nah, man. He said he's going to. And keep in mind, this is what made me laugh and reminded me to make this a question of the day. It's $78 to get the TSA pre-check. Last time I checked, it might be a little more now, but last time I looked, it was like $78.
It's not breaking 150.
No, for TSA pre-check.
And is that for the year?
Yes, and he said, and I'm sure our listeners will correct me if that's changed, but anyway, he made $5 million last year, and 78 was too much to spend on TSA. He goes, I travel a lot. I might get that TSA pre-check. Now that he's got $18 million a year, I guess he can afford it. So it got me thinking. Things, and I've got a few things that you can absolutely afford, but you just refuse to pay the money.
Yeah,
like some things we just, like I mentioned during the cross, and my sons give me a hard time about this. I refuse to buy shaving cream.
The matter for you.
I don't know what it is. If it's that or what.
I have judgment for you in one of the 2 cases that I think it could be. If it's just this thing works for me very well and I like this a lot more. No judgment.
Yeah.
If it's I refuse to spend money on this thing that I can do without, then I got judgment.
It's kind of both because a long time ago,
half judgment then.
When I was like in my 20s, I remember I got my first real shave at a barbershop, and they put that hot towel on your face, and then the guy was spraying me with water. He didn't use shaving cream. He just gave me a shave with the hot water, and I went, this is all right. I like this. So ever since then, I just use scorching hot water on my face to shave. So that's one I refuse to buy shaving cream. The other one, and this is just me, that I don't want them to get me. I don't want them to win.
Oh, okay. That's how they get you.
That's how they get you. On a new laptop or on a laptop, after your initial virus subscription that they
you don't need that.
It always pops up.
Well, actually, you might need that. I don't know what websites you go to, but generally
antivirus.
That McAfee subscription thing. Would you like to renew for just blah blah? Every time I'm like, no. I'm not going to get that McAfee subscription.
That's a good one. So there's some good ones already coming in here on the text line and on the YouTube page. A couple of people, both Kicks Rocks on the YouTube page and Vulcan on the text line. The easy tag. They I'm not paying for tolls. I pay enough taxes. I'm midway through because I got the tag. However, if I can afford to, I'm not taking the toll. I reserve the toll for circumstances where it's like I just got to get somewhere. I need to cut down this time. So I will hop on the toll, but in very, very limited circumstances.
I love suckers like y'all because I use that toll every time.
No, it was a couple times.
We're the sucker. How much did you pay to get to work?
I don't care. It's worth it.
It was a couple times where I'm like, wait a minute, this toll was $4.
Exactly, for a stretch.
And then if I stay on the regular street, then it's the same time to get there.
That's
I'm
right.
like, man, nah, I'm cool, man.
Yeah, you spend that money.
Sometimes I just go on through, but sometimes I be like, man, wait a minute.
I paid for this. What you mean?
Sometimes you gotta check the receipt because they put a little.
That's the exact opposite of the question of the day. I'll pay that all year long.
The convenience
every
always works
day,
for you.
all the time. I don't care what they charge. I'm going to use that easy tag.
You know what my answer is? And it's funny because I know that this is something where I think it's a level of youth. And I think also just not necessarily – I mean, I have the money in some ways, but I didn't have the money when I developed this habit. Mm-hmm. And I do wonder if and when it changes. I refuse to pay for delivery unless it's absolutely necessary. I'm getting up and going to get it, right? Like a pizza – fast food.
So you anti-Uber Eats and
100%.
DoorDash?
100%. They are my enemies. Look, why would I pay for you to send it when I could just get up and go get it?
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
And it's usually faster than waiting for them to deliver it too.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, I'm somewhat anti-drive-through at times. If it's like a long line in the drive-through, I will park and go in.
But what can you afford that you're just not going to pay?
Sorry.
I would probably say whenever I buy like a new device, it'd be like, hey, do you want this? Yeah, I'm like, nope. Like, dog, I haven't had a protection plan on my phone in years, man. Because I realize, like, I don't really drop my phone like that. I never really break my phone. So I'm like, I'm paying hundreds of dollars or whatever for this. I'm like, I never had to turn my phone in because I broke it or something. So I just be like, nah, I'm out here raw dogging.
Shout out to the 832. They said cable TV. Someone said they went from
a good one.
3GS phone to a 10. They were a novelty in the Apple store. Also, I'm guessing you mean the 10 like now. You out here like a decade behind what everybody else on. I respect that.
A lot of people saying parking tickets. I wouldn't recommend it, but I get it.
Look, I'm not going to lie. There is a place in Dallas, Texas that if I parked there, they might get me towed.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, y'all going to have to come get in blood.
Oh, they got your picture out there.
No, but here's the issue. Like, it was a very particular circumstance. So they have a parking lot where it's like you can pay, but if you stay for under 2 hours, it's free. We were like, we're not staying for 2 hours. We went into this restaurant. It was a group of us, and we were ready to go, and we would have been out of there in like 90 minutes, except the ticket took forever to get to us and to get paid. But they're like, no, it's a separate merchant that does the parking lot, then the restaurant. I'm like, that's not my fault. This is not my fault. I'm not paying 3 figures on a ticket that's not even my fault because y'all was running a scam on me, basically, right? Because y'all was like, we going to hold this ticket until the time go up. I refuse.
There's some bad decisions. There's some bad decisions coming in, too. Some 832 said, oh, man, the life insurance.
Yeah, it might be a scam, but it's worth it at the end, man.
Get the life insurance.
The one thing I would not pay, I hate, well, sometimes I pay for it when I'm forced, but valet parking.
Marcus came through.
Yeah.
Phoenix Marcus is what I'm going to start calling our boy. The valet parking. I tried it. And the worst part about it for me is, like, I might be inclined to do valet here and there. I just never carry cash. So I always feel terrible.
About the tip.
Yeah, because I'm like, are you supposed to put a little something on it here?
Sometimes it'd be a small little venue. I'm like, I could park my car over there. Like, I could pay for the valet parking, but I'd rather just park my car, 100%. Keep my keys.
I don't get enough steps in as is.
Yeah.
Separate but related. I really am not liking all these places popping up that only have valet parking.
Yeah.
That drives me nuts. I mean, you mean there's nowhere else I can park? Nope.
Yeah.
Valet only. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Also, this is an interesting one. I absolutely will not buy food or alcohol at a sporting event.
Ooh.
That's a tough one.
A sporting event is tough, but you know the place that I do agree with that? Movie theater.
Oh, no, that's part of the experience.
Absolutely not.
Food and all that stuff, it's been, like, sometimes I have a taste for popcorn. Where I'm like, I get a popcorn, something to drink. But for the most part, man, we bringing in Chipotle in there. We bringing all type of stuff.
You see LeBron going to a theater? I think he went to go see Sinners with his wife. And the picture that they took, you could see the bulge in his hoodie. He like, knowing LeBron and how cheap he is.
He's got a sandwich in there.
He got snacks in there. LeBron James, a man who I think owns half of the NBA at this point. I haven't out here sneaking Mike and Ike's into the thing. If he could do it, I can.
Another thing that I'm very kind of cheap on, I guess. So I needed some new headphones. I just got these headphones.
Oh, yes, you do have headphones.
Yeah. I ain't want to pay the full price for them. I'm like, I'll pay half of it.
Yeah. Oh, did you use the Afterpay or the Klarna?
It wasn't Afterpay, but it was something on Amazon where they let you pay without no interest and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I just paid like $50 here, and then I paid the rest of it, which is only, I think these only cost $90.
Yeah.
And I got the $90, but I ain't trying to spend the $90 on this. So I'm like, I pay 50 here, then 20 there, and then 20 the next month.
Also, shout out to the 281 because I think I might be getting close to phasing out of this because of the quality at times. Pay-per-view fights.
That's so easy. Well, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah,
that's a good one. I would never pay for a pay-per-view fight, man.
I am the less than legal king on those, man. But the only thing is that sometimes you get to that 7th round and then you get that circle of death and you're like, damn it!
Yeah.
Another bad decision? Let's just say protection.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll pay for that every time.
You got to do the cost analysis on
I will pay for that every time. Just letting you know. Too much information on this Tuesday, but I will pay for that every time. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Yes, Sally, it is my birthday. I appreciate all the well wishes coming in. Again, I'll say this because I said it earlier on the show. If you were inclined to do anything for me, support put a little bit. If you got a little extra, put a little bit on the Houston Food Bank or the Houston Area Women's Center. I'd appreciate that quite a bit. In fact, if you do that, hit me up on social media. I'll give you a shout out. How about that? But a shout out. B. Scott will join us as we go around the NFL next.
There's been plenty of talk about the Texans. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader 610.
All right, happy Earth Day to you. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And happy B. Scott Tuesday to you. Brandon K. Scott, B. Scott from Hiram Clark, joins us in studio. What's happening, man?
Man, I'm good. The answer to the question, condiments.
Oh, when you got to hear, it's an extra 25 cents for honey mustard.
You must be out your mind.
Oh, that's a good one.
You must be out your mind.
Yeah.
Like, here's the 25 cents, but really though?
Yeah.
Why you got to call out McDonald's like that, man?
All of them. They all. It's not like it's just McDonald's. All of them do it. It's like, hey, it's going to be an extra 10 cents. Or
like you need it that bad. You that broke out here?
Or if you don't want to drink with your order and you're like a cup of water, well, it'll be 50 cents or $1 for the cup.
Man.
And I'm like, oh, really? Whatever extra dollar that you're making off of this actual meal that costs me more than it cost y'all to make it isn't enough?
I just bought 2 quarter pounders. You give me 50 cents for a cup of water?
Really? and then Burger King is the worst because they'll give you that little cup of water that ain't nothing.
Yeah,
it's
little plastic.
It's got about as much water in it as you got probably spit at the tip of your tongue. And they gonna offer that to you as water.
Yeah.
Don't dare try to charge me 50 cents for that. Anyway.
Yeah, those are fun coming in, as well as I promise you, I'm not reading them all on air, but I am reading y'all stories of the worst thing that's happened to you on your birthday. And let me tell you, I'm gaining enjoyment for whatever that's worth. Yeah, that might not mean nothing to you, but it is meaning something to me. And I do appreciate the person, even though I don't understand it all, from the 832 who said, I will not pay for a steak at a restaurant. I don't fully doing.
I can make it myself at home.
Yeah. I do think you have to be real smart about the places where you do pay for a steak. Because I paid for a steak yesterday at a dinner, and I was like, don't think it was worth the cost that I paid. Yes. Ultimately, it's cool. But I was like, I really and truly think that it was a lesser quality steak than the cost that you ultimately paid.
That spot got me like that one time. Paid like $50 for a steak, and this was the thinnest steak.
Yep.
Cheap. I'm like, man, I shouldn't have got it.
Hey, you know what I could be that way about? Something far less elegant than steak or as renowned as steak. Eggs.
Oh, yeah, nowadays.
Right?
Yeah, nowadays.
Like, we were there together, right? In New Orleans. And look,
I forgot.
I can make my own omelet, you know.
I actually rode past that place.
You said
while I was
we
in
were
New
there
Orleans this weekend.
I was not there.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You weren't there. Oh, you were.
Because I had foresight. Y'all didn't see the vision. I was like, we need to go home. Y'all was like, nah, we want to go get breakfast. I was like,
man, this place in New Orleans took an hour and a half to make me an omelet, man.
I ordered chicken wings, and they came out before the omelet. I sat there. I tried to be polite. I'm like, you know what? Let me eat these wings. Man, I done ate my wings. I was full, and they still ain't get their omelet. To the point, B. Scott was like, hey, man, just give me my money back, man.
I offered to go back there and make the omelet myself.
He was like, man,
it's just eggs, bro.
That's exactly what he said.
Because I don't really cook.
Yeah,
I do eggs. You know what I'm saying? Like, how hard is this?
That's the first one. If you learning to cook is getting the eggs into the game like that. That's the first one in the repertoire, right?
Yeah. Any dummy can make an egg, flip an omelet. Like, what are we doing?
It took a long time too, man. We start seeing people come in, come out, and we're like, man, they order before. Show was like, hey, they order before us.
Of course, Show was instigating. Sorry, we've taken this all off the rails just because B. Scott got triggered right quick about some eggs, man.
Really triggered. About some eggs, about some condiments. Don't get me started on them V-Bucks for my kid. You pay for the game, and then $25 more.
Oh, yeah.
$100 more.
The game done changed up.
The game is $500, $600. Anyway, let's get around the NFL.
Ooh, boy, let's go around the NFL. We are, how many days? The math is very bad here.
2 days.
2 days from the draft. Because there's 2 more sleeps.
Yeah.
Sleep tonight, sleep tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay, 2 more sleeps.
2 more sleeps.
That's the easy way to do this, even though it really shouldn't be. 2 more sleeps till the first round of the NFL draft. And Jonathan Jones, who works at CBS Sports, he's a very good insider. I think he's a Carolina. He's from Carolina originally. Good dude, good reporter. He put out a mock draft. And Lopez, why is this of import? Because, there's a lot of people putting out mock drafts this time of year.
Well, this is the only mock draft he does. Every year he does one mock draft, and it's a few days before the draft. So he sort of gets all this information, does all his work, And last year, he was the only one of note, anyway, of national guys, that actually had the Atlanta Falcons drafting Michael Penix Jr. He had it correct. And he had several other things correct, but that was the one where people went, are you nuts? And then he was right. So he just put out his only mock draft of the year, and there's some interesting things on it.
Yeah, the most interesting one is that does not have in the first 32 picks, and that would be Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback at Colorado. He has him falling out of the first round. So all the places where you would think of a quarterback going, right? So 9, he has him taking Kelvin Banks Jr. To bolster that offensive line in New Orleans. And then where else would you think of a quarterback going, 21?
He only has one quarterback going in the whole first round.
He has Kenneth Grant, the interior defensive lineman, going to a Steelers team, which that feels a lot more Steelers MO, like focus on the dirty work, on the lines, on those types of things. So he only has Cam Ward, which I've got to admit, fellas, that feels a lot more in line with the value of the actual caliber of players that you have in here. Like, you have one quarterback that you go, maybe he's going to be in the relative upper echelons of being a quarterback in the league. And then the rest of this is just like no need to overvalue the quarterback position simply because it's the quarterback position.
It seems like at some point the market has corrected itself here on this particular draft, at least, where it's like, hey, there are teams that need a quarterback, but the value of a first-round quarterback, how many of those guys are actually in this draft?
Yeah.
And I think most people would tell you, if you take aside the quarterback craze, there's really only one that you would do that with,
and that's possible, right? If we call them books, because I saw someone say this, and this felt kind of wild, but they were like, even Cam Ward in another draft year, he would have been like 5th quarterback or what have you, and I was like, that feels a little reckless, but at the same time, I don't think it's entirely wrong. This is just a weaker quarterback.
Well, if not the 5th, I think 5th quarterback is a little bit of a stretch, but certainly
not close,
right? Like maybe the 2nd or 3rd quarterback, which pushes him back down to the 10th to 15th pick or something like that. Like, that feels more in line with what you might expect. The Shedeur Sanders thing, and it's not to discredit him as a player. I think he was fine at Colorado. He's got honestly, a hell of a story as a player. But when you watch him, you do not see I do not feel like you see first-round talent. Never have. I think a lot of it has to do with, and I've mentioned this on the show before, 2-part. The fame of the Sanders name, along with the quarterback craze, I think provided this like narrative of, hey, well, could Shedeur Sanders be a top 3 to 5 pick or a top 10 to 15 pick? Where if we weren't so quarterback crazy, and if Shedeur last name wasn't Sanders, I don't think we would have ever talked about him like that.
So this guy who does a really good job on the mock, only does one mock draft, takes it very seriously and has been very accurate. Has some other
Jonathan Jones. I almost thought in my head, I was like, what's his name again? I almost said Jonathan Joseph, and I was like, that's
Jonathan Jones.
It's not the person.
He has some other interesting things worth mentioning. He has Matthew Golden going to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, and I've heard that a lot more recently. The idea, because they do need they need somebody to help CeeDee Lamb out. CeeDee Lamb is their one and only real target, and I think he was like 4-4, or he was basically like 50% on like big play opportunities because he's the only one there. So teams are able to load up on him. So they need somebody opposite him. That's there. It feels like the Cowboys absolutely have an opportunity to take a talented player who is one of those weapons that I think people like Larry Stafford and others on the Texans, Texas fan base really want the Texans to kind of consider.
Get your thoughts on these as well. Beast might go into the Colts. Has Tyler Booker going to the Bengals at 17. And then I know you're wondering about the Houston Texans.
Am I?
He's got the Houston Texans actually getting Gray Zabel, an interior offensive lineman at 25.
Yeah, and I'd be fine with it. I could live with that. I think the big takeaway from the mock is 2 of the names that you mentioned, Golden and Booker. Him having Golden go to the Cowboys wasn't, in my mind, I wasn't thinking as much about the Cowboys as much as, and everything you said, Reggie, is true. But I was just thinking like, oh, man, if he's got that dude going 12, it ain't no way he lasts to 25. And I don't think we probably thought he would anyway. If they were going to get him, that's somebody they would have to trade up for.
Yeah.
But between Golden and I guess Tyler Booker for me is the offensive lineman that I have my eye on. Both of those guys seem like they're going to be out of reach based off of what I've been reading over the last couple of weeks, and certainly based off of this mock draft.
But that's the weird thing about this particular draft is that once you get past like 10, you could reasonably see some guys going up, in 10 in the early teens or what have you, or you could see dudes going to like 30, right? Like there's just it really is an individual, or I guess in a way, organizational value proposition on who you like in various circumstances and who fits with what you're doing. So it'll be a really interesting perspective. And I guess this is a place where I can bring up the fact that Albert Breer, in his latest dispatch, he seems to lean into the idea of the Texans being their scuttlebutt being about the Texans being one of the biggest proponents of possibly trading up to possibly.
I think that's the least shocking development of all the Texans news that we've probably gotten.
Certainly.
Like Albert Breer, but I do think it's relevant because it's Albert Breer, and we all know sort of the background, the relationship.
Yeah.
Like Albert Breer doesn't have a reason to any motivation to guess on this type of thing.
He doesn't have to.
That's what I'm saying. He has a line on the direct source and is able to get sort of this information independently. So if he's willing to put it out there, I'm willing to bet that he got it off of solid sourcing.
And then last thing that a lot of people get curious about is if they got Gray Zabel at 25, who did they potentially pass on in this draft? Get your thoughts on this. Josh Connerly was there at 25. They passed on him. He goes to the Lions at 28. Luther Burden III, 29, to the Titans. And then Igbuka. Going 32 to the Raiders.
Emeka Egbuka is the one that's very interesting because he seems like, and his name will come up again as we continue through the show because C.J. Stroud mentioned him, or I guess he was asked about Emeka Egbuka to be completely fair. But Connerly is interesting because with the offensive line, it feels like there's a little bit more depth with one of the positions like outside tackles versus guards.
Yeah.
And so it kind of makes me wonder: are teams more interested if they want to kind of get one or the other? And would they more want to wait for the guards, or more want to get the tackles early, or vice versa? Especially for a team like the Texans that could reasonably take both in the first 4 picks.
Yeah, and to me, I guess tackles in the first round. That's just like talking about positional value and depth, and like if you're trying to get a guy. Right, and you figure, hey, I need a tackle. I'm gonna try to get him in the first round. It seemed like tackle would be the one, but for the Texans, I think they are very specific to the need of guard. And I know they talked about drafting the best player available. That's what's going to be the most interesting part for me, because I can think of a lot of different scenarios where they either go with the best player available or they go with the guy that makes sense for what they've got going on. And to me, this pick with the Gray Zabel thing, like this exact mock, for example.
Yeah.
Gray Zabel, I do not think is the best player available for them at 25. Speaking to John's question about, hey, how do you feel about the guys they pass up? I feel like Egbuka could be one of those guys. Connerly could even be that guy. Like you could make an argument, and this probably speaks to the depth of the draft or just how this draft is made up. But like it's going to be an interesting thing to see if they actually stay true to that best player available mantra, because this would not, to me, be that.
Best player available is also funny because that kind of flattens a thing that is really complex. Like Emeka Egbuka is a type of player where he just kind of does everything and has a willingness. But and correct me if you believe I'm wrong, right? Because I'm working off of what I've surmised through this draft process, which is super, super, super high floor. Super, super, super high floor. Maybe not super high ceiling.
Yeah.
Right? And so does that strike you as best if we're talking about best early on compared to a Josh Connerly who he's starting off in a cool place, but he was only, 1 year starter at Oregon with a lot of room to grow. Does that strike you as best? Like best is such a relative term into it. And of course, now I'm getting existential in some ways, but I do wonder how the Texans would do that.
But to the question though, I think that for where the Texans are, high floor players are good. Like, yeah, to answer your question, yes, that works for me. When you have a team that's already got C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Joe Mixon is around for the time being, like they've got enough high ceiling guys. They don't have enough, I think, high floor wide receivers.
Exactly.
So I would
that is fair.
I would go with that. Absolutely. You could sell me on that 100%.
All right, before I let you go here around the NFL, I do want to get you this. Are you guys familiar with Dan Patrick?
Of course.
Right, legend in the game.
I was going to say,
which one?
We're Texas.
Not that one.
No. You got to know me well enough to know that I'm not trying to lose my job.
Hates gambling.
I was just like, that is the most. Both of them. Yes, I am.
That is the most kind first thing to bring up when we're talking about politician Dan Patrick. That is the most inoffensive thing that we can talk about.
Where are we
with
going
the Dan Patrick platform? No. We are not going there.
713.
No. I would rather go to break.
Around the politics.
No, absolutely
Radio
not.
16.
I will not do that to you. But Dan Patrick, he is a legend in the sports broadcasting game. And he seems to have a little clout, and he could throw it around, and he seems to want to throw it around for this particular dude to make the Hall of Fame. This is him talking to Mel Kiper Jr.
You changed an industry. What you have meant to the NFL it's a different version of John Facenda. Like, he was the voice, and you were the draft guy. Like, look at what it's a cottage industry. His contributions to the game. I know you're modest. I don't care. I'm going forward with it. You deserve to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Let me jump in first on this one, because there's a lot mistaken there.
Uh-oh.
No. Look, first of all, number
Lopez
one
said, "Legend my ass."
I think I'm gonna agree with John. I can sense it.
Number one, this is not the Hall of Fame like Gold Jacket. This is the contributors. Right. And number two, he should already be in as a contributor. So this isn't like a big controversial take. And number three, he didn't change the game. Joel Bushbaum changed the game. Some people may not remember that name.
Joel Bushbaum. I've often talked about Joel Bushbaum personally.
Yeah, no, Joel
Same here.
Bushbaum was the first person to do this, and Mel Kiper stole it from him.
Whoa!
Or at least copied it. Like, go back and search Joel Bushbaum NFL. Bill Belichick spoke.
My computer's not trying to work with me
Bill
right now.
Belichick spoke at his funeral because he became such a good friend and used all his information. So first of all, this is not a controversial thing. He should already be in. It's a contributor, not the Hall of Fame. And Joel Bushbaum, who, by the way, posthumously, however you want to say
Posthumously?
that, posthumously, was put into the Contributors Hall of Fame.
All right, so I guess
he's pretty much Dolce.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm on the other side of this because I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. I don't get what the contribution.
John McClain is in the contributors.
That's fine. So if you want to put him in,
Don't say it like that. Don't say it. Wait, let me defend my boy John.
True.
Don't do that.
John McClain.
Thank you. I was about to say. Hold on.
So if that's what it is, the contributors, then this the campaigning for it. Like, I mean, to me, he helped television. He helped. Like, this isn't.
Yeah,
really,
that's true.
This isn't really that much to me contributing to the game. Now, you could say tangentially it does help the game.
Sure
ultimately. Does. But I just don't view it that way. To me, it's a roundabout way of helping the game. But this is more
But it's an important one, right? Like, the idea that the NFL is a 12-month sport is because we have draft season as well.
That for me personally is not Hall of Fame worthy.
No.
That now, if there is a place for that, then fine, I'm not going to fight it. But I don't feel the need to recognize that.
I didn't anticipate that it was going to go. I should have given y'all more time to go for it.
No, I was like, what's
and
the
then
big deal?
Instigate, I should have thrown the bomb in there too and seen if y'all would go out and went at it.
If John McClain can get in, Mel Kiper
Hey, wait, hold on.
Let's get put Matthew Berry in too for fantasy sports. I mean, like,
you're not going to talk about my legend like that. That's
media
crazy.
People, like us media people got to get over ourselves. Man.
You're not wrong with that regard.
Seriously, we are not that damn cool.
We do a lot of navel gazing in this industry, don't we? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott in with the fellas on a Tuesday. Coming up next, speaking of B. Scott being here, let's get into B. Scott's thoughts, and I have a strong feeling that it's going to be hoops related. We'll do it next.
Coach D'Amico isn't stressing over the Air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
B. Scott from Hiram. Yeah, the people love it when B. Scott from Hiram Clark is in studio on In the Loop. And without any further ado, B. Scott, what's your thoughts, baby?
I am not panicking just yet.
Ooh, I don't like that you had to put the just yet in there.
Not panicking just yet, but I am incredibly nervous.
Okay.
About some of my series predictions.
I did forget a week ago you were like, this is a championship team, baby. What's happening?
Oh, man. I am
literally 1 week ago right now.
I am quite nervous about some of the things that I put out there in the air or on the air for public consumption before this series. I think there are some arguments for panic. There are some reasons for concern. I'm not going to panic yet. But, man, I sat there at that game on Sunday night. And I thought that the Rockets guarded for the most part. There were some exceptions, but I felt like they guarded about as well as they could expect and still didn't really have an answer for Steph Curry or Jimmy Butler. That Amin Thompson game of shutting down Steph Curry to 3 points feels like years ago.
Yeah.
Hey, yesterday I was like, I kind of felt bad, but I also was like, I don't need to necessarily put too much fuel on the fire. However, Amin.
Yeah.
Can you show up for us, brother?
Yeah, and I didn't feel like he necessarily didn't show up as much as whatever he had just didn't matter because Steph Curry had solved the riddle at that point. And so, and that's another part of it. I saw a team in the Warriors that looked like it'd been there before, and I just didn't give that enough credit because I thought the physical matchup was so much in the Rockets' favor that experience in the long run would not be enough to save the Warriors. And I'm going to stick to that because that's my series prediction.
I still think that'll matter, though.
And I think it will matter, too. But watching that game gave me a really good reminder of the value of experience and knowing what the hell you're doing, and also just how great this guy Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler also, how great those guys actually are.
Two things, on your second point, I said this yesterday, and Reggie kind of bristled, but I will stand by it.
All right, I'm getting ready to bristle again. Don't doubt my ability to bristle, okay?
Jalen Green wilted.
He did.
He wilted.
I mean,
and that's you can't have that.
Yeah,
you can't have that in the postseason. It hurts to say. It sounds awful to hear. But he did.
He either wilted or just straight up didn't perform. Either way,
neither is
want
good.
To describe it.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't really matter what exactly is the reason why. Like they needed him and he didn't show up. He wasn't there.
Yeah,
he's got it. And to his credit, it was one of the first things that he should be better.
Yeah,
we can't have Alper Şengün out there by himself scoring the ball. All of us need to contribute in that way. Starting with me, I need to be better.
And then the other thing, and we mentioned this, I think Thursday. I was going through like the 7 points of what a championship team must have. You alluded to one of them. Like they have a superstar. They have a true superstar.
They got one and a possible. Because I was actually, and this is a weird thing to kind of put in this framework, considering that yes, Steph Curry was doing the geometrically impossible shots. I was more impressed by Jimmy Butler in this because it was the quietest 30-something points that it felt like it just very, very easily, very nonchalantly, he slides into whatever. I mean, think about it now. He's been on a number of teams where what he does he manages to make it work in the circumstance.
He's like a cyborg. He analyzes everything in an instant and knows exactly what to do. So that's one, and I want to get your thoughts. The second thing is I have a feeling like in the next year, 5 years, or whatever, we're going to point back to this and as one of the many examples of you really have to get there first, before you can.
Damn, y'all putting it up.
Win there.
You ending this before it even started.
I'm not, but I'm saying they look like a team.
Yeah,
that had never been there before.
Yeah, and I'm just going to admit it now. I was way too quick to discount experience and lean too much into the physical matchup, which I still believe is for the most part in the Rockets' favor, save for this whole Steph Curry thing. Like I came away from the game like, man, I don't know exactly what you do with some of that because there were times when they didn't guard well, but even when they did, it just did not matter. He still had an answer for it. And he's got this shot-making ability that, of course, we're all familiar with at this point. But it's still there, even at 37, 30, whatever he is at this point. And, like, it's a problem. It's an issue.
Can I attempt to encourage you on that Steph Curry point? I can never shake from my head 2016 Warriors, Cavs, and this name in particular is the insightful part of it. Matthew Dellavedova. Because what he did in that series is they just decided, I'm going to lean on you. I'm going to use my physicality. And Matthew Dellavedova was not a large dude. He had a little bit of stock to him.
Yeah.
But that
he
doesn't
play
compare
rugby or something, right?
Yeah.
Did he play something like
Are
that?
we just doing the thing that he's Australian? I actually have no idea. He might have played rugby.
I think he did lacrosse or something. He played something because
that white boy played some other sport. I know it for sure. No, I'm just playing, Figgy.
No, he does look like a dude that wore shoulder pads at some point. You know
but yeah, like the idea that, and you saw that take effect after 3 games in a series or what have you. Game one is not where you reap the benefits. That's where you sow. When I saw the sowing of Amen leaning on him and Fred leaning on him and Dylan leaning on him and at times Jabari leaning on him, I think that you can still see the benefits of that where if you can extend out the series to 5, 6, 7 games.
So that's one piece, and I pointed out because it was the thing I was most confident in, that the defense would translate and that they would still be able to play the level of defense that they had throughout the season. And to their credit, they did hold the Warriors to 95 points. It only would have taken – that means only would have taken 96, less than 100 points to win this game, right? The math says that. So let's go to this part. Okay. Offensive identity issue.
Correct.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like, Lopez, you're talking about how they need a superstar. I think we all agree that you're better off with a superstar. They're not going out on a limb there. They probably need a superstar or for one of these guys to become one. To emerge as one. But if they could just, and maybe this is the underrated part in superstardom, but if they could just find some level of consistency, I think they actually could, at least in this series, maybe not win a championship, but I think in this series they could do this thing by committee without a clear superstar. I think Alperen Sengun is a good enough star to get you through it. If the other guys can just simply show up, show up. Don't have your backcourt go 3 of 30-something or 3 of 20, whatever it was. Like, it was unacceptable. It was beyond just these guys don't have stars. They don't have consistent performers, like dudes that just show up for the game and just star in their role, play in their role. Yeah. To Alperen Sengun's credit, he did that. To Jabari Smith Jr.'s credit, he did that. And that might be somebody that needs a little bit more of an increased role, at least on offense, since these guys can't shoot worth a damn, and he's one of the few who can. So, to me, it's the offensive identity crisis that they have and the consistency issues that they've had pretty much throughout the season.
To your point, when it comes to consistency, what is the age-old kind of easy talking point when it comes to the NBA? Superstars show up consistently, then the role players are the ones that go up and down. I think what you're finding is, in this course, it's one game, it's a small sample, so you can't take this as the end-all, be-all. We'll see how it continues to unfold as the series and playoffs continue to go for the Rockets. But as of right now, you're looking at role players, right? High level, mid level, various level role players, but you're seeing a whole lot of role players, and I say that with as much respect as I can muster in this instance. Like, you need guys that find their way to being some level of star player where you can find that consistency in those guys. Also, the thing about Jabari, I don't think you're wrong. The question that brings me back to when it comes to increasing his role is, how do you involve him? Because you still need somebody to like set the table. He is not a creator. At best, he's maybe a connector, and I don't think he's that really anyways. He needs someone to set the table, and then that still comes back to your backcourt where either Fred VanVleet or Jalen Green, or honestly, both of them together need to give you some level of consistency even to get anybody else involved.
That's what it comes back down to. Like, I mean, honestly, you hit the nail on the head. It comes back down to those guys, and specific to Jalen Green, I would say, he is somebody, I think this is important, he is somebody who, for the most part, throughout the season, has played closer to, not superstar, but closer to just star than role player, except against the Warriors, where not only is he not a star, but he's not even a good role player against them. And that has to change. That absolutely has to change.
So it makes it very clear. I was going to ask the question, but I think it makes it very clear. Most likely to let's say, step into that role, even if they're not a superstar, in Game 2. It's Sengun, not Jalen Green, right?
Well, I mean, Sengun is already into that role.
Well, but not really. I mean, he had a good,
he's all they have. I mean,
he had good production.
Well,
but
if he ain't in it, then it's over with. I mean, he's the only one that got
doing stuff that is another level altogether. felicitating, and
I don't know why you about to say, I thought you were going to say Felicity, and I was like, Felicity who?
And more points and clutch shots and half-court moments,
It's hard for me to ask more out of Şengün than what he gave you. Like, to me, Şengün is what he is. Jalen is the question of, hey, can you give me more? Facilitating, setting the tone like Reggie's talking about. Like, you need your guards to do that. And I'm not feeling great about saying I want Fred VanVleet to do it. Yeah. It needs to be Jalen Green, point blank, period.
He did have 7 assists in that game, though, Fred. I think the thing with Fred is just you got to knock down the easy ones. Yeah. Like, that's why his game felt so abysmal, is that you had good looks that you missed. If you're missing practice shots, that's when it gets frustrating. Jalen is a different level where it's like, yo, I need you to lock in and like get to the game plan, which is when you're attacking Steph Curry, you have to attack him and make you feel it. Yeah. And he had I took note of at least 5 possessions. I think it was 9 as a total in the game where you were Steph hunting and you ain't come back with no pelts. You ain't come back with no heads. You ain't come back with nothing on your hunt. And he has to take charge of that 100%.
He took a step back 3 against Steph. Mm-hmm. A step back 3.
Correct.
Yeah. Bailed out the matchup.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Can't have it.
Cannot. So super excited for what Game 2 brings tomorrow at 8:30, TNT and Space City Home Network, and we'll break that down a little bit tomorrow. But yeah, man, I think I'm with you. I'm a little bit. I think I ended up being on the more positive aspect because I did see them hit some of the game plan notes defensively and offensively. I saw some of the stuff, but it needs to be more obviously to get over to where you're trying to get to. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Another fantastic edition of B. Scott's Thoughts. But coming up next, let's get we'll do it next.
Area 45 with
Splash-free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. May 2nd through 4th.
No, I wasn't going to jump, Lopez. Don't even worry about it because a wonderful texter made sure to let me know in the second segment, like, hey, Reggie, the last thing you need to do is jump off sides on your birthday. So that was your birthday gift. I appreciate it. I'll find the number, make sure. I appreciate my mans, and that's from the 620, who was like, hey, Reggie, what I need you to do is stay on sides in What's Poppin'. And I did that, so I appreciate you. It is my birthday on this Earth Day, on this Tuesday in the Loop. And I'll say it one more time. If you are inclined to do anything for me, if you got a little extra that you can slice off of your budget, throw it on the Houston Food Bank, throw it on the Houston Area Women's Center. If you do that for me, I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Support Houston is the way that you can see me be happy on this day. Some other things that made me happy at what was popping. I don't know. I know, Lopez, you got yourself an EPL team. B. Scott, you got any soccer affiliations?
I don't have any soccer affiliations outside of the love that the Dynamo shows to this, but no, any Premier League, English League, none of that. I am a free agent. For a squad.
All right, so I might be able to do something for you because yesterday, if you're looking for an English Premier League side, you can root for the team that JJ roots for. His Burnley Football Club, they got promoted to the top division of soccer, so they'll be playing against the big dogs in Liverpool and Manchester City, and I guess you could say Manchester United or what have you.
Let me ask y'all this. Because I actually do want to engage with this.
Yeah.
I just need to know, especially as like this whole single parent thing that I got going on, my time and everything. When do these games, because they're on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
When do these games actually get played? How do I budget?
It's the best time slot.
That's what I'm asking. How do I properly budget my time to actually watch the game?
Here's what I do, even if it's not Liverpool. Saturday morning, 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So you get up, you're making breakfast, put on the game, whatever it may be. If it's your squad, even better. Sunday morning too.
Saturday, Sunday morning, and then this time of year you'll get some midday, like 2 p.m.
Okay.
Which are night matches over there, right? Like they'll get their Monday Night Football in the same way as well, but it comes on at 2 over here.
Time zones screw me up so bad.
But imagine like a Saturday or Sunday morning. It's perfect.
It's a great way. It's a perfect now, the only thing about it is if you are the type of person like we are, where you're involved in so much sports, there's one, the fatigue that can happen, and two, that's the time where you typically get something done, right? You wake up on a Saturday, go and do some running around. But if you were just chilling at the house, it ends up being a nice way to wake up. Just put on some soccer in the morning. So and you can do that if you are inclined to want to see JJ and his soccer team. They're going to be playing at the highest level next year.
There you go. And I'm a multi-screen, kind of like you, Reggie. And like with me, I got everything on my phone if I'm not watching it on TV. So I can take it with me, have it in the background. I don't necessarily have to be locked in to every moment, So that's something that I could do, man. I just need to know, how do I budget my time
That's
for this
it.
to really
It's
engage?
a piece of cake, man.
It is.
Well, shout out to JJ and the Burnley squad.
Yeah, them Leeds United also came up, but y'all don't care about them, and I definitely don't care about no Leeds United. That's some personal stuff. Shout out to Man United, even though they be annoying me too. A person who's never annoying, a person who I love very much, and I'm not afraid to say that, and a person who makes me smile every time he sends out a tweet. Vernon Maxwell, Mad Max.
He's never annoying.
If no, not to me personally.
Yeah, not if you are on the right side of history.
That is right. If you are living right, you will have no problems with Mad Max. If you are living wrong, or you can say the same thing, you will have some bad vibes. And I know that there's some people with some bad vibes necessarily after losing game 1 to the Golden State Warriors. Here's a little bit of encouragement from Vernon Maxwell. He tweeted this out yesterday. Quote, I know Rockets fans are still trying to get over the Game 1 loss, but rest assured things could be worse. Imagine being a Jazz fan sitting at home right now with no internet, teeth, or electricity.
And I value all of it. I value all three.
The petty of this is so good. I appreciate that he will never let up till his last breath.
Oh, he's been doing this at least a decade now.
At least.
I don't know anybody that hate Utah or the Jazz more than him.
He definitely hates them, but he has found a calling.
Yeah.
I think there is more. You know what I mean?
He's carved out a niche.
You know how you might love your job, but once you realize you're really good at it, you love it even more. Yeah. I feel like that's what's happening with him.
If you want to talk crap about Utah and Jazz fans, just go through his timeline.
Yeah.
You can get all kinds of material. All kinds of material.
And what's funny is it's not like he goes with the crazy bag. He goes to the same well. It's just he just hits it real hard, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm committed to the bit. And so I appreciate that. But yeah, if you're looking for a little encouragement about your Rockets, there's that. How about this? Speaking of the Rockets, and I'll circle back around. I do want to make sure to get to this Astros victory because I really enjoyed it, and we'll talk about it even more later on in the show. But awful announcing. They do a good job kind of catching some things around the world of sports broadcasting. They put together the 2024-25 awful announcing local NBA announcer rankings. And so, I mean, they used kind of a poll system, and they got some grades and some feedback from people that watch league games and obviously locals as well. How do you think the Space City Home Network crew of Craig Ackerman and Ryan Hollins ranked among the 30 NBA teams?
So I am a big Craig fan. I am a fan of Craig Ackerman. I'll say that much. I don't know if he is for everybody, like and if you don't know Craig's background, he had been the radio play-by-play for the Rockets forever until Bill Worrell retired and then took over the reins a couple of years ago. So, he brings a lot of radio energy, and there's nothing wrong with radio energy, but it's just a different kind of vibe. It's like it does feel like a radio guy calling a TV game. I like it. I don't know if those who voted necessarily like it as much as I do. I'm gonna guess 19.
Okay.
25.
Wow. Do you have anything that you would like to put on that?
No. Look, I think it's B. Scott hit it pretty directly. He's kind of a radio guy. I don't think he does a good job. Don't get me wrong.
I love the guy personally,
but a lot of it's how does it sound to the ear? And a lot of national guys want it to sound like a national guy.
So are they including Ryan Hollins too?
Yes, it is. It is with both. It is the crew. Although it is just the call crew. This does not reflect at all on Vanessa Richardson. Interestingly enough, they did not add sideline reporters to this.
Just the 1-2 punch.
So the methodology, gave different grades, and the most common grade for the Rockets crew is a C, and they are 17th.
Okay.
Oh, what did I have? 18 or 19?
You had I think you were 18, 19 right in there, and then some of the things that were said was actually their most common grade was a C. Most season, or rather this season, saw them get more A's than F's, which was a big part of why they were able to, have a better than many of the other booths that just had mostly C's. But a few of the comments was that 2 completely obnoxious homers, which they can get to that place a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair critique.
But on the positive side, underrated and great post Harden is some of the things that came in. Not a lot of feedback in that way, but yeah, definitely. I mean, right in that halfway range, it seems like. Not necessarily for everyone is the way that, but I was like, all right, still, right in that vein.
Yeah.
I found that to be interesting.
I don't know them all by name, but I actually, I'm a League Pass guy. So, and League Pass gives you the local broadcast.
Are you interested in who's at the very top of this?
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, I've listened around. I would say that kind of seems to fit. They're not the worst that I've heard.
No,
but
not
they're
by
not
any
the
means.
best by any means.
The number one broadcast by far, and you could talk about bias, but I think
Mike
this
Breen?
is fair. Mike Breen on the new, and Clyde Frazier on the New York broadcast. Number 2 is the Brooklyn Nets broadcast. Iron Eagle.
See, that's what I was talking about, like the sound.
Yeah.
People want it to sound like...
They're actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I feel like they're not really homers either.
And then the third one is the Chicago Bulls, Adam Amin, Stacey King, which that's a great underrated broadcast.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously rated very highly.
Everybody you just mentioned is also doubles up as a national guy.
100%.
That was my point.
And I think that's why Figgy's saying what he's saying, because he hears them when they're on the national and they can't be homers. They're probably more homer on their local broadcast.
Maybe.
But they have that.
Listen to some when it was just like a local broadcast, and they sounded just fine. It didn't really feel like I was listening to the Lakers broadcast. Where is the Lakers at, by the way?
Yeah.
That's talk about homers.
Question.
Yeah.
That is a good question.
Man, I was trying to listen to them. They were straight up homers.
But that's probably why though, Figgy, because they're actual national guys, and so they figure people when they hear us, not just the locals, but everybody recognizes this voice. I got appearances to keep up around.
Yeah.
Interestingly, the Lakers ranked 9th, that booth of Bill McDonald and Stu Lance.
I was gonna say Chick Hearn ain't walking.
No, it's not. But they also had a big jump this year, and I do wonder how much is that is just like the excitement of having that team actually look even better than they had previously.
Yeah, because
been.
I watched their local broadcasts quite a lot, and they were very homerish.
I'm
like, man, they need to be around where the Rockets is. if that's what the Rockets doing.
not be great, but I don't really give local broadcast guys that much of a knock for being a homer, though. Especially if they're working for a network that it's owned by the team.
Exactly.
So you got to understand, once they went over to Space City and stopped doing the 18, whatever they were before that, they became officially Rockets employees.
The Root Sports Southwest.
Yeah, they're actually like not on the team, but a part of the team in the organization.
I don't give them any grief about it, but I don't like the trend. Around the country.
And it doesn't necessarily sound great.
Yeah.
Right.
What was the guy from that called it Charlotte Hornets games?
I forget. I was just looking at his name, and I feel bad that I forgot it in this moment. It's like Eric Collins, I think.
Yeah,
he did the skibbity dee 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 and whatever that he be doing.
Be like, oh my!
Microphone. Somebody asked for the last place. Golden State Warriors. Bob Fitzgerald and Kalane as weekend. Yes, you've heard a lot of things about them. They deserve to be last. But moving forward, I don't want to give this any more time because I got to give a little credit to the Astros. A 7-0 victory last night at home, and it was the bottom of the order really getting this done. Obviously, we talked about Zach DeZenzo. Cam Smith was pretty good in this. Obviously, you still had a solid addition from Jose Altuve, but it really was Brendan Rodgers with a couple of hits and a run as well, and a double included in there. Yainer Diaz ended up with a run as well in this one, which hopefully you hope helps build up some things. He had a couple of hard hit balls, but yeah, man, a fantastic situation there. And then Hunter Brown just dealing as he constantly is. I think it's now 24 straight innings, shutout innings for him, and this was a 7-inning no-hit bid, actually a combined no-hitter all the way, combined shutout is what I was going for, between Hunter Brown and the debut 25 debut of Forrest Whitley, who took the last 2 innings of this one as well.
Yes, and look, Lopez had my eyebrows raised up last week when he just definitively said Hunter Brown was the ace, not because I was arguing with you. I was like, hey, you know what, Lopez? I hadn't really thought about that, but I think you might be on to something. I think I might be with you there, but look, this is how it's got to look. This is what it's got to look like for the Astros, getting everybody to contribute, doing this thing by committee, leaning on your pitching. You need Hunter Brown to be excellent. You need Framber Valdez to return. Yeah. And I know we're talking about yesterday's game, but we need Framber Valdez to return back to the ground ball specialist that he had been in the past. Like, it's like everything needs to go right for these guys for them to actually be competitive, and the Blue Jays could very well just not be very.
Their pitching coming in was pretty damn good.
12-11 right now.
Yeah. So I mean, right there. I mean, they also like do Blue Jays things. They kind of usually crater. Yeah. But to the Astros credit, to keep it about them, this is 100% what it has to look like.
A couple things actually for you before we get out of here. You know how you know when a pitcher is an ace? When you look forward to watching him pitch as opposed to being a little nervous, and that's the difference between Framber and Hunter Brown. Every time Framber pitches, I'm kind of like, which one are we going to get? Every time Hunter Brown pitches, I'm like, I got to see that.
Yeah.
That's when you know he's an ace.
Yeah.
He's the ace. And then the second thing, just curious, how you playing Zach DeZenzo the rest of the way?
Ooh, good. I'm glad you asked this to him.
I don't know. I really don't.
That's a fair response.
Yeah, you can do it.
I'm not sure that I have just a specific idea, but seeing him yesterday, I was like, well, it feels like, especially the way that Christian Walker's been going, that platoon needs to be there for at least the immediate future.
Yeah, but the reason why I took the coward route of I don't know, man, this first base thing, but
it doesn't have to be just first base.
I get it, but the reason why we're asking the question is in large part because of first base. How do they keep getting it wrong? Not again. Not again.
I'm to the point where I'm not even sure that they're getting it wrong all this, because I mean, the Christian Walker, the logic is all there.
Yeah. No.
I'm starting to go to the supernatural. I think this is bad juju. I think somebody needs to sage the building. I don't know what they got to do, or just over there at first base.
I justified the Jose Abreu move because I knew his power was down, but he hit 300 the year before.
Yeah.
So I mean, what's going on? What's this about?
But you got to get
this
him
first base thing.
You've got to find at bats for DeZenzo.
It does feel like that.
No, on a serious note.
There or anywhere else.
Yeah, he's kind of having like that Amin Thompson effect. Like, hey, man, I don't know what we're doing with him, but he's going to be out there.
Yeah, figure it out.
He needs to be out there doing something.
And he will be out there today. Joe Espada assured us of that. I'm not certain. I want to assume that it's at first base and give Christian Walker another day, but he didn't say that specifically, so we'll see what it looks like. What we will also see is Ronel Blanco. You talk about a guy who maybe makes you feel a little nervous going in.
Yeah.
He'll be facing off against Chris Bassett, who has been very good early on this season. So we'll see if the Astros do the thing where they go with a good game and then follow it up with a not-so-good game. Hopefully they can stack some games. That's always the goal in sports. B. Scott, always appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time, my boy.
This was fun. Happy birthday, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You got a $25
yeah,
contribution.
shout out to the 281. You ain't put your name on it. If you send back, so go ahead and let me know what your name is so I can shout you out fully. They said drop $25. Wow, $25,000 would be crazy. On the Houston Food Bank. Happy birthday, Reggie. You're awesome. Love listening every day. I appreciate you doing that. And dropping some little bit of money on the Houston Food Bank to help our fellow Houstonians and listening in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, the two probably most important Texans were kind of indirectly campaigning for the 25th pick yesterday. Who are you with on the potential pick? I'll tell you what I mean next.
3, 2, 1. It's the John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, happy Earth Day to you on this Tuesday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A few people I want to thank real quick before we get going on this segment where it feels like the most important Texans kind of indirectly campaigning for who the Texans should select at 25. Before we get there, thank you to, first and foremost, B. Scott for joining us for an hour, as he always does on a Tuesday. Always fun to talk to our guy. And B. Scott's thoughts was interesting. I didn't think that he would, I don't know, back down is the right word, but he showed some trepidation after one game.
Little uneasy.
Shout out to Farron. Farron is the texter who wanted a shout out. Happy birthday. I appreciate you. Also appreciation to Lady T on the Twitch chat. She sent in cookies, even though I specifically asked if you wanted to do something for me, put it on the Houston Food Bank.
We ain't listening to you, bro.
Man.
What you mean?
We ain't listening to you.
Yeah.
These cookies are nice.
You can't tell us what to do.
Why don't you donate one over here?
Yeah, I will donate one over there. That is fair.
And it will be for a good cause.
It's a great cause.
All right. Like I said, it is my birthday.
Julie, you said?
What's that?
Julie?
Lady T.
Lady T.
He didn't even. He just heard cookies. He heard cookies. He's like, "This is a woman's name."
He said, "What's her name? Barbara?"
I thought he said Julie.
Who's that? You said Ethel? Thank you, Miss Ethel.
Okay.
Beulah? Was Beulah her
Not
name?
Beulah. That's crazy. All right. So C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr., I think those are your respective leaders on offense and defense. It's kind of crazy that those dudes are heading into year 3. They are easily the most well-respected, probably the most powerful guys on those respective sides of the football, and probably a couple of the most powerful guys if they were the type of people to exert their will in the organization. Is that unfair?
No, that's absolutely fair.
I don't think that they're that type of guys, especially because they fit very squarely into the swarm mentality that the organization seems to have, which is fantastic. But they were both talking yesterday, and indirectly, because they're also, again, they're not going to try and impose their will, but indirectly they both kind of made campaigns and cases for what the Texans do at 25. I'll start with the quarterback, C.J. Stroud. He was asked about a college teammate of his, Emeka Egbuka, and I think there's a lot of people who are looking at the possibility of wide receiver at 25 or in the first round to give C.J. Stroud some help. And so this is C.J. Stroud talking about Ohio State draft prospect Emeka Egbuka.
Yeah, me and Mecca, we were very close at Ohio State, and as just time goes on, you stay connected, but it's just different, not being in the same building and stuff. But man, he can call me anytime. It's my brother for life, and I'm super proud of him, just the man he's become, the man of God first and foremost, and just that leadership that he's brought. And I remember him being like this #1 recruiting receiver coming into our school, and and he came in with just wanted to work. And so I know that he'll do the same thing, coming to the league, and he's going to have no problem adjusting. I think he's going to be a long-time vet, just somebody who is going to make a lot of plays, reliable, going to block, going to do everything that you ask him to do. But first, he's going to be a leader. And I'm just excited to work out, and G. Scott and Trey, all those guys, JT, Jack, all those guys I was there with, to see them, turning the corner on their college careers. And we're developed there. We're bred there. They teach us a bunch. They're hard on us.
All right. Now he's just talking about all his Ohio. He's going into the Ohio State.
You was spitting right there.
He was spitting. I know you. OH, all that. Man. I hear you. But we're focusing on Emeka Egbuka, the wide receiver. So it felt like he was making a case, and not just that.
Kind of, sort of, right?
Well, I mean, not intentionally, but I think if you listen to what he's saying, I think that he makes a pretty strong case for why Emeka Egbuka should be the pick at 25. And of course, we'll do this on the other side with Will Anderson Jr.'s conversation. But the things that I heard, and tell me if you hear them the same way. And this is even when he was just getting, he's talking about man of God, and I was like, oh, that sounds great. It sounds like Bible study will turn up. Yeah. Tank Dell, C.J. Stroud, now just throwing Emeka Egbuka, and we right there in the vibe of what this team has built, which is guys who like each other and want to play for each other, which isn't always the case, and I don't think it's inherent necessarily. I don't think it's necessary to have a good baseball or basketball team, football team. Eventually I was going to get to the right sport. A good football team, but I do think it helps, especially in what they're doing. But on top of that, listen to the way that he described Emeka Egbuka. Makes a lot of plays, reliable, willing to block, and is just going to do what you ask. If DeMeco Ryans was building a Houston Texans player in a lab, does it not feel like those would be the sugar, spice, and everything nice that he'd put into the pot?
I mean, for sure. The worth noting, and you have to note, is there are a lot of players that do that.
Yes.
And they're not all wide receivers.
Correct.
You know, what I got out of it was the kind of sort of like, first of all, he's not going to say anything bad about anyone from Ohio State.
Certainly, but he
did sound sincere.
He put a lot on.
Yeah, it did sound sincere. And I think, sure, he's one of those guys that, let's say we go back 2 years and the Texans actually ask him about Ibuka, much like they did Tank Dell. I think he would go to bat for him. That's where I would land with it. It's like he's not necessarily, hey, you got to draft him, but if they ask him, he's gonna give him all the information.
No, and but I think you're right. But when it comes to Ibuka, I think that he did a good job of highlighting the things that make Ibuka kind of a special prospect, which is that like this dude has a maturity that is different than I think a lot of wide receivers that come in where he just does everything right. Like there's sometimes where talented wide receivers where, they're so talented and they like to take a little leeway in the ways that they run the routes. And I think there's a level, sometimes some of that leeway is granted to them. This dude just kind of does the things that he needs to do. Like when it comes to a route, he is just where he needs to be consistently. He runs great routes, mind you, so you don't have to worry about the quality and the caliber of the routes. I did appreciate the willingness to block because that's not a guarantee. Sure. When you talk about wide receivers, but it has been
it's a non-negotiable here.
It is, and he fits in with that very nicely as just a very high floor. Like I think I've heard draft evaluators talk about him and just like you're not. He is probably as polished as you get when it comes to wide receiver dropping in this class immediately into that space. He is the best wide receiver who I think a lot of people are not even considering in their wide receiver rankings because he's just something else with Travis Hunter. He is not even as close to as polished as Emeka Egbuka. So especially when you consider what this team is drafting that type of talent for, to immediately be able to impact the league right now, Emeka Egbuka feels like one of, if not the best, like options when you talk about adding talent to what this offense does.
And especially on a good team. I feel as if the term high floor gets a bad rap.
Sure.
I really do.
Because it typically goes with high floor but low ceiling.
Yeah, well, it does, but also like he has a high floor, and people think like that's a bad thing, or like, well, maybe we should go with someone else who has a high ceiling. No, high floor makes you a lot of money and wins a lot of games. That, especially on a team that has receivers already that are proven, like Nico Collins and Christian Kirk.
Did you make him Nick Collison, former Seattle Supersonic and Oklahoma City Thunder?
A high floor is a good thing. Don't think of it as a bad thing.
No. So that is the one case on one side. Now we go to Will Anderson Jr., right? The spirit of the defense, a dude who is always effervescent, bubbly. He has that kind of energy to him. This is him talking about a dude that he played with in college and his relationship with the draft prospect, the offensive lineman out of Alabama, Tyler Booker.
Tyler Booker, man, I speak very highly of him, man. Great character guy, but I think he has all the attributes you need to play the offensive line position. He's a mauler. He loves to finish blocks. His leadership skills, his mentality. He wants to be the best, and he's really hard on himself. And that's what builds you up. That's what makes you know who you are. And he has all those things, man. And I can't say enough good things about him, man. And wherever he end up, he's going to change that team, change that program, and change the offensive line for sure.
Change the team, change the program, change the offensive line. Does that not feel like something that this Houston Texans team is looking for, at least the fan base is looking for, when it comes to this offensive line in the 2025
They've been
season?
looking for it since the end of the last game of the 2024 season. They made the changes. Their actions have said as much about that as anything we would say, in terms of like the room and all that stuff. No, they mixed it up. No matter what you might hear about, well, it wasn't necessarily about this or that. No, their actions said that they're trying to find that type of mentality in the room.
Called him a mauler, talked about his leadership ability. And one of the things that it sounded like that I thought was really cool is he basically likened him to himself, Will. Mm-hmm. And I know we've heard Tyler kind of talk about the ways in which Will Anderson Jr. was in some ways insightful to him and his growth as a player. I take you back to yesterday when DeMeco Ryans was talking, and he was asked about like how his scouting ability has gone up. And he's like, if I could find Will Anderson Jr., you could hear the smile coming through the microphone. If Will Anderson Jr. is endorsing Tyler Booker as someone that is like him, does that not sound like something that the Texans would jump at the opportunity to have?
For sure. And both these players, clearly are talked about a lot with the Texans. We do have to just sort of measure it a little bit.
Sure.
That's an Alabama guy talking about an Alabama guy. That's an Ohio State guy talking about an Ohio State guy. So It's not that extreme because there's benefits to it. They know those guys. You have to believe when he talks about, the way that he conducts his business, or Ibuka as well. All I'm saying is, they're not going to say anything bad about it. So you do have to, measure it a little bit.
No, of course. They're not going to say anything bad, but I also don't know that they were glowing about both of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, in particularly the ways that I think it would hit the Texans' ears.
Sure.
Well, and so I guess the question that I ultimately had, because I found it interesting that obviously it's draft time. The people who are asking questions, they didn't just out of nowhere say, hey, let me talk about Tyler Booker, or let me talk about Emeka Egbuka. They were asked about them.
Sure.
But this juxtaposition is kind of interesting because, like I said, two very powerful, dudes in this organization that spoke about these two players that very well could be there at 25 and could be decisions that Nick Caserio and the organization has to make. Who you with? Like, are you with the Will Anderson Jr.? Are you with the CJ Stroud? Like, who would you want in that instance? Especially considering the ways that these guys describe those two players in those quick cuts.
I can't say this enough times because it just really is what I've been feeling for the last couple of weeks. I kind of want the offensive lineman, but I'm thinking the Texans are going to go wide receiver. I just can't shake that. Just the way that reading between the lines, the way they're talking about. So I'm going to say Ibuka, or at least a wide receiver there.
Sorry, this is a text that came in that's a little bit off kilter. It's back. You called him Nico Collinson, and I was like, did you mean Nick Collison? And of course, Ron Hughley, the show of Kansas upbringing, for former first team All-American and most outstanding West Regional Kansas Jayhawks, Nick Collison.
Okay.
That's a lot, dog.
Okay.
You didn't feel no shame sending that to me?
We get it.
Anyways, I don't think I'd be upset getting Emeka Egbuka. Like, he is the wide receiver.
I think they're going to go wide receiver, guys. I mean, to a spoiler alert, I think they're going to pick a wide receiver.
Which is funny because it does deviate from, I think, what a lot of people are hoping for in that wide receiver 2 position, which is some speed, right? Some speed to kind of challenge downfield, especially without Tank Dell. Some speed to get to what CJ Stroud loves, which is those deep shots. But I kind of just love the idea of a wide receiver who is just really on his grind, that is also going to add in the blocking game, that is just a largely or close to fully formed version of what you want, dropping that in and immediately going, let's go flourish. I kind of love that idea. Real quick before we move this along, though, from the 281, could you see a situation where they draft Tyler Booker and then trade up for Emeka Egbuka late in the first round, a version of CJ and Will?
It'd be a lot. It would take a lot.
I don't know that it would take that much. The only thing about it is Emeka Egbuka, even if he's not selected there, let's say you go
get into the first round, it's going to cost.
Booker. Well, yeah, I feel like you might have to jump back into the first round.
I'm just kind of curious if they're going to be there enough to kind of jump up to get him. I feel like Emeka going to probably go earlier than we think.
Oh, see, I don't. I don't.
Yeah, I think he's getting a lot of run. I feel like somebody going to grab him before 25.
I mean, you get back into the first round, you're going to pay.
Yeah, but could you see early second? Because one of the things I was thinking about, especially if you get an offensive lineman that you feel like very, very, very and could be your replacement, like in one of those tackle spots, like especially for Laramie Tunsil, like for like, that would make sense, especially when you consider you trade out Laramie Tunsil, you're not paying his deal, and then you have the capital that you got for him. You put that back into the machine of sorts to bring out another, he's not going to be Laramie Tunsil, or I can't assume that you get a guy that is Laramie Tunsil again when it comes to the pass blocking, but you get a dude who is a replacement at a much cheaper cost for more controllable, and you utilize the similar, if not, obviously I don't think you should use all of the same capital that you got back for Laramie, but you use some of that draft capital to get that player back. I don't think that's an unfair perspective to view this at. So I think I would be an advocate of actually maybe not trading up that first pick, but trading up that second pick, that 58, and then moving up or further in the second round, earlier into the second round, and then getting another, like double dipping, whether it's two offensive linemen or a wide receiver and then an offensive lineman or what have you, or an offensive lineman and then a wide receiver in that secondary spot. But I actually would very much be in on that idea, taking some of that additional capital that you got from the Laramie Tunsil, putting it back in so you can double dip in this strong pot of talented players that it seems like are going to be there from anywhere from 10 to probably about 45 or something in the draft.
And the 979 says if you look at their top 30 visits, 7 of those were running back. I find that interesting. Yes, I made note of that last week, but that's not a first or second rounder, I believe.
I think that might be more third rounder into that space. But we'll see how it ultimately plays. 2 more sleeps till the first round of the NFL draft comes up for your Houston Texans. All right, you're in the hand for the rest of the NFL, I guess. It's not just the Texans, just to be clear. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate Act on the Jim Allen the Texas Hammer text line donated $33 for my birthday.
There we go.
I appreciate you. I believe that's to the Houston Food Bank. Yes, Houston Food Bank. So yeah, keep doing that, man. Support Houstonians on this Earth Day. All right, coming up next is typically the time where we do our lunchtime confessions, brought to you by the Men's Clinic, and we will do that next.
The Texans are back in the building. begins. Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, this is going to be another embarrassing one, but it's
for who?
It's for me.
Oh, okay.
But it's what we do. It's what I do because I always like to be fully transparent. It's the whole idea. So let me first play some audio from the NBA on TNT last night, and for lack of being able to see it, in the middle of a conversation, Shaquille O'Neal gets up and shuttles his way to stage right, out the door, and this happens.
The other thing about Kawhi is, you all right, big fella? Yeah, catching a cramp. Go ahead, keep talking, Chuck. Yeah, we're on TV. No, go ahead. Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking. I know. Hey, take some matches with you.
Hey, yo.
Hey, listen, he couldn't hold it. He can't hold it. After 40, he can't hold it no more. That's a first. He can't hold it. Unless he's got something. That wasn't something planned, was it?
No,
it was not planned.
Oh, it wasn't planned.
He was in the back talking about he's going to drink alcohol and clear up his No, he's been drinking the olive oil. Olive oil and clean his gut. It's cleaning his gut.
So in the middle of the segment, Shaq really had to go. Go, if you know what I mean.
Gotta go right now.
Here's my confession. Figgy, you remember this. You probably don't remember exactly the details because I didn't tell you. So remember, it was in the summertime, and Reggie wasn't here yet, and we had Adam Spillane on. He was on the phone because it was a day game. And I asked a question, and then I turned to you. I said to you over the intercom or whatever you call this thing, the talkback.
The IFB.
IFB. I said, hey, can you ask him the next question? Remember that?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Oh, wow.
Nah, you did not tell me that.
I didn't tell you why. I think you thought maybe someone was at the front door or something I had to let in. I mean, when it hit right then.
And it is miserable.
Was it
coffee? Was that
I don't
induced?
know what it was, but I can relate to what sometimes the darndest times, all of a sudden it's it's real. It's real. I talked back. I said, hey, Figgy, can you ask the next question?
I do love that the Inside the NBA is the type of show where it's so loose where it's fine.
Yeah.
That happens. Now,
that couldn't happen on SportsCenter.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Can you imagine one of the SportsCenter anchors just can't do it?
Yeah.
Can't do it?
Yeah.
It needs to happen right now.
Yeah.
Scott Van Pelt would never.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But, I mean, have you ever had to, in the middle of a segment?
I did one, not in the middle of the segment, during the show, but it was one time I was running a game. Mm-hmm. It was a national game.
Oh, that's tough because you got to send the break.
I was the only one here. And I'm like, man. So I'm sitting there waiting for the guy to call for the legal ID so I can play the legal.
Yeah.
And I'm sprinting out here to the bathroom, man. It was crazy. I couldn't nobody could cover for me.
I asked Adam Spillane a question. And I didn't even hear the answer. I told Figgy, hey, can you ask him the next one? I just took off. I didn't hear two answers. And I came back. Interesting, Adam, interesting. Moving on.
At the risk of being nasty, because I know we were talking about,
Yeah.
movements.
It's a human condition.
I know. But we're also in lunchtime where, people are eating and stuff.
Yeah.
But those have to be the most satisfying instances where you're just
ultimately
I need to get a little bit of this done. I just need to get a little bit of this done because I can't afford to really take care of this fully.
Yeah.
But I gotta handle a little bit so that we relieve some pressure and then just tighten up.
Yes.
Hold the line.
And it's up for us, not to feel sorry for us.
Oh no, our job is not digging no ditch.
Yeah, but we get 3-4 minute breaks.
That's it.
That's it.
Whatever you can get done, and you can't even take the whole 4 or 5 minutes because you still got to go and tidy yourself up and bring yourself back.
And sometimes you got to watch what you eat because you working. Yeah, you got to watch what you eat because if you got to go during the show, it's a coffee. Some people can't handle coffee like that.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, you got to hold that off.
Yep.
Yeah,
These are my confessions.
So I was watching basketball yesterday, as I'm just going to be a mini confession is that I'm going to be entirely useless for the next month or two. because if there's going to be playoff basketball on every evening, and if you wanted to guess where Reginald Atatula is for the next few months, it is likely in front of someone's TV watching playoff basketball. I am that dude. But furthermore, watching basketball yesterday, and the Clippers got what was an incredible win. It was a very good basketball game between the Clippers and the Nuggets. And I have to confess, and I mean this, I believe this thoroughly, and I'm not trolling, none of that. I believe this sincerely. Injuries have what I believe to be the best postseason basketball player of all time in Kawhi Leonard.
That's bold.
It is, but like,
he's in the conversation.
The way that
from his rookie year,
100%.
Yeah.
Like, and from his rookie year was more just like the defense and clamping people up. But as he continued to develop, mind you, continued to develop in that time where you know who was an assistant coach on that Spurs team while he was developing and adding more updates like an iOS update every year. Ime Udoka, but he just kept adding to his bag consistently. And I mean, we've seen playoffs. Obviously, you can talk about 2019 with the Raptors. You can talk about various instances, even with the Clippers. Although, like around being hurt, where he get to a spot, he'll knock down shots. He will clamp people up. He will get blocks. He will steal the basketball, and he'll do it while looking like he is not happy with any of it. And he's just incredible. Last night, there was a point in time where he had 32 points on 12 of 13 shooting.
I think he finished 14 and 19, something like that.
Yes.
I mean, I put this down in my notes. That was a masterpiece. That was a basketball masterpiece that he put forth last night.
And he does it frequently.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing that makes it infrequent is when he's injured. Mm-hmm. And outside of that, and I understand who I'm talking about. I understand that I'm talking about all the greats that have shown up in the postseason and done incredible things. I would put Kawhi Leonard up against all of them if he could have managed to be healthy.
I would put him up against them. I think he's in the conversation, but clearly, I mean, you can talk about the obvious ones, Jordan and Bird, and some more recent ones, but he's in the conversation.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So yesterday I was out in the Woodlands. I had the Carlton Woods.
Yeah. The great place.
Yeah, it was an amazing place.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of did a little tour with the Chevron Championship. And afterwards, me and the wifey went to a spot called Fielding's Wood Grill.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to them. And I got to confess, I think I might be a jerk because
you're not a jerk.
I
So
don't know. I'm waiting. I want to hear it.
Yeah. So we ordering our food, and I could tell the way she's ordering. She want to order multiple things, or when it comes to like the side dishes. But she was like, you know what you getting?
Oh,
and so she's trying to.
Oh no, she was trying to use your side dishes.
Yes. So
that's nasty work.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Yeah. So she said, you know what? I'll do the mac and cheese, and she thought I was gonna get the fries.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, I get the same thing she getting, the exact same thing.
Oh yeah, you're a jerk, but I respect it.
Her mouth hit the ground. Like, wait, you not getting the fries? So long story less long, I end up getting the fries, and of course you ate half of them.
Yeah.
Nah, you should have stood your ground. I thought that was a perfect play.
Yeah,
I thought you played that perfectly.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was a jerk move or if that was the right call.
It
is, but it's also the right call. Simultaneously, both of those things.
It was. Don't
nice,
make me try to order the fries
it
because
was an
you
I see what you're doing move.
Yes,
I see what you're doing. And
it's a counter.
Yeah.
Just like in any
punch.
sport. Like, hey man, okay, this is what you're trying to do. Are you trying to put me in the pick and roll? Are we gonna switch it? How about that?
Yeah, I'm going zone right
exactly.
now, yeah, she do that all the time. Like, I don't know, man. I'm gonna get the exact same.
You
thing
said middle open, or are we sending 9 routes down the sideline? How about that?
Either that or a real jerk move would have get some seafood because she don't eat seafood at all.
Hey, if it's any consolation, and I hate to just group all people together,
but that's never a good start.
But I am. All women do that. All spouses and significant others.
That is the opinions of John Lopez, John P. Lopez.
Ask them if they do it. They'll tell you they do.
Look, I didn't say I disagreed. I just said I'm not putting my name on it.
These are my confessions.
I find myself irrationally excited about something for the Texans draft watch party on Thursday that most people haven't even noticed. I'm like excited because I think we're going to actually get more than just a few seconds of the mariachis. The Texans mariachis are awesome. Like, and I saw that the mariachis are going to be part of the show. I'm going. I think you're going.
I believe so.
I think Figgy's going to the Texans watch party. So, would highly recommend everybody to get out there. If you
That's
can.
at the Avenida, ain't it?
Yes, at the Avenida de las Americas, and And I'm like, I saw the release, and I went, oh, the mariachis are going to be there. I bet you, because all we get at the games, and I love it, and you know this, because I always stand up or whatever.
Yes, you always make notes.
Start singing along.
I know I'm always good to get one elbow to the shoulder, like, hey, the mariachis.
Be quiet. But they usually play like 30 or 40 seconds. I think we might get like the whole. They're really good. We might get the whole spiel here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
all
excited
right. I had
about
not
that.
considered that, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the vibe is as people, hunker down. It'll be a nice little long wait, probably a few hours to get to 25, or maybe wherever.
Boy, Willis.
No, 2 is crazy. I saw someone saying that you should see how stupid the Browns are and see if you can get them again. I'm like, I don't know if you can get them for
With
3.
the third pick.
Yeah.
We have a trade.
That would make the night go a lot quicker, though.
Well, they got the second pick.
That would make the night go a lot. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's the
Browns
Giants.
got the second.
Giants have the third. They've just become the same team in my mind, which is probably not fair to either
same
of them.
difference.
But yeah, it would make the night go a lot quicker if it's like, yeah, we're done at 3 or we're done at 2. We got out of here. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions. Again, appreciation to the Men's Clinic for helping us get those off. But coming up next, the Astros got a strong win, 7-0 against the Jays yesterday. Kevin Glossman on the mound was dealing until he wasn't. You had DeZenzo show up. A 7-0 victory. Was that the best win of the season for the Astros thus far? Let's break it down next.
There's been plenty of talk about the Texans taking a first-round receiver in the draft, but our guy Show thinks they'll go in a different direction.
They have gotten great value and great players from that position late. I think there's a confidence, Clint, that they can find the type of receiver they need in the third round. I don't know if first round is the spot they go.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Fuel costs add up. That's why fleet managers like Ed Keeley of Communications Unlimited are switching to Coast, the smart Visa fuel card designed to help business owners save on fuel and cut wasteful spending.
When we first
That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Earth Day to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I kept trying to go around because, people not listening to me and actually sending cookies up here for my birthday instead of supporting the Houston Area Food Bank. Or
Just enjoy the cookies. I know I did.
The Houston Area Women's Center. I don't want to forget them. The Houston Area Women's Center doing fantastic thing for women in need. Those are the places that I asked you to support on my birthday.
Send a stripper up here for Reggie.
Hey, no.
For Reggie.
Definitely support those women as well. But hey.
They need the support too,
that's
man.
That's not what I asked for.
They're going to
send one
college.
up here for Reggie.
Y'all do not be listening, bro. Y'all really don't. But no, my point was, I got some cookies, and I've been trying to go around trying to find someone to give them to, but I forgot the whole office is empty because they're out making sure that we do what Odyssey always does, which is go and actually activate on Earth Day and go do something to help the Earth. So if you can do that as well,
I'll be feeling bad. We never get to do that.
Never.
And that's why I try and bump it up. Do something responsible for the Earth. We all got to share it, so on and so forth. Something that was very responsible. It was a very responsible yesterday at Dyken Park for Hunter Brown and Forrest Whitley and the Astros. I was about to say for Hunter Brown and the Astros, and I was like, damn, Forrest Whitley came out here in his 2025 debut, looks pretty good. 7-0 win. Is that the best victory that the Astros have put on tape in their 22 games of the season? Mind you, 11-11. First time they've been above 500 since?
Since when?
March 31st.
I was actually surprised. I didn't know they were above 500.
They were 2-2 after they played the first game of the San Francisco set.
Okay.
On Monday, March 31st. So all of April thus far, they had not been 500. They've been sub 500 until they got to yesterday. But I think there's possibly two other games that you could put up in consideration against this 7-0 victory at home versus the Blue Jays. The first one for consideration. It was April 6th. It was a Sunday as they were trying to get out of Minnesota and head to Seattle. And it looked like they might be about to lose this baseball game. But then they put up 2 runs in the 9th to tie the game up. And then ultimately 2 runs in the 10th to win it in a game versus the Twins. And it was Altuve with a homer in the 9th inning that was able to get them over. And then actually he was the one who singled in the 10th as well to get them the win. But that one was huge because your offense hadn't been going, and you got some offense there. Josh Hader, obviously, he got the win actually in that one. I wouldn't go for this one necessarily. Ronald Blanco only went 1 2/3 in this one, and then the bullpen had to come through and all the way come around. But I don't know that one fit what I would look at as like a great game. They needed it. It was good for them to get. The other one that I could throw up here, and I'm interested in what you would think on this, April 11th, they play, and it was, oddly enough, another Ronald Blanco start. This one, a 14-3 victory for the Astros over the Angels. And you got Yainer Diaz getting a double, but you had home runs from Isaac Paredes. You had a home run for Yainer Diaz as well. This was Cam Smith's first home run game, if you recall. And then those guys all went yard in this game. And then, of course, you added in some other runs to get a 14-run game, 14-3 for the Astros. That's the only other one that I put up compared to the 7-0 game. And I'm still leaning with the 7-0. Where are you going?
Well, I wouldn't put the 14-3 game only because that was one of those days, hey, who wants a hit? Because they're giving out hits today.
17 hits.
Yeah, who wants to eat? It was one of those days where everything was going bad for them and good for you. So that happens. So I wouldn't necessarily say it was an impressive win. Obviously, it was a fun win, but I wouldn't say it was the best win of the year. The other one is definitely in the hunt here. But we've kind of read that book before. With comeback win, Jose Altuve's in the middle of it. Et cetera. I'm going to look at this a little differently in terms of yesterday's win and why it might have been. In fact, I will say I think it was the best win of the year. And here's why. Yeah, that's true too. You got huge contributions from guys that are in their 20s.
Yeah.
To me, that was the most important things about thing about yesterday's win. Hunter Brown, he is your ace on this staff. There shouldn't be a question about that.
You want to stop down and talk about that a little bit?
At least for now. We got another text about it. We talked about it last week. I mentioned, that I thought he would be the ace. We talked about it some with B. Scott today, but if you weren't listening either of those times, we just got a text, is he the ace? He is absolutely positively the ace of this staff, at least for now and for the foreseeable future in terms of this.
I don't think it's a for now thing. I'm willing to do this.
Yes, because here's the test. The litmus test is when you see Hunter Brown is pitching, you get excited and you have to plug in if you can. When you see anybody else on this staff, including Fromber, you're kind of like, ooh, which one are we going to get?
I feel like it's a sigh of relief. Like Hunter Brown.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
He's
anybody else is kind of like, I don't know what I'm gonna get.
A true ace makes you feel like that. A true ace stops anything bad that's happening. They're a stopper. In terms of a true ace helps your bullpen. Hunter Brown's your ace.
Yeah. And I mean, to go dig a little deeper into it, because I think you're right in just like the anecdotal sense of that feeling that you get when you see that name on the probable starters. It's like, oh man, okay, Hunter Brown coming back around for his turn in the rotation. All is okay with the world. But other than that, like in his last 24 innings, he has given up 0 runs, which means to say in his last 3 of pitching, his ERA is a 0.00. And obviously, okay, you can say that's just the three outings he's had. You look at the entirety of his season thus far, a 1.16 ERA. And that includes days where it's very evident that he has his stuff going. And that includes also days where his stuff is not the absolute best, but he's just working around it, and he's pitching as opposed to throwing, which is one of those things in the modern MLB where you look at and you go, some dudes are throwers. Some dudes just have hard fastball or what have you, and can throw it really really fast, and they just get over by that. No, he's doing a good job placing his the pitches and working around batters. Well, not even working around batters because he's just mowing them down at times. And I think that is one of the indications of a really good pitcher is just being able to utilize, whether it's a good day or a bad day, ultimately getting a result that looks the same. The word is consistency. It's the thing that we're clamoring for from various different places. You're clamoring for it from an offensive line, right? Know what C.J. Stroud has in front of him so that even if it's not incredible, right? Yeah. If it's consistent, he can know what he's dealing with as opposed to having to look down at his line, not knowing if this guy's going to get blocked on the end or not, right? It's the same thing we're asking for with Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet, right? You guys have to set the table. You guys have to be the guy that everybody else eats off of. And if we're not sure if you're going to be there in these big moments, how can you necessarily expect to beat teams, the best of the best in the NBA? But ultimately, that is what he brings to the table here is consistency. You know what you're getting out of a Hunter Brown start. You're getting 5 or 6, maybe 7 innings as you got yesterday, and there's not going to be a lot of runs on the board to where if your offense is going well enough, you have a good chance of winning baseball.
And it's, a true ace has variations of the same pitch. In other words, that's how Major League Baseball pitchers, by and large, they're going to be able to put the ball where they want. They're going to have out pitches. They're going to have a good fastball. The aces have an out pitch that they can manipulate. It might be a changeup for some. They can throw a changeup that maybe comes in and fools a batter in a particular 2-strike count. It might be a 2-seam fastball versus a 4-seam fastball, and the action that they can command off of that. For Hunter Brown, he's got at least 2 splitters. He's got a splitter that kind of hits the bottom of the zone, and then he's got a splitter that the bottom falls out of it. That's not an accident. That's a guy that has such command of his pitches that he can dial up that particular pitch in a different way as a strikeout pitch or hitting the strike zone type pitch. So yes, that's number one by far why yesterday was the best win of the season. But you're also looking at Forrest Whitley closing it out, another young guy that's had some struggles.
And you need more guys in this pen.
Yes.
You always need guys in the pen.
And they're good already.
Right. That's like your edge rushers. You can never have enough. If you have good bullpen pitchers, you feel great, right? And adding Forrest Whitley, especially if he can be that, I'm not going to assume that he's going to be that all the time, but if he can be somewhere close to that, you add another guy that you feel somewhat confident in, at least in situations where you talk about Hader and Abreu.
Yeah.
Are there any other guys that you feel good about in that? I think maybe, are you feeling decent about Caleb Ort or what have you?
Yeah,
you have some guys but if Forrest Whitley can add in there as another guy you feel confident about, that gives you some more confidence, I guess, so to say. With some of the ways in which this was a 10-hit game for the
Astros. Well, again, just to put a bow on it,
you
had Hunter Brown, 26.
Sorry.
Forrest Whitley, the young guy that has been the stud, You had Cam Smith in the thick of things. We know about him. He's 21. And then you had Zach DeZenzo, 24 years old.
Showing off.
So you have 4 dudes right there in their 20s that were in the thick of why you won this game. It was not only impressive in the best win, it was encouraging for just this team moving forward.
Of your starters, 8 of them got hits. It was a 10-hit game, and there were no home runs. Ocho mentioned this earlier on the text line, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Jim, was that they did this without the benefit of home runs, and they stacked a few innings, right? They got a crooked number in the 5th and 8th inning of this game. So, they were able to, move, I guess, what's the right word? What's the right phraseology? They were just able to move the line, I guess, or what have you, and just stack hits. And
I always call it the conga.
Yeah, there you go.
The
Absolutely.
conga line. They have the conga line working.
I mean, I very much would like to see power and slug come to this Astros team because it's necessary. But if you're going to be a team that gets on the bases and runs it, I could be comfortable with that because you're not always going to hit home runs. But seeing them do that, and especially the bottom of the lineup, right? As we mentioned, Cam Smith, Brendan Rodgers had a couple of hits in this one, a couple RBI himself, Zach DeZenzo. It was everybody getting involved, especially the places where you go. If those guys can hit relatively consistently, just decently, you get back to a place where you are terrifying to teams because the thing that is the scariest to a team with no easy outs. And the closer that you get to no easy, and now I know that's a bold thing to say in this moment, but if that game, if you get anything similar to this game going forward, just the idea that every batter is going to make opposing pitcher work, that's the thing that would be giving me the most encouragement.
Yeah, and when you have that at the top of your rotation, then you can live with Fromber being a little bit unpredictable. You can live with guys that are just sort of coming along as best they can. And you can also live with this. This defense has been a sore spot for me anyway all year long.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of hidden errors that this team makes because they don't have guys that can make plays that other big leaguers would make. And you can live with yesterday. I think I texted you about this. I think it was in the 2nd inning that George Springer got on base, stole 2nd, and then immediately stole 3rd.
Yeah, they're still running on Yainer.
Because Yainer, really they're like, oh, Yainer's catching? Well, let's go ahead and run. But you can get away with that because then he mowed him down. He mowed him down with one out and a runner on 3rd. So some of those deficiencies, whether it's Yainer defensively or defensively in the field, you can cover those up.
Yeah, so a really good game for the Astros yesterday. Encouraging one for me personally. I don't know about y'all as well from the 7-1-3. If Whitley can be that 7th inning reliever, we have the makings of a new Lidge Dotel Wagner. Oh, okay.
That's strong.
And I was like, Ocho, we doing a lot once we start getting to that necessarily. But, I mean, I would like a step in that direction even. Right? I don't know if I want to even get to that place where I'm immediately calling into question those names necessarily. But yeah, man, base. And that one did feel like a step towards it. They're back in action tonight. As I mentioned, Ronald Blanco versus Chris Bassett. And so,
who's, by the way, a stud.
He has been pitching very well. What is he? It's
a 0.77 ERA.
Yeah, sub 1
like
ERA. Yeah. That's so. Look, it'll be very telling if the Astros are able to do any level of replication today of what they did yesterday. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to some of the interesting things that we heard from C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson when they talked yesterday to the media. We'll do it next.
All right, let's talk about Underdog, man. One of the
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio. Lopez, Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you on a Tuesday. Happy Earth Day to you. A lot of things happening in the world of sports, including a lot of Texans players being made available to the media, including also a man who's on the program as C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but he says that people only refer to him as CD or 8. And to that point, John Metchie going to have to come off that number.
He said so. He said, I think he said, quote, jokingly, but behind every joke, there's a little bit of a nugget of truth.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
You think he will, though? You think he will?
Who, Metchie?
Yeah, come off that number.
I'm wondering, man.
Because if Brevin Jordan was coming off his number.
Yeah, but C.J. Gardner-Johnson wasn't asking. And he's a bad dude. He's a bad dude.
Yeah, my first thing, because we talked about this.
I thought he might, remember?
Yeah, we thought that, and then I think we looked at all the numbers he had.
Yeah, that's what I was like. He's changed numbers a whole bunch.
Yeah,
and I don't know that he's making so much money that's like, we'll just trick off a little bit of money to make sure I give my number. But I don't know. Maybe I guess it's all about want to, and it seems like he kind of really do want that 8. So I don't know. We'll see how that ultimately goes. We'll dig into some of the things that the fellas have said throughout the day. Probably tomorrow we'll get more into it. But I do want to go back a day. CJ Stroud. There's a lot of CJs. There's a lot of CJs, a lot of Nikos. There's a lot of places that get you caught up with these Texans, but obviously a lot of unique, interesting dudes. But CJ Stroud specifically was talking yesterday, as was Will Anderson Jr. And we talked a little bit about the ways in which he's kind of hipped us the game on the way. Also, the offensive line is a huge part of it. That's been the talk of the offseason for this Texans team. And so I found it very interesting, C.J. Stroud, when we got an opportunity to hear from him, especially as he's been very quiet this offseason as opposed to the offseason prior. This is C.J. Stroud talking about the changes to the offensive line.
Yeah, it's exciting, It's something that I've learned in this league. You don't ever get comfortable, just you got to be able to adapt and change and upgrade, like every year the iPhone upgrades, you got to be able to upgrade like that. So that's something that I think that we'll do. Personally, for me, myself, that's a goal of mine, is to get better in things that I need to get better in, also, polish those things that I'm good at. But yeah, it's exciting having new guys, different. Everybody's different, so new personalities, new mindsets, and just really having one common goal and the same, the same goals. I think at the end of the day is what creates that winning program and that winning tenacity that we're all looking for. So,
first of all, some of us don't upgrade our iPhone every year. But I get your point. And
that's a good point.
He's like, there's a new phone every year. You got to upgrade. Well, not all of us.
Are you a 2 or 3 year? I feel like that's probably those are the most common.
Whenever the contract's up, whenever the phone's paid off.
Oh, he does the contract.
Yeah, whenever the phone's paid off, I get a new one.
Okay.
It's usually 2 years, right?
All right.
Like usually.
I think that's usually it.
About 2 years.
All right.
Then I'm in on the new phone. Sometimes longer, depending on.
I'm surprised they still do contracts.
That's what I was.
That's
that grandfather playing in.
No, man.
A lot of these.
Why would anyone change that?
But see, a lot of these phone companies be like, no contract. That's their advertisement.
No.
Contract.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing because then all of a sudden you don't have to pay for the phone as much and all that. Anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Is it?
Offensive line for him. Now, I know he also said he's going to miss those guys, Shaq and Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
But I will say what we talked about earlier. I mean, C.J. Stroud got what he wanted, and not only that, he got what he needed. They couldn't with a straight face, no matter what D'Amico Ryan says, or was it Nick Caserio said we'd have been fine coming back with this.
That was Nick Caserio.
Yeah. They would have been, no matter what they say, they could not with a straight face go into the 2025 season with the same offensive line, and C.J. Stroud knew it. C.J. Stroud, it seems apparent now.
Did he know it?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Well, I take you to C.J. Stroud 6 here.
Yeah.
Were you surprised by the changes to the offensive line?
I mean, that's something I feel, is not my pay grade. It's just I'm just a quarterback, but at the same time, you build relationships with guys, and your LT, of course, who I know you're talking about, and Shaq. Those are two of my best friends, so that I've come into the league with. So yeah, it hurts. You know what I mean? Our front office knows that, and they know how I felt about it, and. But I totally understand, and I'm not against it at all. I totally think that we're heading to the right side of things. And I think something I learned about Nick is that he has a plan, no matter what I receive. So, of course, sometimes we don't know what that is, and but you just have to have trust, and that's something that we actually talked about today, having blind trust and having earned trust. And for Nick, I mean, he's gained my trust in both areas. So I'm excited, but I'm always going to be best friends with those guys and rooting them on, and I still talk to them daily. So
no, he knew it.
I don't think he did. The way that he said
No, he flat out said it.
Well, no, I think you heard it correctly.
Let's hear the back end of this again.
You got to hear.
Flat out said it. Just because something hurts doesn't mean he didn't think it had to happen.
Let's play the whole thing.
The whole
I want you to pay attention to this very carefully.
All right, I'll point you to the place that I stake my claim on.
I think he flat out said it hurts, but it had to happen.
I mean, that's something I feel, is not my pay grade. It's just I'm just a quarterback, but at the same time, you build relationships with guys, and your LT, of course, who I know you're talking about, and Shaq. Those are two of my best friends, so that I've come into the league with. So yeah, it hurts. You know what I mean? Our front office knows that, and they know how I felt about it, and but I totally understand. And
press pause. Front office knows how I felt about it, but I totally understand.
That's the part that kind of got me too.
Hold on.
It sounded like
hold on. Now play the rest.
No, I know. I just wanted. I wanted to make sure you heard the point.
I heard that. No.
Lopez want to erase all of that stuff.
No. Keep it all. Keep all that. In fact, go back again.
We're not going back a third time.
No, keep it all. He said hurts. I totally understand, but let's keep the whole context here.
Okay.
Against it at all. I totally think that we're heading to the right.
I'm not against it at all. We're headed to the right thing.
I think something I learned about Nick is
what are we missing here?
No,
I'm not against it at all. We're headed to the right thing.
Wait, so what was your point? I mean,
I said that he knew there's no way they could have gone, and the Texans knew there's no way they could have gone into next season with the same offensive line. He just said it.
I
feel like you're saying something different.
No, let's take it literally.
Front office knows that, and they know how I felt about it, and but I totally understand, and I'm not against it at all.
I'm not against it. Now play the rest.
Think that we're heading to the right side of things, and
thank you.
I think
where is there vagary there?
It sounds like he's saying he's not against the move. They're making the move.
Exactly. That's exactly what he's saying.
But he also said they know how I felt about that.
Okay. No. That's what I'm saying. I think you're missing my bigger point. Just because something hurts doesn't mean that it's not what you really know needs to happen. And that's what he literally just said.
I understand where you're coming from. I want you to understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
And that's that after that, he then talks about like how he, it's about trust, right? And as opposed like blind trust and gain trust is ultimately what he landed on. And he's operating on gain trust. When do you have to lean on trust? When maybe you had a little bit of a difference in opinion. I think we're probably making a bigger conversation out of something that was a smaller disagreement.
No, I get it. But my bigger point is here. He said it. He said it.
It sounded like he understand why they had to do it.
That's the first thing he said. Yeah, but again, after that, he said
it seemed like he's saying I felt a different way, but I get it.
What part of we're headed in the right direction is hard to understand?
I think that is a man who's going to be on the company line. But I found it interesting that at least in the smallest sense, that it seems like there was a little bit of trepidation about the way that this goes. And I wonder how – and I mean, look, the idea he's going to get into a place where we're going to try and make this work in whatever situation that we have. And I think that's how he wanted to be. I think that on top of this, like there is room to ask, like, have they done enough on this offensive line with what's happening there, and what then could be continue to be done to make sure this offensive line is better? Ultimately, he's going to want to get to a place where, they're going to be better, right? This is the time of year where hope springs eternal no matter what. Going into the draft, into the offseason, everybody's 0-0, all of that. I still think that it does seem like there was a little bit of like, all right, I'm just going to trust you, Nick, and that feels like a little bit of an acknowledgement that this was an unorthodox offseason when it comes to the offensive line, especially for me, at least, not speaking about CJ or anyone else, with the way that they handle this, where you go and obviously you move on from Laramie Tunsil, a move that I'm not going to be upset about, but the corresponding moves have not been ones that have necessarily wowed me when it comes to what you're going to put on the field.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's kind of coming across as like the guy looking at it more as a friendship, brotherhood thing rather than, the business part of it. Because he did say multiple times like that's my brother, all this stuff. So I wonder if he was kind of like, I'm not sure, but maybe he was a little bit upset because that's my brothers. We want to get through it with it, but I also understand it's a business and we gotta be better.
I think he did say that, and I think you're 100% right. They are going to be his quote brothers, and he understands that it's a business. But I don't think there's any gray area with what his takeaway point was there. We had to do it, and we're going in a better direction. I mean, to me, that's almost impossible not to see a particular way.
It's funny you kind of took it that. I took it as him being like a company guy, like just not really leaning either way. It seemed like he was kind of in the middle a little bit, like they know how I felt about it, but I know we're going in a good direction, and those are my brothers, but I know we got to be. But
let's also remember this. We know he was frustrated last year.
He was.
There's no question about that.
100%.
So if he was frustrated, it wasn't with the receivers.
Well, one of the things that it seems like he was frustrated with was the inability of like being able to do his own thing, as we were talking about earlier. And it might be worth playing once again. This is CJ Stroud 13 on how he feels about the offensive scheme that Nick Haley's bringing in.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from LA and New England, and he's gonna bring some of that swag over here. So, that kind of is what I'm used to, is taking control and being a little more pre-snap. Having tools to put my guys in the best position, and that's something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years, but. Even I learned from, and it made me better because it added a new element to my game. So, be able to, just get better and learn from, what he did with, New England and LA would definitely help me, because I feel, those are two schemes that I'm, kind of used to, in a sense. Like, that's kind of what I ran at Ohio State, what kind of New Orleans does a little bit, and in LA, it's kind of what we ran here these last 2 years. So I'll be able to, put my swag on it and have fun with it. And he's all about me taking full ownership and running the show, and that's what I want. So I'm gonna get what I want, and that's really been really cool just to see that he's like bought into me, and he doesn't really know me well yet. So, he talked about today having blind trust, and I have a lot of trust in him already. Just how he talks and how he presents in the room and things like that is really cool to see.
And that's the bigger thing. That's the biggest thing. It's by far the biggest thing. He's going to have total control. He's going to have the ability to do things on the line of scrimmage that he just didn't have control of last year. And if you're going to go out on your shield, be the one that has control of how things play out.
Yeah. I mean, that was the biggest, most encouraging portion of this. And I mean, I think that it came across very strong, the comfort that it seems like he has early on with Nick Haley and what their plan is. I still don't know that we have a lot of insight into it, but it is encouraging that you're going to have a quarterback who is going to be able to step fully into that space that you anticipate quarterbacks to get to, the best ones in the league, as they progress, right? Early on, it's reasonable to expect coach or, to have a little bit more of what's happening here as you're bringing quarterback along on the steep learning curve that is transitioning to the National Football League, right? Cam Ward is going to have to deal with this when he steps in, I think we imagine, to the Titans offense. And now you're dealing with dudes that are moving a lot faster, and you're dealing with concepts that in theory could be strong or, different than and maybe more advanced than what you saw in the college landscape. Maybe that might be overstated, as we've seen a lot more of the college concepts filter into the NFL, but you get generally what I'm saying. Like there is a learning curve, but as you get steeped in the game that is the NFL as a quarterback, especially if you're one of the better ones in the league, you're going to get to a point where, you want to have more opportunity to dictate what you're seeing on the field.
My terms.
And utilize the tools that are available to you, having the best seat on the field, being right there in the middle of it and being able to dictate or see, hey, what's the defense doing, and putting the guy, like play the chess match that the great quarterbacks that have, And if you view C.J. Stroud as the possibly great quarterback, you want to give him that tool, and it seems like Nick Caley's going to give him that tool.
At minimum, he is your franchise. Why would you trust anyone but the franchise at the line of scrimmage when he's in the breach of everything?
Yeah. One more before I go. This was C.J. Stroud talking about the new wide receiver that he has, Christian Kirk.
Yeah, I'm excited, to be able to play against him. Last 2 years, he's, somebody that, you definitely got to prepare for if you're playing against him now. It's the other side where, we get to work together. Somebody who I've heard amazing things, Mikado being from Texas A&M, and being with him there, say, that he's a great person. That's all I've seen, being on the phone with him, texting him, now meeting him in person for the first time, other than he brings a tenacity, a raw ability just to run routes, feel the game, run after catch, and just I think he's a very polished route runner and a leader, which is something that I'm very excited to work with him about.
Look, and that's where you have to go back to what they really need to do is all about C.J. Stroud. They said it in the postseason, sort of walk away press conferences. They got to protect him. D'Amico said it. Nick said it. They also have to, give him the weapons, and that's where Christian Kirk comes in, and I think another wide receiver comes in.
Yeah, will be interesting. Somebody said new drinking game every time CJ says you take a shot. Hey, I mean we all have our fillers, right? That's where it gets really tough is when somebody points out your filler and then
everybody has
it becomes very obvious and evident to you every time you say it. Mm-hmm. And it just becomes annoying in your head, and you try and fight it, and the more that you try and fight it, the more that the filler comes up.
Remember Casario's right?
Oh man, ooh, that's tough.
That was the worst.
What's the worst filler that you've like dealt with somebody?
Well, I'm proud of Casario. He got rid of it. He used to answer.
I feel like he totally stopped it.
He ended every question with right, and we had fun with it, of course. But he's like, done. I'm not doing that anymore. We all have that stuff.
Yeah, I feel like I've dealt with somebody who had like MK.
Okay,
and that one gets real annoying. It gets grating on the ears as you go. So I understand, but hey, let's give the young man a little bit of leeway there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about the time where we turn things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah,
man?
so Paul Hagen was going crazy on the Pat McAfee show. And I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I think there's some truth there.
Uh-oh.
Plus, Deion Sanders capping about having a little solo fun.
Oh!
If you know what I mean.
All right.
Wow.
That is what we will do next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Rocket.
Texans, Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the Luke Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Paul Heyman, he was on the Pat McAfee show. And that brother was wilding, man. And to the point, I think Pat McAfee was beat red. Mm-hmm. And he he was beat red. And this is why. So he was on the Pat McAfee show, and he had this to say. He was just kind of going on a Paul Heyman rant.
Do you care about the opinions of people who are irrelevant? You don't care about the opinions of most people who are very relevant in your life. You don't care about the opinions of the people who pay you. They sit there and they go, hey, Mr. McAfee, don't talk about Shannon Sharp on the air today. And you go, I talk about anything I want. I'm Pat McAfee. Right. Watch me swing my all over
Hey, yo.
They go, McAfee, don't talk about your podcast on the air. What do? I'm King. Watch me, Pat McAfee, right?
This is on you. This is about you, not me. Accurate stuff.
Why is Heyman just talking about appendages the whole day?
I don't know. It sounds
like, out here swinging your appendage.
It seemed like they was having a backstage conversation or something. Like they was hanging out away. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But he was beat red. Like he was waving his arms like, no. This is not true.
You know what this feels like? This feels like when you're hating homeboy, see you trying to talk to a lady, and he's like, and his tone of voice sounds like he's being sincere, but he's being a jerk.
Yeah.
Like, hey, man, you get that cream? Because I know you was telling me that you needed that cream. Like, that's what it feels like to be like, why are you hating right now?
You got that antibiotics over there. That you still on that penicillin?
And that itch still there for you, dog? Because I know you was talking about that itch.
Well, this is where it kept going. Like, he wasn't done here. So
no, he wasn't.
Apparently, they were hanging out before the show or sometime when the person Heyman had this to say.
Hey, last night when the roast was over and you and I were out back and you're going, wise man. By the way, it's puff, puff, pass, not puff, 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 chase down the gummy, puff, 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 pass.
That's a lot of business out there. That's a lot of business being put out there.
So right now, do you believe in Paul Heyman, or you think this is all cap?
Oh, I believe
so far.
I mean,
no, he's a great salesman, but
they're coworkers.
Yeah.
And one of the things about coworkers is that, sometimes stuff goes around. And I do wonder if he just got an opportunity to let his mouth run a little bit in this particular venue, and he just lets things go. Because I mean, what are we saying here? That maybe Pat McAfee does not actually listen to or trust or value the opinions of all those people, including his bosses? Because I would say that probably feels like that's actually true.
It sounds like he was back there just giving it up. Like, man, this company ain't going to be none without me, and they got to do this when it comes to me.
And then also the idea that maybe Pat McAfee might engage in some extracurricular activities in regards to the marijuana.
I can see that.
These all seem viable.
Yeah.
They're all viable.
Let me see if this is viable right here. Here's some more from Paul Heyman, giving it up. And Pat McAfee is beat red.
Right? And you go, wise man. Stephen A. Smith really sucks, right? And I go, I love Stephen A. The man calls me the GOAT. The man, Stephen A. Smith, is on the air saying in the universe that I, Stephen A. Smith, at $70 billion a year, want to be the wise man, Paul Heyman, and you sit there and you go, these ESPN bastards give me the same money as him, or they can.
No, that's not true. None of that's true.
That does feel like hating. He is. That feels like he's absolutely setting.
So you think this part is cap?
I think he's setting them up.
The first two, I believe, that one not so much. But as I'm listening to these, I just go back to, what did you think he was going to do? like just because you're like boys off the air and he's kind of maybe even, maybe even just sort of laid back and just hanging out. When the lights come on and the camera and the mic is in his hand, what do you think he's going to do?
I don't know.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. I 100% believe this, man.
Yes.
Because people like I feel like our station is probably the only station where we all are boys.
Mm-hmm.
Like we are all good. There's no drama behind the scenes and nothing like that. We had a good time at Radio Row.
Mm-hmm.
But
wait, what are you saying by saying ours is the only one? You saying there's some drama out there?
No, not
you want
us.
to disclose some things?
A lot of places does.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of places are, they might work together, but they are not friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They don't hang out outside. I feel like Pat McAfee was just giving it. He probably was high.
Mm-hmm.
He was just speaking what he wanted to say. I feel like he was low-key giving it up.
Yeah,
it's possible.
And did not know Paul Heyman was going to jump on the show and give all of this up.
Actually, the more I think about it, the more it definitely feels like Paul Heyman was just like, I'm going to be a jerk to you.
Yeah.
I'm just going I'm going to say a whole bunch of wild stuff on live TV.
That brother was, man.
He was like, I'm going to light a grenade. I'm going to drop it here for you.
No, like, this ain't true.
And
this is not true. But I can 100 because Pat McAfee, he's making a lot of money at ESPN. So I can see him being like, man, this guy making this much? I can make more than that. Like, that guy sucks. I can 100% see that.
When's the next time Paul Heyman's going to be on the show?
I would probably say
WrestleMania next year.
Yeah. Or probably around never o'clock.
Yeah.
That might have been his last appearance.
Yeah, because that might leave a mark now.
Yeah, or at least I wonder if Stephen A. gonna say something about this.
Pat's fine.
If he gonna go on this YouTube and
no, Pat's fine, but it's gonna leave a mark, and he probably won't forget.
Yeah. Yep, it's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Deion Sanders, we all know Deion Sanders, but did y'all know he was a host of this show with Roxy, who used to be on 106 in Park?
It's on like Tubi. Is it on Tubi or whatever?
It's on Tubi. It's called We Got Time Today. And so apparently they was having a conversation. I forgot who else was on this show at the time as a guest. But apparently Deion didn't watch any X-rated videos and questioned, I guess the question was asked, how do you get yourself in the how do you pleasure yourself?
Oh, wow.
And
They were like, this was not the Colorado post game.
Yeah,
they're having very different conversations.
It was like a bunch of women on the show, and then it was that kind of. He said he don't watch any of that type of stuff, and they say, "Wait,
bull junk.
How do you?" It said that's exactly what he said. Yeah,
I see what you did there.
But they asked her, "How do you get in that mode to have a good time with yourself?" And this is how this conversation went.
No, I don't do that. What be in your head, since you don't watch it? What be in your head when you pleasure yourself?
I don't pleasure myself. I've never in my life pleasured.
In your life.
Never in my life.
All your life.
It's a studio audience? Damn, there's a lot of people in there.
I'm trying to figure out to strike you down. He got to strike you down.
Hey, I'm telling you the God's truth.
Why do I really believe him?
Okay, now see, my next statement gonna sound arrogant.
What is it?
I never had.
Oh.
Y'all think he capping on this?
Come on.
And I knew he was going to say, "Oh, I never had to.
Yeah.
I could just call anybody up."
Yeah.
I mean, he probably could.
So, ever in his life, though.
Not when he was 12.
He said ever in his life.
Come on. Why are we even asking this question?
Because Deion, man, gets the people going.
Get out of here.
That's.
Why are you even thinking about it?
What?
Of course he has.
Because I don't want to think about that. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a good reason.
He's too old to be capping about this, man.
But he is.
Like, we is not in middle school.
I don't know if he's capping or not. The thing, regardless of now, okay, I feel you. And regardless of whether he has or not, I think he's too old to be like so adamant about it one way or like. That reminds me of a Hannibal Buress joke where he talks about how, teenagers are not developed enough yet to be comfortable with the fact that they do that. Mm-hmm. So he would upset his little cousin by just accusing him of doing that. And he's like, no, I don't, Hannibal. And that's what Deion sounded like. He's like, no, I've never,
well,
not
he is
once.
Kind of a child sometimes.
But I was just like, you at your biggest age, at your big age, you're like, no, I've never done. I'm like, you could just be like, I haven't, but I mean, whether y'all believe it or not, it's cool. Like that's how I would have imagined Deion to play it until I heard that audio.
And honestly, I feel like at his, I feel like you got to get to. Let's say he's telling the truth. Like honestly, he should just say, "Yeah, I did it a couple times when I was a teenager."
Well, you don't have to lie. I feel like if you have it, you can stand on that. But I don't think you have to go so hard about it.
But they would have went right past it. It wouldn't even been probably a clip going around about this. But for the simple fact, I never did it in my life. Like, no, I never had. It's just like, man, come on, man. Now people got more questions.
Yes.
If you just say, yeah, I did it a couple times, like a normal person.
What do you think goes through the players' heads when this comes across their timeline?
I don't think they're surprised at all. I think that he's had a life now.
No,
he's done a bunch of stuff.
And I guess having the life is kind of is somewhat of the appeal. I just got to imagine there's some people that are like, you don't have to deal this when you go to Nebraska. You know what I mean? Like, ain't nobody asking what was a Matt Rule? Yeah. Have you ever? It's just like, nah, it's not any news that you ever have to know about your coach.
Yeah.
Well, Matt Rule ain't hosting the show called We Got Time Today with Roxy 106 in Parks.
Which, by the way, the idea of having time as a college football coach is kind of incredible. Not just in general, right? Because coaches love to talk about how they sleep in their office and all this and out on the recruiting trail. But also in the modern iteration of college football, where not only are you recruiting other people, you're recruiting your own players, you're recruiting the rest of the NCAA. You got all this stuff
happening. You're trying to get to know your players and build relationships.
Oh, man, got a whole extra TV show that he does on the side, too, where he claims to have never done that.
All right, it's the mixtape in the Lou Sports Radio 610. I'll get y'all out of here on this. So I want to ask Lopez, because you got kids. When was the first time you ever heard your kids cuss?
Oh, I remember the first time the oldest one did.
Oh.
Yeah.
What happened? Where
4-year-old birthday party.
4 years?
He was the best place to do this.
Wait, was he 4? Or
he was 4, and it was a 4-year-old's birthday party.
Which I can imagine, because they all just become parrots, and they all want to say the word, too.
Well,
yes?
So someone had the idea of playing Duck, Duck, Goose.
Ah, yeah.
So he stands up, and he starts tapping all these kids on the head, except he's not saying duck.
Oh.
He's going bleep, 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 goose.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're just standing in the corner, because it wasn't at our house. There's another, we're there, and just sort of like, yeah. Got a thing in about an hour. We probably need to go ahead and get going here.
Yep. But the problem is the damage is already done. Everybody look at y'all like terrible parents. Y'all be saying at the house, huh? Y'all be saying at the house?
So if you could go back in time, would you give your kid a pass to cuss when it's like playing on the court or playing video games? You gave them a pass?
I did, absolutely.
Okay.
Probably starting in middle school. When they were youth leagues, there was none of that. But once you get on your middle school team and you hear them at practice and stuff, I didn't have a. I mean, that's part of the almost culture, in a sense.
I've seen kind of different people handle this differently, and I appreciate, especially the people that are like, look, I understand you can say it, but you got to know the circumstances.
Yes.
One of those circumstances, I'm sorry, is going to be real traditional. Don't y'all be cussing around me. Show me some respect. Right?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about like on the basketball court with other kids.
But I feel like
I didn't have a problem.
I don't even know how much this is cultural, but maybe this is just kind of a Southern thing or what have you. But like just the natural inclination to be like, you can do whatever that cussing is. To this day, you get around your mom or whatever,
you mute.
For sure. It just can't be that.
Yeah.
No. I was talking about on the court.
Okay.
Yeah,
So apparently Savannah James, the wife of LeBron James, kind of side with you with this. So she gives her sons a pass to cuss while playing basketball.
Yeah.
So while she was doing her podcast, she got a random call from a listener and asked if it was crazy that his mom yells at him for cussing while playing video games. And just pay attention to see if you could kind of recognize a voice. I think she recognized this voice.
Where you from and what's your crazy?
My name is Daryl. I'm from Atlanta. My crazy is, I'm 17 years old and I be playing the video game and I be cussing, screaming, banging the desk, and my mom come in and starts yelling at me. So I just want to know if you think that's crazy.
I think it's crazy because I can hear my sons through the walls as well. And I did this rule with my sons. This is Savannah. they play basketball, and I gave them the you can cuss on the court rule. I guess I got to translate that to you can cuss when you're on the game, too, because the obscenities that fly out of their mouths through my closet wall is crazy.
To be honest, Mom, I don't even think that's crazy at all.
See, there you go. Wait, Bryce?
What? Old Bryce.
Yeah.
Old Bryce called in.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I remember when that came out. It was very funny.
Yeah.
But the only thing about it is like, we just got to make this a cuss during the game. Y'all better not be banging on the door and on the. That was the thing. He was like, my mom be mad when I be banging on the wall and stuff. She better? What you mean banging on the wall? Cussing is one thing. Doing all this hooting and hollering and banging on the walls.
I don't think my parents would ever give me a pass to cuss. Like
no circumstance.
I had to cuss away from like my parents.
Oh, me too.
Like, it builds character. You got to find the right circumstances where you can let it. You got to be able to check the surroundings, make sure you're good, and then let out a few words.
And to get to a point where you cold with it, where you ain't got to cuss. You could use all the stuff without cussing.
Yeah.
Like you could be like, dang. Put that G on the end.
Yeah.
No, you ain't hear it. I said dang. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, I was way and a half. But you're playing ball, man. It's just.
That my mother ain't trying to hear that.
What you mean you playing ball? You found a way to.
She want a clean ball game.
Yeah,
man.
get that ethical hoop on.
You can play without cussing.
Well, no,
you don't need to cuss at nobody. Be a good sport and get yourself off that court.
Yeah, you know what, Mom? Just don't come around when I'm playing basketball.
That's exactly right.
All right, there you go. That's Figgy's Mixtape. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, go ahead and send it his way. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the Drive, Clint and Ron, see what they've got going. But also, we're 2 sleeps away from the NFL draft. Have you ever wondered how that iconic NFL draft sound came to be? I saw a little information
Biggie's
about
favorite?
It. Yes. I'll detail some of that next.
3, 2, 1.
It's the final.
Auto Parts.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Much appreciation to all the folks who have been a part of this one, beating the clock hour. And appreciation to you fine fellas and all the other folks who have rocked with this, especially on this particular day, because a lot of you have shown a lot of love to me personally. It means a lot to me, especially if you've taken my request. I was about to say to maybe put a little something if you got it on the Houston Food Bank or the Houston Area Women's Center. I appreciate you doing that to continue to help other Houstonians on a day like today. All right. Draft, a couple days away, at least the first round of such. And there's something that's become very identifiable in this draft where you hear it and you know exactly what time it is. And there's a good reason for why it is. What does that sound, Figgy? So The Athletic actually put together an interesting story behind this sound and how it came to be. And it wasn't something that was just stumbled upon. You, Lopez, you threw out a guess on who you thought might be behind it because he's behind another one of like the most famous sounds that you've ever heard.
John Tesh.
John Tesh.
I thought that might be a John Tesh.
It is not John Tesh. John Tesh made Round Ball Rock, the NBA on NBC theme that people are very fond of hearing.
Mm-hmm. Did a couple of Olympic themes.
Did he? I never remember the Olympic themes.
He did 2 or 3 in the 90s. He did like the Olympic song for the network or whatever. Yeah, he did that. Yeah.
All right, so not John Tesh, but in this instance, it's a composer, Bob Christensen, who, if you were looking for other sounds, he did the CBS March Madness intro. Mm-hmm. He's done ESPN's NHL theme as well. So he's behind some of those things. Funny enough, the idea that they needed or that they had one is something that in some ways happened, I guess not necessarily accidentally, but without as much thought as you might consider. So ESPN in the early 2000s as the draft became more important for television because I think Figgy, we were talking about it earlier today where you were saying you go back, you watch some of those old ones and it just wasn't a TV show.
Yeah,
the way that it is now.
No, it was bad. God bless Paul, who was doing pretty much what Roger Goodell is doing, the old commissioner.
Tagliabue?
Yeah, that dude was up there freestyling with the 8th pick of the draft. The New England Patriots select. He was just he wasn't polished to nothing, man. I'm like, dang, he sound all dry.
So there was something that was happening, and it really came from later rounds, like obviously what would be the equivalent of day 3 now, of course, before they split this up as far. But when it came to the later rounds and the picks come more quickly, the broadcast can't cut to the podium every time. And Steve Ackles, who at that point he was a production assistant, he's now advanced to like a VP of production and all this at ESPN. He was like, it needs something, right? It needs something so that as a marker for a pick to let the audience know to pay attention. So the pitch landed with ESPN in the creative situation, and they were thinking what they were trying to get to a place was get something that mimicked the SportsCenter news alerts sound. So you're used to on SportsCenter when there's some news that comes around, it might sound like this, and you know exactly what that means, and you were like, oh, there's some news that I need to look up and check for. So that's what they were trying to mimic. They were like, what can we have that does that? The second goal was to sound like the New York Stock Exchange, which I think we all know is just a bell. But the idea is just like it's something that you know exactly what it is and what calls to. So that was ultimately what led them. What was the inspiration to get to the pick that the sound that we all know for a draft pick, which is.
I wonder how long it took them to.
This right here.
How long do you think it took them? Does it say like to land on that? It's like the most identifiable thing. I mean.
It's interesting because originally they thought that it would only be used in the later rounds, but then eventually they figured you could use it all the time. I don't know that it doesn't really give me some detail. It says that they had 15 to 20 variations of the chimes. I don't have time frame because I'm not sure exactly if that's what you were looking for, like how long of a time or how many iterations. But 15 to 20 iterations, different length, speed, octave. They ultimately got to what they got to here. And the interesting thing is the first year that it was utilized was 2006.
That recently? Well, it's not that recent, but I mean, it seems like it's been around forever.
Doesn't years in the aughts make you feel old? Because you're like, oh, yeah, that was just a little while ago. 2006 was 19 years ago?
Yeah, which is still not that long in the grand scheme. I thought it was longer than that. But
yeah, but when you think about 2006, you kind of felt like the draft was a little bit polished then.
And now it's entirely
but it's like,
different.
damn, they wasn't even using the little ringer or the little thing.
The little sounder.
So that sounder, exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, let's see if Lopez draws it out. It's the Mario draft.
Yeah.
But if you go back and watch 06, you will not hear that sound for when Mario Edwards is drafted.
The later rounds?
Not until the 8th pick.
It was the 8th pick. It was Dante Whitner.
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
And nobody has a good reason as to why you didn't hear the sound until that point, because they were supposed to use it for the entirety of the draft. Like I said, the first idea was to just use it for the later rounds when you weren't sure about the draft pick. But everybody's paying attention in the early parts of the first round. In theory, it was supposed to be used from the start. I guess they just got caught up, and then they were like, hey, I guess around the 8th pick, they were like, oh yeah, that's right. You remember the sound thing?
Oh, let's
we
get
have
that
a
sounder for this, don't we? Yeah, we do. Well, let's go ahead and play it now.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Be like, oh, let's play that. Oh, I forgot we had that little sound. Let's play it.
Yes. So there you go. Yeah, that is a
it's
quick.
Figgy's favorite, right?
Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah. That one put me in a good mood. We're just like, the draft coming up.
And you'll hear it a lot. You hear it a lot come Thursday, Friday, and Saturday as the 2025 NFL draft represents what? That'd be the 20th instance of the NFL draft, using those iconic chimes that you've gotten used to hearing. And it really only happened because somebody was like, hey, man, I'm trying to put the draft on in the background, but I want to know what's happening.
When the pick is in.
When the pick is in. Yeah. And so, when 25 comes around, or, wherever else the Texans come up. You have that. Again, salute to The Athletic. It was Jana Bartle who put that together. I was like, that's deeply interesting. I found that to be interesting about something that we all know is there, but we never really knew how it came to be. All right. We appreciate all the fun on the show, including Sally Sheehan on the YouTube page. Donating to the Houston Area Women's Center.
All right.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Another one.
Thank you. Also appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for bringing us the crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint. It's Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Just living, baby.
Admirable thing you doing there, Reg. I heard it this morning when you guys first. I listened to the crosstalk, and then when your birthday, and you encourage folks to give back and instead of buying you something. Now I don't know that whoever it was brought you cookies.
He took the cookies.
Appreciated the I told you, damn it, I told you, don't be buying me nothing.
Look,
for the record, he ate them. However,
I can't let them go to waste at that point.
Fair, fair. I mean that was well done, but I do want to.
Uh-oh.
I love when you do this.
I do enjoy it.
I love when you do this.
I mean, I listened to the crosstalk, boys, and I think the conversation was something about not wanting to buy something.
Things that you can absolutely afford,
that you just
refuse to pay money for.
Ron, I know that you got some answers here.
It was an overall, because I think like you not using shaving cream is plumb ass silly, Jay.
You see it? You get it, right?
I've tried. I'm a guy that is hot water, but he refuses to buy shaving cream.
That's right.
Never have. It comes from in my 20s. I said this later. I went to a barber and had my first barber shave, and he put the hot towel. Then he sprayed with super hot water, and it was just like butter, And so ever since then, I just use super cream, and I don't want to buy shaving cream.
I think he don't want to buy shaving cream is where I'm hung up. He's not the barber at his house every time he shaves, shaving his face like he's talking about.
But I use super hot water.
I thought you was going to say you lather up some soap. I thought you was going to say you lather up some soap. Because that's what they used to do.
Hot water.
I'm going to tell you, I've got the coarsest hair of any human being, and so I mean, if I'm not fresh out of the shower and don't have some level of shaving cream, it hurts. It's painful. So I could, that number one, and then the overall thought of Seth Payne, who I don't know Seth's financial situation, but I'm going to guess he's all right.
Yeah, he's doing okay.
I'm going to guess he's living all right. The fact that his big ass don't buy new shoes.
Dude,
I know.
That's the thing.
Man.
I don't understand that at all. One of the things I believe strongly
How often does he buy shoes?
They have
when
to
they fall apart.
Yeah.
Hey man, look.
You got to treat the foundation of your body like buy yourself a pack of new socks every once in a while. It's a great way to feel like a king.
Seth said, "Now these are my I'm gonna get there in a minute."
Yes.
Seth said, "These are my kick around shoes."
Don't laugh at me. Seth, I'm serious.
Seth, you are a large human being, man. Put some damn new shoes on your feet, man. You have to have a closet full of brand new walking shoes, workout shoes, and you should have the best support. in the world. And here's the gist of the overall deal.
Yes, sir.
Is Seth made the comparison to some of the wealthiest real estate guys, $300, $400 million, and they wear old raggedy clothes and all that. That don't make it acceptable, Seth. that just tells you that money don't change. There's some nasty, dirty, raggedy old sunbucks in this land, and money don't change that part of a human being. That is not an excuse. Just because you know some guys worth $300 million a year, that don't mean you don't need to get them new shoes. Treat yourself, Seth Payne, especially if you can get them 50% off. Good gosh.
You can take the hillbilly out of the hills.
Hey, man. Damn you, Seth Payne. I'm sitting over there. I can hear your feet screaming.
It's right there, huh?
I mean, that's a large unit. And then we'll get to my partner here speaking about socks. To make my point, money's not. His bills are paid. He knows where he's going. He's financially. I don't know his situation, but I'm sure he's fine.
He got some children's in there, though.
He's a sockless guy.
Yeah, but I own socks. I just prefer not to.
I don't wear socks.
It's not a cost thing.
You can go buy some real thin ones or something, though. See if you can't get a little.
I have socks.
Instead of stinking your wife out of the house.
Ankle ones.
He can't take his shoes off in the bedroom.
He shouldn't.
Oh, that's different.
I take my shoes off in the bedroom all the time.
Every night at the foot of the bed.
Closet, all the time.
You got odor eaters in there?
Yeah.
Y'all didn't smell that when you walked in the building today?
That little gold bond.
I try not to smell nothing while I'm here. I'm not breathing the whole time I'm here. 4 hours, I don't take a breath.
I walked in today, I thought we might have some, on the 19th floor, we might have some plumbing problems.
Hey. Oh, really? I did too, man.
I didn't notice that.
There ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah,
I didn't notice that.
I just figured I chalked it up to everybody going out and doing the Earth Day stuff. They were trying to, I don't know. So I was like,
not be smelling that bad.
No, they come back smelling like sewage. They weren't doing no gardening.
I know Sarah don't smell that bad.
Let me tell you what Sarah ain't working on wherever they're at. The septic system.
That is 100% correct. All right, fellas, I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for giving us another opportunity to talk with you finally. Fellas, have a fantastic show. We're done for the day. I appreciate all the well wishes.
You ain't done, are you?
I'm going to grab some margaritas or something. I wasn't planning on doing nothing, but people are making it seem like I got to, so I might need to go get some margaritas.
Happy birthday, Red.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Let me know where you go, man. The drive will get the first round.
All right. Let's work on it then. Until then,
I'll call them and tell them first round's on me.
All right, very
We're
good.
doing top shelf margarita too.
Oh, okay. I like the sound of that.
Clint will do that. Clint does try to pull off rom-com movie stuff on his friend.
Clint spares no expense as a human being. I respect it.
If I know my partners are somewhere and I can get to them, I'm gonna send them a little something.
Yeah, Clint did a real rom-com thing, and I'm gonna get him back.
Oh,
I feel like it's not even a get him back. I feel like I owe him. Like I gotta.
No,
man. It was some thing where my wife was sitting there and I think she was more impressed with the gesture than anything I put together. We're celebrating our 10th anniversary.
He wooed your wife more than you did.
I mean, I got them draws, so I appreciate it. But
anytime, boss.
Hey, teamwork make the dream work, baby.
Shout out to Sarah. We're in San Francisco. It's our 10th wedding anniversary. Damn, man, we're coming up on 15 here soon, but it was our 10th.
All right, so Clint, get to working. You got a 15th year anniversary.
And Clint was slick with it. Like, what y'all got planned? Because John McClain told me all the restaurants and stuff to go to. I said we're gonna go here for the night or whatever. And I mean, and if you know me, hey, I'm not paying for a lot of extra stuff, and I got questions about extra stuff. That some champagne. I said, hold on.
Celebrate, baby.
Whose tab is this going on?
I said, I think you got the wrong table. I said, hey, Court, don't touch that glass. Hold tight. They said, no, some from Clinton, Lauren Stoerner.
Oh, they put the whole name out there, huh?
Damn, in San Francisco. Francisco called. That was good. Man, hell, I didn't know. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know we'd known each other long enough to have that portion of our relationship. Man, I said, I got it there. It's like, damn, that was nice. Then I went to the bathroom and I said, damn,
it's too nice.
The hell he pulled that off? I would have never thought about doing it.
He let that name ring out, too.
I wouldn't even have thought about doing it to her myself. But no, that was clean. I gotta get it.
Very good. All right, fellas, y'all have a fantastic show. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. Yeah, I'm saying it right with you. I wrote that down. I'm stealing that one. I'm gonna do that to somebody. I'm gonna do that to somebody. But yeah, Rich, just letting you know that margaritas might be paid for. They might be paid for.
Yeah, just let me know where you go, Chief. Let me know where you go, man. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to old Reg or Reginald, whatever the hell he wants to be called. He's got Reggie, Reginald. I remember when Reggie got here, I said, on paper, I said I refuse to call that man Reggie. I stalked him on Instagram. I just didn't get a Reginald. I just didn't get Reginald from him. So I said I'm going Reg or Reggie, and that's where we are. But.
Well, it's I told you it's Reg for me until I throw the last name. If I say the last name, it just doesn't flow right unless I go
thing?
Reginald Atatula.
Yeah.
Reg Atatula doesn't sound even near as
Reggie
distinguished.
Reggie,
yeah,
the whole thing. Text line coming in. Damn, the Clint, that was generous. That was a generous gesture. It really was.
Well, hell, I mean, it's, you don't get 10-year anniversaries. Everybody doesn't get those, man. Those don't come around very often.
Well, that was a hell of an idea.
Hopefully, I'll get there one day, man. Hopefully, I'll live long enough to get there. It's the only reason I wouldn't, babe.
Yeah, she talked about that for 15 minutes at that dinner. Damn, that was really nice. Myself. Oh, okay. All right. Calm down. I picked the restaurant. Actually, John McClain.
Actually, John
McClain did. Pick the restaurant. All right. A lot to get to today. A little bit of real or fake coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll do our thing. But draft in 2 days. Draft in 2 days, Clint, and that's interesting. The draft is happening in 2 days, and we heard from the quarterback, the head coach, Will Anderson. Will was allowed to answer most of his questions, but we heard from all of them yesterday, and I think it kind of established a little bit more. Yes, the draft is coming, but this thing is still about CJ, what Nick Haley's going to be able to do,
Absolutely.
what this offense is going to be able to do. And it's hard to get away from CJ's presser yesterday and the different comments that he made that really caused us to pause a little bit and want to kind of dive in a little deeper on this. CJ Stroud yesterday had a couple of comments. We heard him talk about his relationship with Nick Haley and the start of it right now, but we also heard him talk about some established relationships like his quarterback coach, Gerard Johnson. We know Gerard Johnson, he went up and interviewed to be the OC. That job ultimately went to Nick Haley. And but CJ had some conversations about returning and having him for a third straight year in his career.
Yeah, I think it's very important. Gerard is somebody who is, been with me since my rookie season, but also, known me since I was in high school. I was like 16 years old. So for him to, be here and seeing me in those different lights and those different points in my life, it's been cool. So I think it's be great for him, for him and Nick, because, Gerard is specialized in quarterbacks, and I think Nick is going to lean on him a lot in that area, and he's going to give him a lot more responsibility, which I think Gerard is due for, and I think he's going to do great with it. And I told him, man, he's one of the best coaches I've ever worked with, and just the way he thinks, the way he operates, the fact that he played, and Beanie and I'm excited to see him elevate just as a coach and to be, more hands-on is going to be amazing.
All right, I do want to get an overall point from that, but Gerard is getting more responsibility and deserves it, is what CJ said in that bad boy. But this also caught our ears as well as CJ talking about now the adjustment from his first 2 years to Nick Haley, and now this thing going closer to where he's comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from L.A. and New England, and, he's going to bring some of that swag over here. So, that kind of is what I'm used to is, taking control and, being a little more pre-snap, having tools to put my guys in the best position. And that's, something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years. But even those principles I learned from, and it made me better because it added a new element to my game. So, be able to, just get better and learn from, what he did with, New England and L.A. Would definitely help me because I feel, those are two schemes that I'm, kind of used to in a sense. Like that's kind of what I ran in at Ohio State, what kind of New Orleans does a little bit, and in LA, it's kind of what we ran here these last 2 years. So I'll be able to, put my swag on it and have fun with it. And he's all about me taking full ownership and running the show, and that's what I want. So I'm gonna get what I want, and that's really been really cool just to see that he's like bought into me, and he doesn't really know me well yet. So he talked about today having blind trust, and I have a lot of trust in him already. Just how he talks and how he presents in the room and things like that is really cool.
CJ, with the connection of those three, himself, the quarterback on the field, the quarterback coach, the one who directly works with him, and then Nick Caley, who is going to be the new OC, and obviously those three are going to be tied and tight together with what happens with C.J. Stroud at least next year and the rest of the time they're here. But, Clint, when you heard him talking about Gerard, you heard him talking about Nick Caley and in I guess in a way talking about how things are going to be for him this year in terms of responsibility, as he said, getting what he wants. Where did that take your mind for this season for C.J. Stroud?
Look, I can't speak for everybody out there and how they heard it, but I can speak for how I heard it. And I believe that the pressure is squarely on C.J. Stroud and Gerard Johnson. You don't remove an offensive coordinator and an O-line coach, bring in a guy that's never called plays, and retain everybody else. Give more responsibility to your quarterback coach as he deserves, and give more freedom and control to your quarterback as he deserves going into year 3. You don't do that, and then all the pressure remains on the offensive coordinator to do X, Y, and Z and to fix all the problems. Look, Nick Caley's got his work cut out for him. Nick Caley's got a scheme. Nick Caley's got to call plays. But when it comes down to the major problems, not being able to protect the quarterback taking too many hits, the quarterback turning the football over, the quarterback knowing where to go with the football, the quarterback now knowing how to communicate the protections up front to protect himself, how to get bad plays and into good plays, how to communicate all that, it is squarely on C.J. Stroud and Gerard Johnson. No more passing the buck. No more. There's nobody. I don't know if they purposely did it, but let the cat out of the bag. Right now, there's no more. Well, Nick Caley didn't get the job done. The OC didn't get the job done. This guy, the communication wasn't here. There, it is squarely on the shoulders of C.J. Stroud and Gerard Johnson. They're both getting more control, more responsibility, more freedom, which ultimately, that position, that coach with more freedom, more responsibility, everything but the play calling duties. That's where the pressure is. Big time pressure this year on those two guys, and we'll see if they can deliver. When he's talking about Gerard Johnson, he's talking about getting more responsibility and he deserves it. What does that mean? Well, you're telling us that he was handcuffed last year and he didn't get the responsibility last year to now, hey, part of the deal is this year we're going to keep Gerard Johnson in the house.
Yeah, but Clint, I'm dead ass serious.
Yeah.
What is more responsibility for a quarterback?
Well, I'll say it like this: there is no doubt about it that Gerard Johnson and Bobby Slowick didn't see football through the same lens last year.
Clearly,
there was nothing that Gerard Johnson could do about it. He's a quarterback coach. You're a position coach. Your job is to, as I'm the offensive coordinator, your job is to communicate what the hell I teach you in my language to our quarterback and make sure our quarterback is physically in shape and mentally knows my plan to go out there and play. That sounds good. Now,
is that uncommon?
No, I don't think it's. I don't think it's uncommon. I think you would like for your quarterback and your quarterback coach to get to a point where, they have the freedom that they look like they're going to get. It sounds, the uncommon part of Bobby Slowick is for him to lose his job and for everybody else to keep their job and for guys to get, guys ultimately to get promotions. It seems like Bobby was obviously very aggressive with it. I would say that's uncommon. I don't think it's uncommon for a lot of, especially if you got a young quarterback coach that's never done it. That guy typically doesn't come in and have a ton of say-so in what the hell you're doing offensively. Now, as the year goes along, you have a bunch of struggles. Year 1, I doubt there was too much to complain about. Year 2, there's a lot of struggles. Now, all of a sudden, you got coaches underneath your OC that are voicing opinions and have opinions and would do things differently, and he wasn't able to do that last year. Now, you've got the voice. You got the responsibility, Gerard Johnson. Now, there's no excuse for the quarterback to go out there now that he has more freedom and more responsibility and more tools to put his swag on it, and he's running the show and he's getting what he wants, there's no excuse for the quarterback to go out there and not be able to communicate at the line of scrimmage and protect himself. There's no excuse for the quarterback not to go out there and play at an extremely high level, given what we've already seen CJ do, which is play at an extremely high level. And if he doesn't, then it's no longer pinned on the offensive coordinator. At this point in time, it appears that Gerard Johnson and CJ Stroller, what the hell's going on as the offensive coordinator is, with the exception of obviously the terminology that they use, the playbook, and actual what play is called in what moment. But it sounds like Gerard Johnson's going to have a strong hand in this, and there ain't no more passing the buck. This is on CJ and Gerard.
No, yeah. To me, I guess CJ and Gerard, it feels very much, hey, CJ, what do you want?
Sure does.
Now he said it. Hell, he said it. I'm gonna get what I want. But even more in that cut, the second cut we played, he spoke of. I think I love that Nick Caley just has blind faith in me, and is going to give up. Like this is and this tells me, Clint, that the decisions were driven around. All right, man, we're handing everything over almost to CJ in comfort with CJ, to a point where you have to come in here and roll with the coaching staff that kind of we have in place, and roll with the thought of, hey, CJ is going to have, and I'm not saying this is wrong, I'm just saying this is what it looks like, that CJ is going to be somebody who is in control, but to the point where this is your first gig, you've never been an OC, you don't know any of these coaches, and you never worked up close with this quarterback who's in the second year that took a step back last year, and it is, hey, man, I'm handing it over to you. Like that to me would, I don't know, it's just common. I'm not saying you wouldn't get to a point of that, but before you walk in the door and you've had a practice, it's all tells me, Clint, they said, all right, CJ, we want to put this thing in your hands.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing, is it better work? Because once again, you've got unproven guys that have never done it with the responsibility. You got a bunch of unproven guys in the building, right? That's the part here as a Texans fan that you go, ooh, you know, how's this going to go down? How's this going to work? But it's clear at this point in time, based on what they've said, based on what we've heard since they hired Nick Caley, based on all the, you know, flipping all the stones and studying and seeing and checking and reading and covering what's going on over there, it is clear that there was we're going to keep things as similar as we can on the offense. We're gonna as stable as we can with Gerard Johnson. In fact, we're gonna give Gerard and CJ more power. Now, what offensive coordinator
and the people that CJ's comfortable with?
Yeah, what offensive coordinator can accomplish that with knowing the terminology that he's like? He's been in two different systems and being comfortable with Nick Caserio, and can come in and is going to allow Gerard Johnson to have a lot of say-so. Is going to allow CJ Stroud to have a lot of say-so. It explains how you land on Nick Caley, to be completely honest with you. And I'll be honest with you. Everybody knows I'm a fan of hire a guy, turn the reins over to him, and everybody does it his way, and let's all get on one accord. Hire a guy that's got pelts on the walls, yada, 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 okay? That was not the route that they take. Now, the other route is lean into your quarterback coach who you believe at some point is going to be an offensive coordinator. Keep things as comfortable and as stable and as similar as possible to the pre-quarterback, and hire an offensive coordinator that you know is not going to ruffle feathers and not going to have a problem with people having input in his offense. It looks like that's the route they took.
The more and more I hear, I'm surprised they didn't turn it over to Gerard.
Would have made more sense.
I'm surprised.
That's what I was thinking was going to happen. Remember, that was what I was betting.
I didn't think they were going to do that because I thought they were going to go with somebody with more experience. But now when they've done this, now that we're starting to see, it's like come on, listen, you've been in the NFL more obviously inside of it more than I have. I just don't think it's real common. Like, hey man, it's a second-year quarterback that going to his third year that had a great 1 year, but a second year that kind of took a step back to where before we have a practice, like we're working together type of deal, and Like I don't know that's
well. If it works, Ron, it could be beautiful because you do pull in what they claim is a really, really, really good coach. It's got a lot of experience in a couple of different systems. That knows the game, pass game and run game from coaching tight ends in 2 different systems. So there's some big value there. The question becomes, you still have a lack of experience in play design, play call, play creation, managing a game. You still have a major lack of experience there. How do you make up for it? Your quarterback and your quarterback coach looks like they're the ones that the task is going to be laid at their feet.
All right, the Astros with a big-time performance. How about a real comfortable, just chill game? Because their ace gave them some action again against the Blue Jays. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Talking about action, I tell you what, man, I know there's some of y'all look in the mirror before you leave and you don't like the action that you're seeing, man. You got a hair loss issue, receding hairline, bald spot, thinning. It's nipping the bud right now. I'm here to tell you, man, advanced hair restoration is the way to go. Everybody out there that's dealing with a hair loss issue, listen up real quick, man. This is the best solution.
Hear from Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Andre Ware, more on the Texans Draft Show. No matter who's on the clock, we're on the air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Hold on to your nipples.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This ball hit well to right field, going back Springer. That ball's going to be off the wall. Cam Smith being waved home. He's going to score the first run of the game. RBI double for Zach DeZenzo, 1-0 Astros.
How about Big Zach D in the building?
Big old Zach D.
Zach pulled out that big bat yesterday and let it ride.
DC.
Zach said, D's nuts.
Got him.
Sorry, bro. No, the Astros, big win, getting the series started off right yesterday, and it you really need some laughers, man. Some cool, like 7-0, 8-2 ball games, and the Astros win 7-0. And Hunter Brown obviously went off. He's what is he on, a 24-inning
buddy
streak right now?
Kid is feeling it.
And in that span, 24 strikeouts to 3 walks. But Clint, we have seen the pitching staff throw the ball pretty well. We've looking at it. This is how you win and create some separation to get on a run here. You got a good start from now Hunter Brown. Before him, Framber just gives up 2 runs over the weekend. All of the starters gave up 2 runs. This is how you get going. But
it feels huge.
They needed the bats to get going, and Clint, it was the dudes in the order that you don't normally think are going to be the ones to come through for the Astros.
Yeah, this had me good and turned on. I don't know if you're watching that game last night. I'll be honest with you. I'm sitting there. I got my 16-month-old in my lap. She's going to sleep. She done dozed off, and guess what old daddy did? Old daddy's old head done bobbled on down there, and I dozed off. With her. 0-0, Ron. Boy, I hear the wife come out of the room behind me because she's coming out of the room with a 3-year-old, putting her down. Boom, old head pops up. It's 4-0. I said, what in the
You're just in time to see Zach come in with that nice slide at the plate.
No, it was 4-0. I mean, dead 4. I was like, what the hell happened here? How'd that happen so fast?
7 times.
So I hit that rewind button.
Oh, you went back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I hit that rewind button and got good and turned on, man. Number one, just in general, I mean, that old buddy for the Blue Jays was mowing us down. I mean, one of the best.
That was a good pitching matchup.
Absolutely.
Kevin Gausman was really good.
To date, one of the best pitchers this year in the bigs, and has been dealing. And so you're sitting there going, boy, this guy's on. I don't know how can we manage a couple runs? How quickly can we get to the bullpen kind of deal? And I wake up and we done put 4 on his ass. So I rewind it. Hell, this is the bottom of the lineup that did this damage. And so I go on back and I'm watching all of it, and I'll be damned if was Cam Smith first? Was it Cam Smith that let it off? Pushed a single through the right side of the infield, and then who was after Cam?
Then Rogers.
Rogers pushed a single to the right, like a little bloop single, I think, to right center field, maybe center, and then DeZenzo goes with a pitch and hits it off the right field wall, right? And then, of course, Altuve comes up. He don't believe in right field. Unless he's off balance and punching something, he is going to pull the hell out of it. He pulls one down the line.
Really happy.
The way in which it all happened, the way just guys hitting the ball where it's pitched, the opposite field single, the opposite field P-Rod off the wall just absolutely turns me on. The fact that it was the bottom of the lineup that was doing it, I would prefer that the bottom of the lineup not need to do it.
Hey,
but
you take wherever you can get. Right
absolutely,
now.
The fact that they were the ones that were able to get it done, man, was really impressive, man. Along with a little help from Altuve, 4-0. I just the oppo heavy assault on one of the best pitchers in baseball was a beautiful thing to watch. The Stros
it came out of nowhere.
Right there.
Like they didn't really have a lot of life. It's the bottom of the fifth. It just comes out of nowhere.
Well, he was straight dealing. And both of them
was matching Hunter.
Yeah, him and Hunter were both just absolute dealing, and I just it was a beautiful thing to see, man. Cam Smith is coming around. That in itself is a beautiful thing to see. Now you got Zach DeZenzo who's hitting it well. Brendan Rodgers, kid at second base.
Yiner got a hit last night.
Yiner got him a hit. Yeah, man. So look, the way it all started, the way they cracked that thing open with them young fellas doing most of the work was fun to watch, and the way in which they did it got me good and turned on now.
And by the way, Zach DeZenzo will be in the lineup today. I don't know where he played first base last night. If they gave Christian Walker a day off, I think Espada already said it, right? Joe Espada.
He ended his comment.
He ended
He'll be in the lineup today. He said he'd be in the lineup tomorrow because he said it yesterday. I think.
Yeah, tomorrow. So he'll be in the lineup again. Of course, he goes 2 for 3 with 2 doubles. His ass better be in the lineup.
He's playing a good first base.
Second.
He can play multiple positions. It is going to be interesting when you look at what Zach DeZenzo's, because it's convincing. I mean, he has been pretty good with in a small sample size. And then all of a sudden, he just goes off last night. I mean, you look at one of them balls could have got out of the park. I mean, he could have had an even bigger night than he did against some really, really good pitching. So what do you do with Zach DeZenzo? That's the question. The good thing is he can play so many positions that it's not going to be hard to keep his bat in the lineup.
Yeah, 2 doubles, a walk. Like that's a big night. And I just want to take this time. And I am genuine here. Forrest Whitley.
Got in, didn't he?
He got in. Perfect time to get in for Forrest, to get him in here.
I'm a real boy.
Forrest goes not 1, but he goes 2 innings, no hits, no runs, 2 Ks, no walks, and shuts the door and walks right out. Has him a good first performance. So
he got to the meat of their lineup too now.
Hell yeah, man! That a kid.
Now,
a kid.
Can I wet blanket this thing for a minute?
No. Stop it.
Look,
the people from the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line who says they scored 7 yesterday, so that means they'll get shut out today.
Hey, no, I'm talking about Forrest. I'm just talking about Forrest. Like, it was impressive, but I'm going to tell you, Vlad hit 2 balls that could have been trouble. I mean, I can't remember who it was to start off with. Had Cam Smith up against the wall out there in right field.
They weren't trouble.
I mean, there was – no, you're right. I mean, it happens. I mean, but there was a couple of screamers off them Blue Jay bats. But it's good to see old Forrest get out there. He can damn sure sling it, can't he?
He needs everything he can get right now, baby. He needs – someone said – stop it, Clint. You're not supposed to get me baseball horny.
Oh, yeah, I'll get you. Hey, it wasn't me. Hell no, it wasn't me.
Zach DeZenzo got you.
It was in Strohs.
Zach came in with that big D and let it go.
Yeah. What we sitting at 11-11 now, about 500? Is that 11-11?
That's about 500. Yep, that's it.
Come on.
That's it. All right, coming up as we continue, the Rockets, they will get ready for Game 2, and they get another day off. By the way, that kind of sucks. That does help an older Warriors team, a little younger Rockets, but they get an extra day off, and they will get ready for a must-win, and we'll talk about that more leading up to it, but what feels like a must-win in Game 2, and I think there is one major question that needs to be posed to Ime Udoka. We'll discuss what that question is coming up next, but before we do that, guys, let me tell you about Clayton Homes. Clayton Homes has this amazing, huge sale that you need to listen to. It's the Go Big and Go Home sales event, and it's going on right
you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If they could just find some level of consistency, I think they actually could, at least in this series, maybe not win a championship, but I think in this series they could do this thing by committee. So I think Sengun is a good enough star to get you through it. If the other guys can just simply show up, show up, don't have your backcourt go 3 of 30-something or 3 of 20, whatever it was. Like, it was unacceptable. It was beyond just these guys don't have stars. They don't have consistent performers, like dudes that just show up for the game and just star in their role, play in their role. Yeah. To Alperen Sengun's credit, he did that. To Jabari Smith Jr.'s credit, he did that. And that might be somebody that needs a little bit more of an increased role, at least on offense, since these guys can't shoot worth a damn, and he's one of the few who can. So, to me, it's the offensive identity crisis that they have and the consistency issues that they've had pretty much throughout the season.
All right, that's Brandon Scott right there. He was on In the Loop earlier today. He'll be on with us for his Rockets report tomorrow at 4:40, and I can't wait. He seems to be amped about this thing, and it'll be going into game night to see what his thoughts are on that. But Clint, like, he talked about consistency, but he did slip into an area that I want to talk about when he talked about that backcourt. And Clint, to me, the conversation, there's a lot of things that to be had, right? As you said, man, like, look, sometimes you're just going to miss shots, right? Sometimes, you're not going to hit shots. I don't think they're going to shoot that bad. Now, they're not a great shooting team, but that was just awful. 39%. Like, I think they got more than 85 points in them, right? But to me, Clint, the conversation ways for Udoka has to be with Fred VanVleet. Something has to change with his approach. I would say, Clint, he was by far the person I was most disappointed in, right? More disappointed in him than Jalen Green, who went 3 for 15 and struggled. More disappointed in him than Amen Thompson, who I didn't think was aggressive enough, and anybody else out there. Because, Clint, he has the most experience of anybody on the team. He's played that Warriors team and won a championship in Toronto against that team. He's played with Kawhi. He's played with Siakam. He's played, and he knows there is no way in hell, Clint, with Jalen Green and Sengun and Thompson and Jabari Smith and all those guys out there, that he should ever lead the team in shot attempts, especially when he's 4 for 19. He almost got up 20 shots. That has to change. 13 threes he took. Well, Clint, he must have been hot, right? No, he only made 2. So, to me, there has got to be, his game has to change as much as anybody's, Clint, or they got to really, in their mind, think of something with him.
Yeah, look, I put this squarely on Ime Udoka. I mean, there's
squarely, but Fred's got to wear a little bit.
No. I mean, they've all got to play better. There's no doubt about it. But to me, I mean, he couldn't, like, Fred couldn't not take those shots. The shot he continued to take even though he was cold. Hell, he could, as an NBA player, as a former champion, as a point guard, starting guard in this league, he had to take those shots, right? The truth of the matter is the ball shouldn't have been in his hands. The truth of the matter is, I mean, there's nothing that Fred VanVleet does, with the exception of when stuff gets a little bit carried away and out of control and out of whack and things need to be settled. I understand the Fred VanVleet, and I've been a big fan of that aspect of this team, and I think it's much needed. But when you look at that game the other night, like him dribbling the ball up the floor and standing there and throwing it to Sengun at the top of the key and letting Sengun do his thing, Jalen can do that. Amen Thompson can do that. There was nothing that he's bringing to the table in any capacity that is Jalen Green and Amen Thompson can't do. Now, I understand. I'm not saying that those guys are as good a point guard as as Fred VanVleet can be and has been in the past. But Fred VanVleet is not the caliber scorer where he's going to create and shoot over people. Like I said yesterday, 51 is locking him up. That can't be the case for the guy that's got the ball in his hand predominantly in a game. And to be honest with you, when you're kicking the ball out to him, he's got to take those open shots. I would rather a cold Jalen Green be taking those shots, or I would rather Amen Thompson be catching that thing and cutting to the rack again. So, look, the cold shooting is obviously an issue in game one. And you're not going to win with that level of cold shooting. But the blind trust or the unbreakable commitment to Fred VanVleet, to me, if you're going to win this series, you've got to find a way for Jalen Green to get his ass going, and you got to commit to him, and you got to die with him. You can't die with, to your point, Fred VanVleet taking 20 damn shots and 13 threes. That can't be the case.
But that's why I think a bit of it is – not a bit of it, some of it is on Fred. Because Fred has got to be the one to say, hey, I'm going to get us good shots. What did you say?
But he's not.
I know, but what did you say when you came in yesterday? You said it felt like they ran about 4 different offenses.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I understand Fred VanVleet and the point guard aspect of Fred VanVleet. I understand the true point guards and their ability to facilitate in a certain offense. What offense are we running?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, I think it's got to be amongst Fred to settle them down and run sets and run anything.
But I don't think there is anything. Like, we've talked about this all year long, Ron. We've talked about this all year long with the Rockets of like how what are they running? And game in, game out, Şengün's responsibilities change. Amen Thompson's responsibility, and I'm talking about just the offense running through those guys, their aggressiveness. Are they standing behind the 3-point line? Are they handling the ball and being more aggressive? It's just changed so much. Like, I just don't know how Fred VanVleet, other than when things have gone haywire, calming things down, I just don't see where the value is. I mean, look at how it changed. What was that? Was that to start the second half when they were down 16 or whatever, and it was clear they wanted Jalen Green and Amen Thompson handling the ball and getting downhill, running the 2-man games with Şengün, getting to the rack, like. And then the just giving it to Şengün at the top of the key and letting him work one-on-one, working your mismatch was the other offense. It wasn't like there was some kind of big motion offense where Fred VanVleet is all of a sudden getting guys great shots and he's facilitating. Like, I don't know, man. I didn't.
I'm just saying, when he was on the floor, like, clearly they have offensive sets.
Well, yeah,
When he was on the floor,
not sure what they are, but yeah.
When he was on the floor, they weren't running consistent good offense.
Agreed.
And that's what I'm saying. I like Amen Thompson in the playoffs against the Warriors. I can kind of understand it if he's running the point. Holiday, I can understand it. I had the expectation that Fred, you stop shooting the damn thing so much, and that you start to get like at some point it's like, hey, let's force this thing that Ime doesn't have to come out and coach each possession. Yeah. Let's force this thing to try to get Şengün the ball. Let's force this thing to get matchups. But what it seemed to come around to was ending in his hands, and some of it was through penetration and he's spotting up, but ending in his hands and shooting. I just have the expectation that he helped Jalen Green get going, that he helped Şengün exploit that matchup more. That ball went away from him far too much late. There was like at no point that they got isolations with him on Draymond or him on to take advantage of those matchups. And I put that on Fred. And to me, if the offense is going to look as rough as it does at times, and it ends with Fred took more threes than Amen Thompson
took shots.
and Jabari Smith took shots combined.
Yeah.
They took 12.
Right.
Threes, let alone the 19 he took all together. That's just my thing. I think Fred has a value out there. But if it ends with Fred taking 20 shots, then to me, I much rather feel comfortable with it being Amen Thompson and Jalen and Dillon Brooks and Smith and Şengün out there.
Yep.
Even though I think Fred is the calming one that has the most experience. But even if Fred had a big game tonight, let's say Fred is 10 for 19 instead of 4 for 19 or 11 for 19 and 3 of those are threes. That is not going to be the recipe for you to win this series. if Fred's role is the shooter.
I agree, and I'm going to go back to B. Scott's audio that Tyler played on the way in. He talked about consistency with the guys you got, and he talked about identity. I don't think you fix the identity problem. This conversation in itself tells you there's no identity. What offense are you running? Who's the guy? What's going on? Who should take more shots? They don't even know. Let me tell you, Golden State knows exactly who's going to take shots and who's going to play more minutes and who's going to get be made priority when it matters the most, who's going to be on the floor, right? The most teams do. You're not solving the identity. This is where I'm at with the Rockets. You're not solving the identity crisis that the Rockets are in right now. They're going to run multiple offenses. They're going to look like different teams. And there's going to be different people calling the shots throughout a game. I get that part of it. To me, you got to lean into the consistency, and the consistency part of it is, I think it's going to, but you got to at least, in my opinion, the high ceiling guys that can create for others have to be out there. And you've got a couple of those guys that you've leaned into all year long. It's time to lean into them in a bigger capacity, at my point. And that's Amen Thompson and Jalen Green.
Yeah. No, Jalen, Amen Thompson, and then the matchups that Şengün gets.
Yep.
That he has, obviously, that he has. He had 26. Like that, they should have. That ball should have been finding his hands.
Yeah.
To start.
Well, you
to
put
me,
him
he will at least get you a good shot. If it's not one from him, and he's a good passer,
right?
And it just never found his hands.
But you look like there's ways to attack that, right, Ron? Like obviously, hey man, let's give it to him at the top of the key. Let's let him face up and do something. All right, let's give it to him with his back to the okay. Yeah. Now, how about pick and roll? How about pick and roll? How about I beat my man because I'm so explosive and I force his defender to come off of him a little bit. Now I can throw him to oop. Now I can get it to him in the lane and get an easy bucket. That's the part that, to me, Fred VanVleet just doesn't bring to the table often enough, and you've got guys that can. It's a risk that I would be willing to take because I don't think the safe option is going to win this series.
Fred taking 20 shots can't be the recipe.
Right, and to answer your question, because I feel like I've danced all around it, the what to do with Fred VanVleet is limit his minutes.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at.
Especially if he is not adding to the role that you need him to add to. Right, I can see him finishing if he is the guy, the veteran presence out there, and he has put you in good spots. But if it's like yesterday, or the other day, that's some decisions to make. Coming up, Texas draft is in a couple of days, and I'll be honest, there is one player that has been in the conversation of potentially going to the Texans for months now. I hope the Texans decide not to get him. I just don't like the fit here. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, listen up, man. If you're up there and you're nearing 4,
From military life to a rewarding career in IT, kickstart your new journey in a matter of months in the fields of IT and cybersecurity, including AI. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including VA benefits.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now I can dance with that party.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we, big week here in the city. Astros, they're rolling right now after they won 7-0 behind their ace. Hunter Brown, hell, he's pitching like one. 24 straight consecutive scoreless innings. Tomorrow, game 2 here at the Toyota Center in downtown. A big one tomorrow night for the Rockets as they look to even up the series against the Warriors. And then the draft comes up on a lot to get to, a lot going on. You went and saw the SaberCats. They got a big W. Tyler went and saw the Dash this weekend. So it's a lot going on.
I was at San Antonio, bro.
No, you got back. There's a lot going on. Don't trick the people. There's a lot going on this week here in the city with the sports teams. But Clint, let's go to the draft. And I listen to Sean and Seth every morning. I'm in the car taking the kids to school every morning, and I catch their mock draft injection every week, and I every week, every day, and you can see not just from them, but hear from a lot of people who have mocked certain drafts and what we've seen. There have been several names that have been connected with the Texans, right? Tyler Booker is one that's been connected. Simmons, the offensive lineman from Ohio State's been connected. The offensive lineman from Oregon's been connected. Banks has been connected throughout the couple of months. Luther Burton for a while was connected. There have been a lot of guys, and all of those guys, like, I could understand and be good with. There's one guy that's been connected with him, Clint, that I know they love particular things about him.
Mm-hmm. What do they like him to be? How do they? Hey, Tyler, what do they like?
Listening to the breakdown, he's got some real swarm-nastic tendencies.
Okay,
that they like.
I like that actually. That's good.
Swarm-tastic
tendencies. He's got the swarm-o-vision that you would love. I mean, I believe Lopez say he's got the swarm. He's more swarmy like Will Anderson is than even Tyler Booker. He's the most swarmiest guy that they have had connected to him.
Oh, did D'Amico say that?
No, that's what John Lopez was saying, okay. and I've heard, and I think Seth was saying it something similar to that as well. That I think it was Seth, that he's more swarmier than even. He's got that Will Anderson type swarm to him, and that is
Seth really likes to say that swarmy word pretty often.
I think we're the only show that has a bit of a lack of comfort with just swarming it up.
Swarmy.
Swarmtastic.
It's so swarmy.
They don't. I'm not saying they say it like that, but they got a.
That's how I feel like it has to be said.
Swarmy. Is that what you think? But it is Emeka Egbuka. Egbuka, I believe that's it. Yeah. The receiver from Ohio State. And I know CJ loves him. They played together.
CJ loves everybody. We got to move on to the next point.
Okay, you're right. CJ loves everybody, but I think CJ feels like this one in the best friends range for him. With playing with him at Ohio State, and he knows him really, really, really well. But it makes me concerned when we think about what they need, Clint. And I have a list of his draft profile weaknesses.
Right.
And they are as follows. And it's not just what you read on the paper. It's also what we've heard said about it. Jostled by redirection and physical coverage underneath. Speed appears to be average. In the drive phase of the route. Struggles to drop weight and open quickly on cornerbacks. Average quickness and separation in and out of breaks. Takes time to find acceleration after slowing feet inside of route or on receiver screens. And listen, I think he's going to be a solid player. They say he plays predominantly in the slot. Average speed, average athleticism. And I know he has got that swarm feel that they love. But, Clint, we have talked about this team needs speed. This team needs suddenness. This team needs hit the head on the goalpost. And I think they need that more than a swarmy like hell person to get in the first round. Now, maybe if he drops or something. But at pick 25, your first-round pick, I think they need much more explosiveness, and that's why, to me, he is like the one guy that's been connected with the Texans, and I'm like, I'd rather them get aggressive and go up to go get somebody else that fits it more than that's the thing is, you can left guard or right guard like Tyler Booker does and have some issues with athleticism at guard.
Yeah.
I don't know about average speed, average quickness and separation in and out of breaks. That I don't know that I love that.
Yeah, look. Here's the deal. Any prospect that is evaluated thoroughly and fairly reported on is going to have a list of 4 or 5 things that he struggles with, no doubt about it. So this is not out of character, right? They're all going to have some level of 4 to 5 bullet points that, hey, this is what they struggle with. Now, I agree with you from the standpoint of I don't want a first or second round draft pick used on an offensive skill player.
Oh, you said second round too. Huh?
Yeah, any of it. I don't want that. Now, obviously, if you can get a first round draft pick in the second round, I want any of that. I want all of that. But I'm just saying in general, when it becomes your turn, if you're going to the Texans draft pick, if you're going to pick an offensive skill player, I don't know that the way this offensive roster is constructed right now, I don't know if you can afford to waste use a valuable draft pick on a guy that doesn't have top-end speed, that doesn't have high-end twitch, that doesn't have the ability to drop his weight, get in and out of cuts. Because, look, you can't be a great route runner if you can't drop your weight and get in and out of cuts. If you can't run the comeback, if you can't open quickly on comebacks, drop your weight, boom, open back downhill, then you're not a good route runner. And it's a roll of the dice of whether you're ever going to be a good route runner. The inability, the lack of acceleration, like all of those things are speed-related skills. And for me, I would personally prefer that the Texans, if they're going to use one of those premium draft picks on an offensive skilled player, I would rather that player not have those issues on their eval sheet.
And again, I'm not saying that the cat can't play.
Sure,
here's C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, who has experience with him at Ohio State. They played together. He was one of his receivers at Ohio State. This is his commentary on the Ohio State wide receiver.
Yeah, me and Mac, we were very close at Ohio State, and as just time goes on, you stay connected, but it's just different, not being in the same building and stuff. But man, he can call me anytime. It's my brother for life, and I'm super proud of him, just the man he's become, the man of God first and foremost, and just that leadership that he's brought. And I remember him being like this #1 recruiting receiver coming into our school, and and he came in with just wanting to work, and so I know that he'll do the same thing, coming to the league, and he's gonna have no problem adjusting. I think he's going to be a long-time vet, just somebody who's going to make a lot of plays, reliable, going to block, going to do everything that you ask him to do. But first, he's going to be a leader. And I'm just excited to see, him work out and, to see them, turning the corner on their college careers. And, we're developed there. We're bred there. They teach us a bunch. They're hard on us. The main thing that I remember is just Coach Mick, just being super hard on us and strength, but it all pays off in the end. And the same skills that they use at school, like Mac and all those boys, they'll use it in the league, and they'll have no problem adjusting.
All right, that's CJ talking about him, and Clint. I agree with a lot of what he had to say. I think he's probably going to be a guy who does a lot of the little things. I bet he is going to be a good blocker, reliable, dependable. Those are great things, and why I do agree with him. I think he will play in the league for a while. But I'm just saying, when I look at him and hear how he is described, it feels like Juju Smith-Schuster right now.
Agreed.
You know what I mean? And Juju can play, right?
Well, it seems like, if you want to put it into a younger one, it seems like the old buddy that came out of Ohio State.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. But I think there's a little bit more explosive. I think we saw he's a little bit more explosive come out of the slot, but it feels very Juju-esque. And I'm not saying there's not a place for that guy in the league, but at 25, your first pick, that one. If you're going to go for receiver, Clint, I'd rather get aggressive and say, hey man, let me go get Golden.
Yeah. Let me give you. And this is Luther Burden to make your point, Ron. This is Luther Burden III, the kid out of the top, one of the top wide receivers in this year's draft, coming out of Missouri.
Yep, in the same range.
All right. So every kid I told you is going to have 4 or 5 bullet points. Here's his weakness: a little bit leggy in his short area routes. Can be inconsistent in finishing his routes, occasional drops when in traffic, needs to work back to prevent being contested. 75% of his career catches were targeted inside 10 yards. Nothing there about speed being a problem. Nothing there about being able to drop your weight and get back out, get in and out of cuts, right? In fact, there's
probably his strengths.
That wouldn't be fair for me to read his strengths, because we didn't read the other guy's strengths. But yeah, his strengths are all speed related. Early acceleration to bypass defenders is number one, right? Eludes route redirection to maintain vertical momentum, right? Has the ability to eliminate angles, defensive pursuit angles with the ball in his hand. In other words, his ass is so fast.
Leadership was one of his top 2 strengths.
Sure. So, there you go. So, I mean, that's just, I would prefer that the Texans, as they whenever it is that they get to, hey, all right, we're going to draft offensive skill, which is anything other than offensive line and quarterback right now, right? I'm talking anybody that can catch a pass on the offensive side of the football. When they're looking at those guys, if speed right now, there is a need for speed in a big way in Houston, and if those guys, if we're going to lean heavily into the culture and the leadership and the swarminess and all this kind of stuff for the receiver, it's not going to fall in my wheelhouse. I'd prefer the other direction. Yeah. Give me the guy that can flat out go.
From the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. See people on YouTube and Twitch. All right, I like this. What last show you booty for listening to these analysts? I don't think I'm booty. But no, listen. I did have concern about Lassiter on the outside. Now, last year, he showed to make that not an issue. And he plays at a certain level. But that doesn't mean that that I don't look at my eyes or trust my eyes or see what kind of player it is. This team needs more of an outside receiver with speed and somebody who can take the ball and go to the house at times, who can take a slant and go to the house, or who can scare teams and scare defenses by what they could do down the field with speed, right? They have Christian Kirk in the slot. They have that position. I think they need more speed with this team in particular, and I just don't think he brings that. And, of course, you can go over there and say that he's going to make some sort of surprise the way that Kamari Lassiter did. Okay, he never, ever did any of that in college, and that's not even his game, right? Again, I'm not saying he's not going to be a productive receiver. Like, if you got 2 speed guys on the outside, right, he looked like a really good choice to be sitting right there in the middle as a reliable guy that will be able to be there and get open. I just don't think that's the type of receiver that this team use 25, especially with the issues they have up front and what they actually need. from the receiver position.
Yeah, look, when you start talking about skill set, I mean, it's impossible to go watch enough film on all of these guys. But when you start looking at the evaluations of the position needs for the Houston Texans at the skill position, you do not want their weaknesses to be speed, explosiveness, and twitch. You want that to fall in the strengths category. I would rather them, as I said, not give up on routes or not come back to the ball or drop balls in traffic.
I'd rather at this point, and this is what's happened with Luther Burton a little bit. I'd rather sometimes lose his focus.
Yeah.
Because I feel good about the locker room and D'Amico that they could pull that in. I'd rather that than when you see that book. Average quickness and separation in and out of break. That's not just a bad 40 time. That is being able to see on the film. I will give Lassiter to this. Lassiter played in the SEC, and you didn't see him getting just burnt a lot of times. But it is alarming when he runs a 4.6 in the 40. But at least on film, watching him in the SEC, you didn't just see guys running past him a lot. I think in college, there's film of him struggling to separate at times. That comes. So that's the thought there. All right, coming up, we do this each and every Tuesday, a little real or fake. I pose a question, and you tell me if it is real or fake. We'll do that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, let me tell you about Collecticon.
Pendergast, and more on the Texans Draft Show. No matter who's on the clock, we're on the air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610.
I've been thinking about this all afternoon.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Somebody just texted in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Blah, 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 blah.
Wah, 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 wah.
To our Emeka Abuka conversation. Blah, 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 blah. Just saying, man. It's got a real... Yeah, I don't like some of our girl Sally texted in. Yeah, I don't see Amon-Ra St. Brown. I see closer to Juju Smith in the Juju Smith in the
Amon-Ra, that's big shoes.
Yeah, it wouldn't say his. Yeah, if it was Amon-Ra St. Brown, I don't think it would say struggles with getting in and out of breaks.
Yeah, fair play.
He may turn out to be as effective as a slot receiver as him. But I mean, I don't think he gets that much explosiveness.
I'm with you. But that's when I think first round wide receiver for the Houston Texans, I got to have better than just a good little slot receiver.
Yeah, especially since you just spent $16 million to get a slot receiver.
And don't get me wrong. There's a New England slant to this offense that used a true slot receiver, but every one of those guys were undersized, underspeed, white guys that could be found middle of the draft.
Somebody said sounds like Robert Wood to me. Something we like to call real or fake. I say a sentence. You tell me if it's real or fake. You can jump in on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer, the Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610 or YouTube and Twitch, and you can text in blah 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 if you like to the answers to that, or you can participate. But a little real or fake. All right, here's the first one. Both of you all can jump in on this. Framber Valdez will be traded before the trade deadline. Framber Valdez will be traded before the trade deadline. They sit at 11-11. Real or fake?
I think it's fake.
You thought about it though.
I thought.
You thought about it.
Well, you are fake news.
With Hunter Brown dealing the way he's dealing and the way that the Astros do business, I could see them wanting to go, hey, we're gonna commit to Hunter Brown versus sooner rather than later, so it's far less than what he would command down the road, and they're going to move Framber Valdez at a moment when somebody may need him the most so they can get the biggest return for him. I think there is a possibility of that, but I don't think it's likely, so I'm going to go with fake.
All right, Tyler, real or fake? Framber Valdez will be because I agree, Clint.
A tough first.
They're 11-11 right now, and I don't believe they're going to sign him. I don't think he's 31. I don't think they're going to sign him to a long-term deal. And we learned what they want to do with Kyle Tucker and clearly to just move off cats like they've done in the past without getting them back.
That is a hell of a first item on real or fake. At the end of last baseball season, we talked about this very thing, and I felt actually more confident than not that the Astros were going to keep Framber around. But I think it's real, man.
Ooh!
I think it's real.
I'm going to say fake because I think they're still going to be in it. I think they're still going to be in it. Now, if they want to get real frisky, the Detroit Tigers last year were still in it, and they traded all kinds of starting pitchers and still made it to the playoffs.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
By the way, they pulled off a move. They traded their number 2 starter, Jack Flaherty, last year to the Dodgers and got their starting shortstop and then signed Jack Flaherty in the offseason and got him anyway, right back anyway. So they got him back for whatever. But that's a good one. Someone texted in, they don't pay Real. He's killing his trade value anyway. Dude is more worried about his contract than his actual performance. Just once you take a look at his numbers of it, you'd be surprised. He always just seems to find where he is. He's just coming off of a quality start of 6 innings and 2 runs in his last one. Someone said Alvarez is next. No, they got his ass. Signed his ass. All right, real or
Thanks,
fake?
Dodgers. Sorry, I just love to get that in there.
Real or fake? Christian Harris will be a starting linebacker for the Houston Texans in 2025. I ain't playing no games today.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. I would like for him, but
because the options are obviously Azeez Al-Shire,
Speed,
Henry To'oTo'o, Speed, and himself. Like those.
No, I think when it all boils down to it, I think Speed and Azeez Al-Shire are going to be your 2 starting linebackers. Ooh. And then your second run is hopefully Christian Harris and Henry To'oTo'o, and then you've got your nickel defenders out wide.
Are we really going to go from this is the most talented a year from this is the most talented linebacker I've ever coached? That includes Hall of Famer Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, who when it comes to athletic and talent, Dre Greenlaw is the things he can do. That is insane. But I'm with you. I don't believe they just bring in. I think it's fake. I don't believe that they just bring in EJ Speed and then not allow people like Will Anderson to actually speak about him, and then think that he's not going to have a significant role here. And I know they didn't sign him for a lot. I believe EJ Speed could have started in a lot of places in this league, and I just think I think maybe it'd be weird that he decided to come here, knowing Christian Harris and Azeez and Henry To'oTo'o, all of them have been starters, that he would come here. So I'm with you on that. I think it's fake. I don't think he is going to be a starter. All right, real or fake? You can text in 713-572-4. And the only reason Travis Hunter is a top 5 pick is because he gives you the option of playing both ways. That's it. If he were only a receiver or if he were only a corner, he wouldn't be a top 5 pick.
No, I don't believe so. I think he's a top 5 pick either way.
I want the dogs
because I think either way it goes. I think Deion Sanders. The one thing you can't knock Prime for. There's several things you can't knock him for. But one of them is getting his players the hype they deserve. Travis Hunter is one of the top 3 at his position, at either position. Some would argue a top 1 or 2 at his position. And I think if he did play one position or the other, I think there's no doubt about it. Prime would have got him the hype to get him to the 1 or 2 spot, which would put him in the top 5 of the draft. So I think I'm going to go fake.
Yeah, I think it's fake. I think he's the best receiver in the draft, and because I don't think there are a lot of great receivers, I think it would probably still make him a top 5 pick. And then there's a chance he could be a special corner in the league, and that is a position, as we've watched Derek Stingley go 3rd overall there, Sauce Gardner go right behind him. We've watched those guys regularly go that high. Yep. And I think it just adds more to him that he's able to do both. I'm surprised there aren't more people thinking about trying to trade up to go get him, to be honest with you. Obviously, like the Texans went up and got Will Anderson. Yep. He could be potentially that type of player.
There's believed to be a lot of movement in this draft. We'll see.
We'll see. Real quick, last one. To watch a big game from the house or to be at the game? Real or fake? It's better to watch the big game from the house than it is to be at the game.
Boy, I'm a big game at the house guy now, but I'll be honest with you. The only thing I can bring this into context for with me is a big Arkansas game. And thinking back, my immediate response is at the house. But thinking back, the year we beat Texas, a couple years back, we beat Texas. Me and my wife took her down on the sideline. We announced it, so it's 4 years ago.
Attaboy.
We beat the absolute brakes off of Texas. That was a better being there was better for that. Partying in my partner's suite, whooping that ass, being on the sideline, being in the middle of it. Yeah, that was better than it would have been at home.
Yeah, obviously it is so much more cost effective to be at home. I'm just giving out all the points here. It's cost effective to be at home.
Is that my boy Ron?
But man, there are moments like one of the greatest moments I've had, and I'm sure Tyler has had them. One of the greatest moments I've had is being able to go to the Final Four with my son and watch Kansas win a Final Four game, and to see the excitement on my son's face while we're there, while we're cheering. Like, it was. Now come to think about it, man, I felt pretty excited 2 days later at the house for free. So, you know what? Never mind. No. It's moments that are created. Like, there are sporting events that I have watched on TV that I can imagine. Every time I watch the Knicks play, I wish I was there. Like, the atmosphere in Madison
at the Garden.
Yes, like one sneaky one. I wish I was in Beijing when Michael Phelps and they were swimming to get his 8th gold medal. I wish I was there for that one. So yeah, I got to say at the spot, it's a little.
You can have Phelps in him.
Oh,
you can
man,
have Beijing and Phelps.
That seemed like that was a lot of crowd
Chief.
right there. Yeah, it's a long flight, man. That sounds like some good eating. All right, coming up, somebody's got to get their hands on this guy and stop him. I don't even know what this is getting so bad in Dallas. We have people, including our own Tyler Milner, who believe there are potentially like just crazy things happening, conspiracy theory type things happening to cause some of the things that are happening coming out of Dallas. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, big news coming out of Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors is your new home for Jordan. That's right. Gear up today and take flight. You feel me? On the court, off the court, and above the court. Make your play.
Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, 6M presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes. Welcome back into The Drive. Tyler just whispered before we came back. Did y'all see Shaq yesterday almost? He said it was a number one, but it looked like...
Yeah, bull crap.
Yeah, did you see that?
I did not see it.
Oh, man. Inside
was
the
it
NBA,
on TV?
Inside the NBA, they're just doing, they're just sitting around doing the show, right? And Shaq just goes, gets up, and
he looked like you at the end of the show yesterday.
That's what happened to me at the end of the show yesterday. That's why I had to go, man. Those bubble guts got me.
He's on the hop. And they just, Charles is talking, they stop. And Ernie's like, what the hell is going on? And he runs. He goes, keep talking, Charles. Keep going.
That man had the dookie.
I guess they said they've been doing some deal they're on taking olive oil, like drinking olive oil or something.
Like a health thing.
Yeah, a health thing, a little bit of olive oil every day. Several people in the building at TNT are doing it. I guess it causes him to go. He said it was number one. But nobody believed it. Everybody was like, man,
he must have some problems holding. If number one got you up that quick.
You could tell by the style of run that was no number one.
He had them over cheeks clenched.
Oh yeah,
that's what he said. Boy, his gait was a little.
That is an interesting run, and it is something. The bigger individual you are, the funnier it looks.
It was awesome.
And he ain't playing, man. He had to get up and go. Shaq had. I'm showing Clint right now for those who are on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line on YouTube and Twitch. He went through them doors, and I mean, and it does. It seems like, especially if it was a number two, it seems like it takes a lot to get all of that off. Like to get all that get all.
There
of
was
that
a lot of arm action in that job. He went right across the front of the set too.
He wasn't playing.
He went right across the front.
And he yells, "Keep talking, Chuck."
Zero worries.
At least he didn't call for a wheelchair like Paul Pierce.
Yeah, well, I think Paul had just.
I think he'd already missed in his britches.
Yeah, they didn't want to stand up, man. Yeah, they did. They got on him the whole show.
Everybody sharts.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, everyone gets a little cavalier with a fart.
I love it when you say that.
It happens. But one of the things they talked about.
We had to teach my 3-year-old that.
What, cavalier with a fart?
Baby, she had diarrhea and she didn't understand that. She couldn't just fart away.
Ridiculous.
She didn't understand it. We threw her old panties on her instead of a diaper. She thinks she's going to break wind. Like, baby, you can't do that.
Can't do that. You got to know.
Yeah.
Rolling them dice with a fart.
It sharted. We had to tell her what was going on, baby.
Well,
you can't.
I for me, it's like you're playing Super Mario Brothers. And at that point, you got one life. Right? You can you shart through, you take them draws off, you throw them away, and then now you're just living dangerous. You got one more life. You got one more life to live. You can't make the mistake again. We've all been
even the diaper on the 3-year-old.
Yeah, put the diaper on. Yeah, but I mean, if it happens as an adult, it gets you. All right. One thing they did talk about last night on Inside the NBA was, dude, somebody stop making Nico Harrison talk. Why? If you don't know who that is, it is the Mavericks general manager, the fool who traded Luka, and that has continued to talk. Like he had a press conference the other day, Clint, yesterday, I believe. And why? You just had why did he have the secret one? You remember the secret one they had last week?
Yeah.
The secret one where nobody was allowed to have audio or videos or whatever, and he picked the select people. Yep. Why would he do that if he knew they were going to come and talk to the media again? He has talked to the media 3 separate times since the Luka trade. And each time it gets worse. And it's like, why don't you stop? Here is him yesterday, and this, I don't know if it can get worse than this comment, fellas, but I imagine if we give Nico time, I think he can do something worse than this. But this was him addressing yet again the Luka situation.
Did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. We weren't able to do that, so it just continued to, go on and on.
That man walked up to that podium, and he said out loud for all to hear. Why didn't he say that one in the secret one when nobody could record it? He walked out there and said, I knew that he meant a lot to the fans, but I didn't realize how much he meant to the fans. Luka, that's kind of your job, fool.
Which end was he looking from?
It's a fireable offense.
Everybody.
And it continues to get worse.
I think Adam should step in and maybe force him to sell the team. It's the owner too. You know what? That's like, and Nick Caserio obviously would never do. That's like Nick saying, you know what? I mean, I kind of knew that C.J. Stroud, the fans like C.J. Stroud, but I just really didn't. I didn't know how much they'd like him.
Wait till after the year and let him take you to a Super Bowl, and then do that. Yeah.
Let him take you to a Super Bowl.
It's basically what Bill O'Brien and Eastby said whenever they traded Hopkins back in the day.
They were better than this. They didn't keep waltzing to a microphone.
No, you're right.
To try to explain it away.
You're right.
They said at one time, it's like Nico feels like, hey, look, guys, you guys just aren't understanding what I'm saying. I know it makes sense in my head. Like he sit there and said, if they could stay healthy, Anthony Kyrie gets hurt often. What are you talking about? They're a championship team. You had a championship team.
I think that's the hang-up, right? Is if they didn't already have a championship team, if they weren't already good enough to go to a finals and win a finals with Luka, then maybe it would probably be received a little bit better what he's saying. But the problem is every time he says something like that, the response and the justified response, right, is you had that, you were there.
How could he not know how much people does he?
He's an idiot.
Does he go to the games? If he goes to the games, who do you think they're rooting for?
Ron, Nate, give me one, and I'm sure there's one out there, but give me one superstar player that's coming off a year where he took a team to the finals that is an electric offensive player at the very least, a big time scorer, one of the best scorers of the basketball in the game.
That's 25.
That's 25 that fan base isn't in love with. I mean, that's what did you think? I mean, you can take the biggest a-hole in the world, and if he takes a team to a finals and he's the reason they go, fans are going to love him.
Just love him.
What jersey is he
Businesses
seeing?
Are going to support him.
What other jersey is he seeing?
Just went right over his head.
What other jersey is he seeing in the audiences?
Oh, I don't know.
He still sees nothing but 77s in there.
That poor man.
Today.
He sees 77 in his nightmares. I guarantee you.
Plus, he's got that weird medical
you're not
thing.
lying. Do you think? And I think Dan Gilbert's as crazy as hell as the owner of the Cavs. You think anybody in that front office didn't know that LeBron James was extreme?
Who the hell is?
Hey, Kobe at 24. Well, I don't know.
Oh my God!
Miami,
this don't make no sense.
Dwayne Wade. Yeah. Wow, man, I'm shocked by the.
I mean, you can go down like if Ja Morant took Memphis to a title this year, to a title.
He doesn't even have to take it to a title. He can do exactly what he has done thus far.
And he trade him, and I mean, I don't know, man. It's wow.
To come out and say, "Boy, I didn't know." I mean, I knew.
He just keeps showing how foolish he is.
I knew they liked him, but damn. I mean, it is. Well, hold on. Then my man right here and now, they're just being bold, right? They don't even give a damn. Somebody just point blank asked him, "Well, hell, why shouldn't you be fired? Why shouldn't you be fired, Nico?
Why shouldn't you be fired?"
Well, one, I think I've done a really good job here, and I don't think I can be judged by the injuries this year. You have to judge from totality, from beginning to end. And so I think I have a really good working relationship with Patrick. I think you add in Rick, the leadership that we have is really elite, and you'll see next year when our team comes back, we're going to be competing for a championship.
The guy is drunk.
He don't believe that. He sounds like
there's no way he believes that.
What? Hell no. He doesn't sound like he believes it. He sounds like he's got a parent in that room with a belt in hand saying, if you don't say this right, I'm gonna come up there and whoop your ass. He sounds like that's how scared he sounds. That's how scared he sounds. Well, I
sounds so timid.
I think I've done a good job since I've been here. You can't blame me for the injuries. Can we blame you for trading the franchise player that you didn't know was important to the city?
But he was addicted to hookah.
He drank beer, didn't get his weight in check, didn't play good enough defense. You were in the finals, fool.
We want better examples for our children.
Maybe he lives in Norman, and then he just does his day-to-day in Norman, Oklahoma.
Is that where he's from?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to think. Maybe he's not actually in Dallas and doesn't know. Does he know that Dirk is the most popular player for the Mavericks? Does he know the Cowboys play in Dallas? You think? I bet he walks around and thinks that.
How is he not fired right now?
Because the owner's as big of an airhead as he is.
They're in lockstep.
They are.
Well, you bring up good points.
Yeah.
The more interesting thing is, and look, I'm sorry.
He probably
guys.
thinks Dak is beloved in Dallas.
I'm sorry, guys, but there's no way that whoever runs that organization doesn't sit across the table or even just watch that interview and think exactly what I thought. Nobody's following this guy.
No,
this guy's not leading anything.
No,
this guy's this. I mean, I'm sorry.
He's burned the house down.
That was as timid as you could sound in a position with an organization where, boy, you've got to you got to live with them, and you got to weather some storms. That doesn't seem like the guy that's going to weather storms.
No, he burned the house down on accident. Left the crock pot on.
I think I've done a really good job here.
May have done it on purpose.
What you got coming up at the 4?
All right, C.J. Stroud. Look, there is. We've talked a lot about Nick Caley, but there is the pressure in Houston in 2025-26 season is squarely on two guys, C.J. Stroud and Gerard Johnson. And what the hell do the Astros do with Zach DeZenzo, baby? What do they do with Zach DeZenzo? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, before we get there, fellas, you've heard me talk about the men's clinic, and I am
Participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
God bless you too, C.J. Stroud.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, let's have us one now. A little Houston. The way before we get cranking, I always like to let you know that Dirty's Daily. Yeah, you're dead in the middle of it, baby. It's powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. We got us a big Tuesday, y'all. The Astros, impressive win to open up the series against the Blue Jays. Hunter Brown, big game Hunter Brown. Have a hell of a night, Hunter Brown. Texans report.
We got to talk about Hunter Brown, baby.
Oh, yeah, we're going to get to it. Texans report, and we're getting a steady wave of players meeting with the media. We'll keep bringing you, the whatever stands out, we'll keep bringing that to you. The Rockets, game 2 tomorrow night. Huge game. Some folks calling it a must-win versus Golden State Warriors. Draft this Thursday. By the way, for the draft, we will be live broadcast from the Texans draft party down at Avenida Plaza by George R. Brown Convention Center. Come through, hang out with us. We will be down there. That is this Thursday. And then Friday, we'll be on location for our crawfish circuit. We will be back up on the north side, I believe up in Spring again at Blue Wave Seafood, I think is what it's called. But we'll get those details to you as we move forward. I mentioned a little earlier that the Texans players are speaking. And when C.J. Stroud speaks, there's a lot to unpack. And the quarterback was pretty transparent, and we talked about Nick Caley yesterday. We broke down a lot of what CJ said. I'm going to tell you, after going through it and doing they got, to me, that there is no doubt about it. We talk a lot about Nick Caley, but the pressure is squarely on two guys. It's time to put up or shut up, and that's CJ Stroud and Gerard Johnson. And if you listen to what C.J. Stroud said yesterday, they're embracing the added responsibility. They're excited about it, and this is what they asked for. Me, as a fan, I'm absolutely stoked about it. Couldn't be more stoked about it, right now with what's going on. Here's C.J. Stroud. And this is what I mean. Here's C.J. Stroud talking specifically about Gerard Johnson, who, by the way, Gerard Johnson was his quarterback coach in Elite 11. Gerard Johnson was a quarterback coach here with C.J. Stroud for the last 2 years. Gerard Johnson got a raise last year to keep him from going somewhere else and becoming an offensive coordinator.
You've been around him for a minute.
Yeah, Gerard Johnson has been retained by the Houston Texans this year when they chose to part ways with their offensive coordinator and their O-line coach. So that in itself speaks volumes. Gerard Johnson is a Houston Texan staff member, no doubt about it, a quarterback coach, no doubt about it, and has been here. And we all know all about Gerard Johnson. Here is the change between 2024 Gerard Johnson and 2025 Gerard Johnson in Houston.
Yeah, I think it's very important. Gerard is somebody who is, been with me since my rookie season, but also, known me since I was in high school. It was like 16 years old. So for him to, be here and seeing me in those different lights, and those, it's been cool. So I think it's be great for him, for him and Nick, because Gerard is specialized in quarterbacks, and I think Nick is going to lean on him a lot in that area, and he's going to give him a lot more responsibility, which I think Gerard is due for, and I think he's going to do great with it. And I told him, man, he's one of the best coaches I've ever worked with, and just the way he thinks, the way he operates, the fact that he played, and really just a human being he is, and I'm excited to see him elevate just as a coach, and to be more hands-on is going to be amazing.
Be more hands-on, elevate. Nick, the offensive coordinator, is going to lean on him. More responsibility he's due for. It's I think that speaks two things. Last year, I don't know that Gerard Johnson was given the ability as a quarterback coach to communicate what needs to be done, make suggestions, make changes. He clearly wasn't given free rein to do what he felt like was best with Bobby Slowick as the offensive coordinator. Number two, it's clear Nick Cayley, the new offensive coordinator, this was probably agreed upon before ever hiring the guy, but Nick Cayley is going to allow Gerard Johnson to have a bigger voice in the room in terms of game planning, building the offense, I would imagine, play calling, and everything in between. So it appears that Gerard Johnson didn't have a big enough voice in the room last year. Maybe that was Bobby Slowick. Maybe that was Gerard Johnson's youth and inexperience, and now he's ready for that. I don't know. I don't care why.
That was what I was confused. I was like, what of the responsibility level of a quarterback?
It just depends.
That doesn't call plays, right?
Yeah. I mean, it just depends. It differs everywhere, and you know, it depends on, is that guy a former player? What's that guy's experience like? What's the offensive coordinator like? I don't know who's the quarterback coach in L.A. in Vegas. I'm sorry, with Chip Kelly. I doubt that quarterback coach is going to have much say so. You got my boy Bobby Petrino's back at Arkansas. I don't know who his quarterback coach is, but I know he's in the room with the quarterbacks. I doubt the quarterback coach at Arkansas is having much say in what the hell's going on. You know, the better Cliff Kingsbury. I don't know who his quarterback coach is. In fact, I do.
Probably him.
It was golly, who is it? It was somebody we know. But I don't
like with the Eagles when they had
Brian Johnson,
Baytown, and they had him, and they had the OC.
Shane Steichen was the OC.
It was just. I was just like, what is the?
Well, I think. Look, there was Bobby Slowick probably not. There was probably at some point where Gerard Johnson became a threat to him, especially in adverse times. You know, and so it probably just wasn't a good fit. But nonetheless, there's no doubt about it. Gerard Johnson was retained this year, and Nick Cayley was hired this year, so Gerard Johnson could be more hands-on and have more say-so on what the hell's going on. And it sounds like C.J. Stroud is 100% behind that. So this is a C.J. Gerard deal, which.
Oh, hell yeah.
Which, to me, as a fan, I'm less worried about Nick Cayley at this point in time and more, not concerned, but I'm more dialed in on Gerard Johnson and C.J. Stroud. By the way, I love this. I trust Gerard Johnson, hands on the former player aspect, having played the position. CJ currently playing the position. I think when you talk about what needs to happen and the sense of urgency that it needs to happen with, these guys understand it versus what seems to be a first-time play caller that was just squishing everybody else's opinion and doing his own thing, it sounds like. So Gerard Johnson is big here. Now, let me remind you, I do want to play this audio real quick, Tyler. This is C.J. Stroud talking about last year versus this year. Really, he's talking about Nick Cayley's offense, but let's be honest. We're talking about what he's experienced the first 2 years in the league to what he is going to experience his third year in the league.
That kind of is what I'm used to, is, you know, taking control and, you know, being a little more pre-snap, you know, having tools to put my guys in the best position. And that's, you know, something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years. But, you know, be able to, you know, just get better and learn from, you know, what he did, you know, New England and L.A. Would definitely help me, because I feel, you know, those are two schemes that I'm, you know, taking full ownership and running the show, and that's what I want. So, you know, I'm going to get what I want, and that's really been really cool just to see that he's like bought into me, and he doesn't really know me well yet. So, you know, he talked about today having blind trust, and, you know, I have a lot of trust in him already. Just how he talks and, you know, how he presents in the room and things like that is really cool to see.
That's C.J. Stroud on his new offense, which all of those comments are.
Do you think he knows he's taking these shots?
Oh, I don't think he cares, which I greatly appreciate. I think, look, I just think, because this should be.
That was something we couldn't do last year.
Well, I mean, I told CJ I don't know what happened with Will, but I'm sure somebody told CJ and Will and everybody else along the way, like, hey man, let's tamper that down. Let's not be so transparent. I would imagine. I mean, that's just how they operate over there. But this is exactly how CJ should be able to speak. You're not pulling any punches. The reality of it is you didn't have control last year. Just say it and keep it moving. It is what it is. But the point is, Gerard Johnson, and you just heard C.J. Stroud talking about having more control. Those two guys on game day, in the moment, when the play's called, in the heat of the battle, those guys are going to be more responsible for what the hell goes on with Nick Cayley and than Nick Cayley is. Nick Cayley's going to game plan, no doubt. He's going to bring some I would say probably much needed experience from that New England playbook to mix with what we're doing. what the Texans had done last year, that San Francisco style stuff, that Kubiak style stuff. I think it's a really good mesh if it all works out. The one problem here is whether you're talking Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud, or Gerard Johnson, you're talking about very, very minimal experience. I mean, limited experience with those three guys. And so it better work. It's a huge gamble by D'Amico Ryans. It's a huge gamble by Nick Caserio, but it better work. Those three guys better be able to figure this thing out and make it work and allow this team to take the next step. The offense getting smothered can't be the reason you exit the playoffs.
Is it fair, and maybe this is a different conversation or not, but is it fair, Clint, to think that they have given CJ level of responsibility and power with this offense, with how it sounds like they're running things and how he's being surrounded, to the levels of like what Lamar has, what Burrow has, what Mahomes has,
absolutely.
What Josh Allen has.
Absolutely. He's got that level of say so. It sounds like, and this is all just coming together for me, by the way. This audio is very, very telling on kind of how the decisions were made, how you arrived on retaining Gerard Johnson, how you arrived at hiring Nick Caley. It's very, very telling. And so, yeah, Ron, I don't know how you listen to this. Anybody listens to this and doesn't go, hey, man, they're doing their damnedest, at least schematically and from a hiring perspective, to support C.J. Stroud. Now, the roster building on the offensive side of the football, I don't know how anybody looks at this offense right now and says, yeah, man, C.J. Stroud is being supported the same way that all the guys you just mentioned are. That I don't think that's happening, but damn sure from a belief in, from a handing the reins to, from a, hey, man, it's your turn, it's your time to shine and run this organization. I think they're giving the reins to C.J. Stroud and Gerard Johnson in this particular context. So we shall see. But I thought that audio was very, very telling, so I wanted to bring it to the people one more time. You're listening to Houston Sports Leader. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron Hughley, and T. Mill is behind the glass. Boys, the Astros looked really good last night, 7-zip, and I don't want to steal all the thunder because we got to talk about Hunter Brown and we got to talk about some of the other fellas that rock and roll, but that damn Zach DeZenzo, I don't want to put the cart before the horse. It was one game.
It sounds like you're about to. Where are you about to go?
What do you do with him? I mean, it was impressive enough, Ron, when you're talking about power, pop. He was swinging the bat the way he was swinging it when some of your best hitters looked abysmal, right? I mean, it was the speed on top of it, the way that it seemed to kind of, it was contagious within that bottom half of the lineup. I don't know, man. It was awfully impressive in a time when there hadn't been a whole lot of impressive outings from the bats, at least in this lineup. And look, Espada's been a guy that's moved 20 games, 20 different lineups. Did you find out if that was true or not? I know it's damn near true.
By the way, this is 4 minutes ago.
Lineup?
Chandler Rome.
Okay.
No. Zach DeZenzo jammed his thumb yesterday sliding into second. Cam Smith is hobbled from his hit by pitch last night. The plan is for DeZenzo to play right field tonight, but Joe Espada, the captain, is waiting on word from the trainers if DeZenzo will be able to go. If he can't, Smith will play. So it looks like they're waiting because usually the lineup is probably out by now for a 7 o'clock game. There looks like that we're waiting on Zach DeZenzo. So hopefully it's good and he can go. A guy who gets 2 doubles and a walk last night and scored a run and drove in a couple. It would be big to just at least somebody to keep him going in the lineup.
Pretty sure it was his left hand. I saw it when it had luck. You got missed the tag. The tag went too quick. It was a great throw from the left fielder on the second double that he hit. But look, here's the deal. Hey, he's hot. Your bats are struggling. Get his ass in the lineup.
The hell with it. Tape it up.
Come on, man. Look, I mean, every time somebody gets hit with a ball, we're they're.
It's not hit with it. I mean, jammed his.
No, but you mentioned Cam Smith being hit. Ain't nothing wrong with him. Get hit with the pitch. Get your ass back in the field and let's play ball.
It's not ideal.
There ain't nothing wrong with Zach DeZenzo. All the positions he can play somewhere.
I mean, you don't know if there's nothing wrong with
there ain't nothing. I'm gonna tell you there ain't nothing wrong. You know I know there ain't nothing wrong with Zach? Because your boy, Joe Espada's ass, what'd he say, Tyler? What Joe Espada say about Zach DeZenzo to finish his comments?
He said he's going to be playing today.
He'll be in the lineup.
That's what he said last night, but now they ain't got the lineup.
It was post-game.
That was last night, right? Now you sleep on it, you get a little stiff.
No, man, get your ass out there, man. Play hurt.
Last night, get a
play
little
hurt.
stiff.
I wake
play
up
hurt
stiff every day.
Play hurt. Push him a little bit, Espada. You can't always be their friend, Espada. Push him a little bit. Push him a little bit. He's trying to earn his keep in the league. This isn't Yordan Alvarez.
This is the worst time for him if he has to miss. He's hot. He needs honest to God, Zach has a chance to if he got hot for a little, he has a chance to take a job.
You damn right he does. Luckily,
you remember when Corey Jokes got hot for a second there and took an outfield job.
Luckily he can play. For us, he can play so many positions that it does take him. Hey, real quick, guys, before we jump out, my wow stat of the day. I had this. Got to bring it to the people, man.
The wow stat of the day. You said.
Thank you, Twitter. Hey, Tyler, listen up now. This is Hank Haney.
Hey, Twitter world.
Golf coach. From 1997 to 2009, Tiger Woods had a cumulative score in majors of minus 134. Phil Mickelson was the only player within 250 strokes of Tiger Woods in majors.
Wow, dude.
He was plus 99, so he literally was damn near 250 away.
That is nuts. Like, I'm not shocked, but that is nuts.
When I read that, I was like, that's got to be a joke. I went back, is that really Hank Haney?
That boy was dominant.
Bro, 250 strokes better than the field in majors over 12 years of play.
He's the GOAT over Jack, even though Jack has more majors.
100%. I think so.
It was never that dominant.
Yeah, I mean, there was a stretch.
They weren't great golfers, but I mean,
no, for sure. And like I think Bobby Jones is up there in the conversation, but it's Tiger.
I'm not saying there weren't great golfers that played while Jack played. I feel like Tiger has squashed other great golfers.
Oh yeah,
I think BJC would be a lot better.
If it wasn't for that untied and undefeated, we wouldn't even be having this.
Now, let's be honest, man. He fought
with
through
him,
that.
Mike Tyson.
It was more of the body that broke down for him.
Okay,
he was able to concentrate even after.
The minute that club went through that Cadillac Escalade back when he was done.
I mean, there was a stretch to those early 2000s where Sundays like it wouldn't matter. Like, he was teeing off on Sunday with like a double-digit stroke lead.
Yeah,
it's bonkers.
Clearly, 250.
No, he wasn't really
catching 250.
He wasn't real big in catching folks, but once he got a lead, boy, he stretched it out. All right, I feel like I was being a little hard on Clint for coming at him about his Zach DeZenzo thing. A bit hypocritical because I feel like I might be a little aggressive with my thoughts about Hunter Brown. I got a thought about Hunter Brown based off what we've seen from him that I think the Astros need to look at. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, Underdog Fantasy. It's available in Texas, man. That's the first thing you need to know. Number 2, you need to download it right now and use promo code HTOWN to unlock big time.
All right, if you missed it, we talked about this there towards the end of Dirty, and we will Tyler and I guarantee if Tyler's not, I know Cheryl will be on it. Zach DeZenzo jammed his thumb yesterday, sliding into second. Cam Smith also hobbled after getting, really hit in a really tough spot by a pitch yesterday.
It's not ideal.
I think he got hit, and then he just continued to run around them bases like a wild demon and score, I think.
Yeah, when you sleep on it, man, when you sleep on it, you never know how the wind hits you.
Well, it was on a tender. I think it was on that inside of that right knee a little bit, kind of like right leg, that little tender meat in there. It probably stings a little bit.
That meat gets tender. But the plan, as last night, after his 2 for 3, 2 doubles, and one walk performance on base 3 times, the plan was for DeZenzo to play. Joe Espada said after the game. But right now the plan is for Zach to play right field tonight. But the captain, Joe Espada, is waiting on word from the trainers if DeCenzo is going to be able to go. If not, tender inside knee meat. Cam Smith will get the start.
I don't want to get some Twin Peaks tenders.
Right knee for the record. The right knee.
Right knee.
There's a lot of I mean,
want to get some tenders now?
Well, there's several kind of knee meat can be tender, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, I think all knee meat could be as tender.
I was gonna say I think all of it.
Might.
By the way, Lance McCullers, 33 pitches in a bullpen today, and is in line to make another rehab start in Double-A.
Bury me in the H.
So it's getting closer and closer. Someone said it caught both knees. The shot he took. So that is the latest there in terms of the lineup. We'll be waiting to see what that is because usually the lineup is out by now. But
because we got a jam thumb and somebody got hit by a pitch yesterday.
Inside, according to the text line, both knees. Caught them both.
Did it clip both knees?
Clipped them both.
Even more reason that it didn't hurt.
That's not true. Now he's double pained. But listen, hell, it didn't matter. It didn't matter who they went out there and almost threw up at the plate. As long as they just was able to push one across, Hunter Brown's dominance was going to win the day. And Clint, I know he has been your guy for a minute, and you have been a big fan of his. And now this is his second year as a starter, third year up, getting significant time with the big club. And he is, we wondered. He pitched like a front of the rotation guy last year. And the big thought was, could he continue to replicate that? Is that something that he is going to be? Because if he is, you feel good, despite how some of you feel. You feel good about Framber Valdez, and you feel good about Hunter Brown as a 1-2 punch. And if Hunter Brown follows up what he did last year, this is a 1-2 punch that's, to me, in line with some of the best that this team has had. And I understand what that means. Clinty was dominant again last night. He's dropped his ERA down to 1.16. He went 7 innings, no earned runs yesterday, and that has continued a streak of 24 innings in a row without giving up a run. And in that time period, he's got 24 strikeouts to 3 walks. And Clint, if we understand how the Astros have decided to do business now, they have. Maybe it's uncomfortable for some of you, or you don't want to believe it, but they have essentially made themselves like a mid-market team. Right? That's how they're operating business. They don't operate business in the way and go get players and pay players in the route that I think like the Dodgers and the Yankees may be on a tier of their own, but they've even stopped and slipped themselves out of the way they seem to be moving forward, out of the Padres tier or the Red Sox tier or, teams like that, the Giants tier. They've pulled themselves even out of that, which for me, that means you should get aggressive with Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown has 4 more years of control for the Astros, and he's making $800,000, just a shade over $800,000. I would get aggressive and offer him a huge deal right now, and a huge deal that is not a huge deal to somebody who's making $800,000. Like what we're seeing, the Royals, they gave Bobby Witt Jr. a 12-year, $244 million deal. Lord knows if Bobby Witt Jr. were to actually get to free agency, he would get triple that. He'd get, but they got him early. And I think this is what I would come at him right now, and I go 8-10 years for $200 million. I would get aggressive right now. 26 years old. I think you got to take chances like this if you are going to be a team that isn't going to wait until a guy comes up. I think you got to take chances. This feels aggressive, but this is what mid-market teams are doing. Yeah. And not just mid-market teams, but a lot of teams are doing. When they get a player that is young and they've got 4 more. He can't make big money. Like, he can do his arbitration, but he can't make big money for 4 more years. Hey, man, because 10 years, 200, that's $20 million.
Yeah,
a year. Like, you would do that. You do that for, like, that's a steal for an ace that you might be able to get. And now I don't know if he'll sign it. He may be all right. He may Kyle Tucker this thing and be like, nah, man, I'm gonna chill.
Right.
And do my thing. But I would get aggressive to try to lock him up. I believe. What's the term you like to use? It's convincing. I'm convinced.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown is going to be one of the best pitchers in baseball, and I would try to pull this off right now.
Well, I don't know if it's in the cards, but I damn sure would as well. I would be A-okay with it. I mean, I'm convinced to be with him. I don't need to see any more. So I would be down with it if he'd be crazy enough to sign it, and the Astros would offer it early enough. I'm in.
Because you don't want to get put in a spot to me where you are with Framber. Framber Valdez right now is somebody that you're just like, I will be shocked if they pay him.
You'd rather Yordan Alvarez this thing.
Yeah, and try to Yordan it right now and get him right now, and try to lock him up. That's what a lot of teams are doing with young players. And I know, as I see somebody saying, "Wow, that's a little high. That's a little much right now." He's only had 1 year. Well, you got to take chances like this. Like, I mean, And to me, I don't think it's a big chance. Like I said, I believe that this is a cat that is at least for the next 6-7 years going to be one of the best. Yeah. One of the best.
It's a risk I would take, boys.
Yeah, I'm in it. I'm in it all day. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive, what should Ime Udoka do about his point guard? What should he do about his point guard situation? Should there be a change in some way with Fred VanVleet? He struggled mightily. What should he do? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Let's go, Rockets.
Coach D'Amico isn't stressing.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This time tomorrow, make sure you're listening because Brandon Scott will have his Rockets report, and it will be interesting. I am I'm excited. He was feisty today, like in a bit of a like come on now, get it together. A little nervous. It felt like a little nervous, feisty.
Man just wants to see a little consistency and identity. That's all.
Yeah, and no, it was good. It was a good shot, but
I ain't buying that. I'm not buying it.
The what?
Julius Randle wearing Skechers. Not buying it. Sorry.
Well, we'll see tonight. We'll see if Julius Skechers. Norman Powell was out there in some Skechers last night.
On the court?
On the court, Jack.
For real?
Norman Powell had on Skechers. I saw him hit that big three, and he came down. I said, he got them damn. I believe Joel Embiid had him some Skechers.
Might want to avoid whatever shoes Joel Embiid is wearing.
No.
On the knees.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. If I were an athlete and it came down and it was Skechers, it's like Skechers, man, and
they're really going to pack a punch, man.
I don't.
Romo,
I'm not gonna come out here.
Skechers got Romo.
Now I'm not gonna come out here and lie, but there would. I don't know what the price is that would get me to say, all right, that's what I'm going to go with.
Well, if you had no options, it wouldn't be much. But if you had options, you would, assuming you'd had options.
Well, I'm just saying, if I didn't have options, then I would just go ahead and just wear Nike or wear whatever I want.
Well, no, if you didn't have any other options and Skechers was coming to the table, you'd ink that thing as quickly as you possibly can. I know you. But if you had options,
I don't think I would. It would have to be a real deal. I got to say no to.
Okay. Okay. You'd let that money walk? Ron, the show usually would let that money walk? Okay.
I'm saying if I was in the position of Julius Randle, and there is no way that he is not wearing them Skechers because he's getting money. If I were in the space of Julian Randle,
what if I told
and he's made over $100 million, a good amount of that, nah, man, I can't. I go Puma, hell, I find my way to New Balance.
Skechers in the basketball game?
I can't put on Skechers, man. I bet.
I mean, you got to be Mr. Like that's got Kawhi Leonard. That's got Mr. Nice Guy written all over.
Kawhi's got New Balance.
That'd be like Anthony Edwards coming out in Skechers. Like Julius Randle's, everything about Julius Randle says
nothing about him says Skechers.
I mean, his look, he looks on the harder side of life.
And he's wearing them shoes that he's in commercials with Tony Romo and Joe Montana.
Yeah, right. He got Doug Flutie. He ain't walking in that 20,000 square foot crib he has and slipping on some Skechers at the front door.
I'll be in some Chucks.
Come on, man.
I'll be in some Chucks rolling my ankle before I wear them.
Come on, man. Nothing against Skechers. I mean, to each their own, man. I know some people that wear Skechers. I mean,
not as my signature basketball shoe, man. The check would have to be so much so that I don't.
I got to look these up. Skechers basketball shoes? Are you kidding me?
They look like
it's the S.
No, it's an S.
What'd you say?
It's the S. That'd be a good tagline. Skechers. It's the S.
I don't get it. Is that a movie or something that I missed?
No, like the SH.
That was their slogan.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least it was in the 90s. I remembered it on the commercials. It's the S.
It's the S. The cuss word, It's the S.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I don't know.
Someone texted Ron, if I were an athlete, is the funniest thing I've heard all day. I'm telling you, I am an athlete.
Hey, baby. State champion.
I'm telling you, man.
I mean,
I've got some years on me.
They're not terrible.
I could still get you on a stop and go. I got you on a slug right.
Got some juice to them.
They are.
They're not terrible looking, but Julius Randle's.
Julius
Randle is not. They're not terrible, man.
Those are terrible. That big ass. Those are terrible, man. Those are awful.
Those all blacks with the S on the side. It's not terrible.
It's bad, man. You ain't wearing them damn shoes.
I mean, this guy, Julius Randle. I mean, that picture.
No, those are awful.
Come on, man.
Those are awful. Yeah, I can't get behind that, dog. Like, it would have to be a hell of a check. It would have to be a hell of a check for them to say.
You're right. Joel Embiid is committed. I mean, he is like, in them, boy.
Under Armour is like, and they only they have gotten to themselves where, you know, I could do Under Armour. I could do Puma. I can't do no damn Skechers, man. Can't do no Skechers.
Man, Skechers ain't bad.
I can't roll in here. Like, what are? Come on, Tyler. What are the other shoe companies if they come to you and you're like, yeah, man,
Pal is
New Balance.
Come on, man.
See, New Balance is in there.
No, don't stop, Ron. Be honest with yourself.
I'm being honest, Clint. Those ain't
bad, man.
Those are.
This is significantly.
There were some ones I'm telling you, my kids, and I'm trying to save. I try to save up.
I was literally just fixing to say you'd put Trey in a pair of these joints. If Trey had a yellow, if he had a yellow and white, black, yellow and white team color scheme, I'm talking about that ain't bad.
Yeah, someone. Kick Rock said, "Be the trendsetter, not the follower." Yeah, we're gonna figure somebody else. I'm telling you, Tyler, they came to me and said, all right, K-Swiss came up to me and said, hey,
K-Swiss.
Hey, man, we want to make a deal, man.
I used to rock K-Swiss hard.
Did you on the basketball court?
No, not on the basketball court.
Hell yeah, I went and had them all whites. I wore them first day of school 3 consecutive seasons. I believe I knew K-Swiss.
What about back in the day? What about back in the day, the Capas back in the day? Were y'all old enough to remember those?
I don't remember.
Where they had little like the color, whatever the color was on the shoe. It had little, I don't remember if they're triangles or what, but you could buy the colors and you could plug them into your shoe.
I've never heard of that.
The Capas, man.
I had some LA Gears.
LA Gear, I remember.
Boys that lit up on you. Yeah, I had them. Some my man Kick Rock said kids.
Skechers reminded me of Hush Puppies.
See, somebody said Crocs. See, I'd like to see what kind of shoe Crocs would create.
Crocs are not good looking, man.
Oh man, you just gotta be out there. I'd like to see what kind of.
Hey man, them capers right there. Look at that right there, bro. I had them triangles. You could any color you wanted on them joints.
Man, them are disgusting.
Hey, it was about 1985.
Them are disgusting, man.
I wasn't existing.
Caper joints, man.
Hey, real quick, when we get out of here, what should Ime Udoka do about Fred VanVleet?
Limit his minutes.
That's the
dead ass. Limit his minutes.
We gotta have a real conversation, man. We gotta sit down and say, hey, Fred, man. Even I don't care how open they leave you. You can't lead us in field goal attempts. Like, you just can't, man. You gotta dribble, drive. That needs to
be told to Ime Udoka. I
don't think Udoka is good with. Hey man, came out of that game. I think one of the first things he sees offensively and says, besides that, damn, we scored 85 points and we were on track to score 60 something after the first half.
Yeah, and if Obari wouldn't have hit a couple shots from the corner, we'd have been in real trouble.
And we shot 39%. But I think it is hard not to zone in right there on your point guard, who, like, offensively, what option is he on this team? You would say. Jalen Green and Şengün 1-2, however you feel.
Just generally speaking, shooting open shot.
How many guys you're like, all right, if I want the ball offensively for them to get.
I'm trying to be fair and not just knee jerk react to what I watched. I mean, I would say
those two, Şengün.
I mean, if we're talking, obviously Green. Reed Shepherd and those guys aren't in the mix. No. We're talking about realistic.
Yeah, I think those
Jabari,
two.
Is he ahead of Jabari?
I would say offensively,
He's
yes.
Be ahead of Jabari, right?
Well, I don't know. I would say offensively, I'd maybe say Jabari.
We're talking shooting, not just the ball in the hand.
I'm just talking about offensively, like it's offensive scoring options. Your scoring options. I would say.
Way down the list for me, right?
I would say Amen Thompson, along with the big two. Amen Thompson.
Yes.
I'd say Dylan Brooks too. Like somebody that I would like offensively. Yeah. I'd say he's probably the 6th offensive option to me.
Yeah.
I put Jabari ahead of him. Now, I'm not going to put disrespect or those guys on the bench. But your 6th offensive option, give or take, can't get up 20 shots. Like, It's just, I mean.
Here, that's the interesting. That's why I keep going back to Ime Udoka on this deal, Ron. Like, it was blatantly obvious what was happening.
No, yeah, I'm with you. At some point, you got to, hey, man. Now, either take him out because it ain't falling,
right?
Or take him out.
Tell him, hey, let's change gears, bro.
Swing it. You keep swinging that bad boy. You keep swinging it. But I want to see a drive, something, do something different, to draw to you. But
I know I've said it multiple times, but 51 locking him down really hurt me.
I know it did.
That put a nail in the Van Vliet coffin for me. I was already low on Van Vliet.
It was one of those where you'll never see him the same.
When Jalen Green couldn't do nothing, and we got a lineup out there with a bunch of guys that aren't creators and aren't scorers, and it just. And I'm watching Van Vliet get locked down by 51 guy. I mean, 51's a bad enough number, but a guy that I didn't have his name. Clearly was excited just to be on the floor.
I think his number's 15, actually.
Is it? I got him back. I'm dyslexic a bit. Don't be making fun.
I think it is 15. That was your Jake.
Wow,
that was your Jake Myers get struck out by the second baseman.
Yes,
where it's hard to get that out of your mind.
That's when I'm like, man. I mean, we can't shoot over him. We can't get around him, and I don't know his name. Like, that cannot be the answer.
Looking at the side, said. You got to be able to get to the lane with him.
Wait a minute.
You don't need a pick.
Wait a minute. You don't need I'm looking at it trying to figure out if
so you got him locked down like a scary face.
I didn't know if Draymond Green hit that Sammy Sosa and lightened up a bit. I didn't know what was going on.
Jimmy slipped over there.
That'd be a different deal, but it's
I can see Clint at his house. Come on, you got to get past 51.
I mean, what are we doing?
He's been 51 the whole time.
I'm already heated. Well, I'm already heated because Jalen's on the bench, and then I'm like, man, you kidding me? Who is this guy?
Oh, man. Someone texted Ron, I seen your shoe game. You would do better wearing Skechers, LOL. Then you ain't seen my shoe game.
But it's been pretty loud.
Hey, the S could stand for Sidewinders. Tyler, Sidewinders.
There you go.
They could stand for show. They could stand for show. See there? Get your SS.
5 o'clock fire coming up next. Hell, I seen your shoes, sucker.
Boy, don't come around here half stiff with no shoes around here, boy. They never let you forget it.
Hell, they were Nikes.
What was he mad at? Because they were laced up so tight or something?
Well, they're Nikes. Shoot, I tied my shoes up.
Hey, when you're working out, you had them tight.
Hell yeah, don't you? 5 o'clock fire. I need the support. Coming up next, we'll get hopefully the starting lineup and let you know what's up with that. With Zach DeZenzo for the Astros, and it's a big start for Ronel Blanco. He needs to get this thing together. NBA playoffs tonight, a couple of must wins, and a big return from Damian Lillard, which is crazy, and then some draft talk. Coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Over 8 years, y'all. Over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There it was. Glory hole.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, Psycho T and AKA T Mill have the latest for you, and the latest is it is 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course. And right now we were waiting to see what the lineup would be, Clint, and I know for you and hell, not just you, Joe Espada. Joe Espada said last night after the game, baby, hey, I tell you one thing, I know who is playing tomorrow.
He'll be in the lineup tomorrow.
Yep. Zach DeCenzo. He is playing after he had 2 doubles. And as Clint said, one could have gotten out. Had him a walk out there as well. 2 for 3, getting on base 3 times, driving in and scoring runs. But shortly prior to the lineup coming out, Rome and others, that they're waiting to see if Zach DeCenzo was able to go. He jammed his thumb sliding yesterday, and according to what the lineup is, he is unable to go in this game. So the lineup is out, and it is Altuve leading off. Yordan Alvarez remains in the 2 spot. Paredes is batting 3rd. Pena is hitting cleanup. Christian Walker, after a day off, he is back in the 5 spot playing first base. And Brendan Rodgers, he has moved up to batting behind Christian Walker at 6th. Yainer Diaz is 7th. Jake Myers drops from 5 to 8 in the lineup. And then Cam Smith, who did get hit himself with a pitch yesterday, he is batting 9th in the game again. So that is the lineup: Altuve, Alvarez, Paredes, Pena, Walker, Rodgers, Diaz, Myers, and Smitty. So that is the lineup as they will try to win game 2 of this series against the Blue Jays. Sorry.
Little old jam thumb, man. Little old jam thumb. Soft as hot butter.
You don't. I'm waiting for you to say, hey, I could feel my shoulder in a game, and we played the Florida Gators.
Well, it was Alabama. Couldn't throw it 10 yards, man. Shot that shoulder up during warm-ups. Went out there and threw it 52 times. Most times I ever threw it in college. And we're going to sit a game out because we got a little.
It could very jam.
Yeah, maybe it is. We'll see. I bet he's back in the lineup in the next couple of days.
Let's hope so for him. Hopefully it's nothing.
Hot butter, boy.
Major serious. Someone text in, you think we'll have a different lineup? Yes, we will. This one is mixed up a little bit. I thought maybe Jake had earned his spot right there in that 5 or 6 spot. No, he did not. He is back down to the 8th spot. So hopefully they can continue as they scored pretty well over the weekend, and then obviously 7 runs yesterday. Hopefully they continue. But to me, again, this one to me is big for Ronel Blanco. I wondered coming into the year if Blanco could come close to matching anything that he did last year, because last year in the first half I thought he should have been an all-star, the best pitcher on the team. This year he's 1-2 with an ERA of 6.5, and he has struggled to go deep into games. He has struggled throughout, and especially with the injuries and the injury they have with Spencer Arrighetti. And for his sake, like, I know we've joked and laughed a lot, but I think we are clearly on the space of Lance McCullers is probably coming. And if you were to say right now, Spencer Arrighetti, he gets back, he's going to obviously have a spot in the rotation. If Lance were to go into the rotation, it's not Hayden Wisniewski he would go in for. I think right now, and that's the risk he's running if he doesn't start to turn it around.
Well, look, here's the deal: is I think they go to a 6-man rotation.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. I don't know. I mean, I think in that case, you'd be doing it for Lance. You'd be doing it for Ronel Blanco. You'd be doing it obviously for with Eric Getty's injury, obviously in hopes he'd be back. I don't know if you go to a 6-man lineup with Gusto out there, but if Spencer's back, I think you probably do. So they got options, but to your point, I mean, I think that their top 3 guys in Spencer Arrighetti. I don't know how stable he is in terms of being in the top 3, but he's definitely number 3 right now. But there's definitely a decision that's going to have to be made with Lance McCullers, as you said, and how that all unfolds is going to be interesting around Ronel Blanco.
Yeah, because he's clearly the one who has struggled the most in the rotation, and we know he has a history of pitching out of the bullpen, and they will. Right. They wouldn't hesitate to do that, and we'll see. We'll see if, because right now with this team that has less margin for error, if you go to a 6-man rotation, that means you get less Framber and less Hunter Brown also in that. Yeah. So I think that's something that it may be a little different than the past other years. When
long season, about it.
Yeah, long season, huh? Long season. Yeah, you're right. It'll probably take care of itself. To be honest with you. So hopefully not. But Blanco, it is a need to see him pick things up.
Woo! 5 o'clock fire.
You all right back there?
Yeah.
You good?
Rang the ears a bit.
Okay. All right. Woo! There it is right there. All right, NBA playoffs get going tonight. 3 games tonight. It is weird that the Rockets are not playing tonight. They just got an extra day off that they gave Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler to rest up in their old legs. They gave them an extra day. But Memphis, OKC, that feels like, judging by the first game, and it's weird to me. Memphis has too much talent to just get destroyed like they did. And you watch that, it feels like they're going to get swept.
They got destroyed, and SGA was a shell of himself.
15 points.
Yeah, man, they didn't even need it. Got lopsided so quick, man. They were talking about bringing guys out. I mean, hell, my boy Hartenstein had 14 points before you knew it.
Yeah, these guys, I don't know if anybody played 20 minutes for OKC. Ooh. They just lace them out. They're better than that, man. I mean, you just look at it. Desmond Bain can go, obviously Morant, Jackson. They are better than that. My God, I mean, it was like, I looked up there. It was like 56-21 at one point, man. They fought to get to 80. Yep. So that's one tonight, and then the Bucks and the Pacers tonight. And I think the thing that's big about this game is, in a shocking surprise in how quickly he's able to return, Damian Lillard returns to the lineup. He had the blood clots in his calf, and we remember the blood clots, and they went ahead and ended his season early. You thought it may be a similar situation. They have said this is the fastest recovery they've seen with this injury, and he is slated to come back and play tonight. And Lord knows they need him, because they have just been, all right, Giannis, we're going to throw you the ball here and go score, hopefully. Yeah. Hopefully you can do it enough, but they desperately need him to stay in this series. But the big story tonight is that man Dame Lillard's back, and he's going to play through that injury. So hopefully he is good and he is able to go, and that'll be a more entertaining series. And then tonight, is this must win for the Lakers?
Oh, I don't think it's must win. I think
if they go down 0-2, you don't think it's must win going to Minnesota?
If you got LeBron and Luka, I don't. I mean, anything's possible. And coming back down 0-2 to the T-Wolves, that for me that would not shock me at all. But you know more about the Lakers than I do. I would never count Luka and LeBron on the same squad out.
Yeah, it feels must win-ish. Like it going down 0-2, and I do feel like Anthony Edwards and that crew, that's a blood in the water type deal. And I know it's not the same, but the number they did on Phoenix last year when they got them and put Kevin Durant to sleep in that crew. But they've got to come out here and play, and like that last game, Austin Reeves struggled. LeBron was the only one who really had it going. But they have got to get going tonight. They don't need to fall down. And the league will be crushed. Adam Silver and company will be crushed if LeBron and them don't make it out of this series, even if it is if it is at the hands of Anthony Edwards. So NBA playoffs tonight. That is the latest. There is 3 big games happening tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, some NFL draft news. I'm going to start at the top of the draft. The draft is here in 2 days, and nobody will cover that thing quite like Sports Radio 610, so just hang with us. But sources out there are saying the Browns and the Giants, who are 2 and 3 in the draft, are fielding trade calls as the draft nears. Tennessee seems to be locked up with Cam Ward at the top, but people are saying, the Browns and Giants, their picks could be up for grabs, and they're fielding calls. You think there's any? Because right now there is not a lot of buzz to this draft right now, and I think a lot of buzz could be created with movement up at the top. Do you get the sense that the Browns and the Giants are actually going to consider moving out of this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those two dysfunctional organizations. Do I think they're going to get it? They're going to be able to make a sound decision whether it's a quarterback or not, or what they do from there. Absolutely, I could see one of those teams moving out of that slot. I think there's going to be, what I'm hearing, the buzz is that there's going to be there's expected more movement in this draft in the first round and throughout the draft than maybe drafts before. We've got the in terms of moving up in a draft since, I don't know what it was, whatever, 20 or 21 or whatever it was Nick got here. Nick Caserio's number 1. So in terms of moving up, I think he's moved up 13 times in drafts. So I hope there's a lot of movement. I hope it starts with one of those top picks, and I hope that Nick Caserio's involved, not in those, but Nick Caserio's involved in moving in this draft to get bigger, better players.
See, I hope. The reason why I think this is smokescreen, and I don't think it's actually going to happen is, like, to get to 2 and 3, I think most people are moving up to get a quarterback, and I just don't think anyone is moving up to get Shedeur up there to 2 and 3. I could see him maybe at the end of the top 10 in the first round, unless, surprisingly, I am surprised it's not a thought of a lot of people maybe wanting to potentially move up there to go get a Travis Hunter with everything that he could do, but similar to what the Texans did to go get Will Anderson. But I'm surprised at that. But usually 2 and 3 is quarterback movement, and I don't get the sense that somebody feels like I got to get up to 2 or 3 to go get Shedeur to make sure that nobody picks him up.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to think about Shedeur. There's been so much conversation about these quarterbacks. I don't know what to think about Shedeur. I don't know what to.
And nobody's going up. Jackson Dart's not going up.
Well, there's a lot of, not 2 or 3, but there's a lot of folks that are saying, hey, we'll get him. We want, he'll be a top 10 pick, and so that. But that's the question, right? Can New York or the Browns move down and get a Jackson Dart where they had no interest in Cam Ward, or they had no interest in Shedeur Sanders, or they don't have interest in the edge out of Penn State, or they don't have interest in Travis Hunter. Can you go down and who you want? Can you get him a little bit later in that first round, and at the same time capitalize on some picks? We'll see. I don't know. There's some people that apparently are very high on Jackson Dart out there. So can you trade down, get the value, and still get Dart late? I don't know. We'll see.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, more NFL news. Clint, Jerry Jones, the owner, GM, everything of the Dallas Cowboys, said that he is working on some pretty substantive trades for the Cowboys. There could be some trades in order for the Cowboys. He said he wasn't getting into any specifics, but said they're on the phone with teams on
Don't
trying
tell me
to
what I'm saying.
Go to Giants, baby. The Cowboys.
Yeah. I mean, Jerry knows how to stay in the news. Jerry knows how to build value. I don't know how serious Jerry is or not. I mean, it seems like that is a line to keep the buzz around Micah Parsons, who they hadn't paid yet, right? But he team that needs to make some trades if they're going to have a chance to make a run.
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, maybe he goes after another Trey Lance, another Jonathan Mingo. These are his latest trades. Maybe Brandon Cooks, Stephon Gilmore. That wasn't bad. Maybe Cooks. Maybe Jonathan Mingo. These are his latest trades. Maybe Brandon Cooks, Stephon Gilmore. That wasn't bad. Maybe Brandon Cooks, Stephon Gilmore. That wasn't bad. some of his trades.
Word is, Stephon Gilmore's back in the building. They need a veteran corner.
They need some. I don't know. We'll see. That will be very different from what he did last year, which is they did nothing. So we'll see what kind of trades to see if it's something that is actually something that is going to be majorly talked about, a big move there to be made, because they damn sure need some weapons. They need another receiver. They need a back. They definitely need some weapons over there for the Dallas Cowboys. All right, coming up, speaking of the draft, a lot of conversation. I would say there's probably been about 5 to 6 players consistently connected with the Texans in that 25th pick. There is one to me that if I'm a Texans fan, I would hope that the Texans would stay away from this guy. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. If you like football, there's no doubt about it, you're going to love the Houston SaberCats rugby team. There's no doubt. Me and a couple of buddies, several buddies, took about 7 guys out there last week, and we hung out, watched the SaberCats get win number 6 on the season and beat the New Orleans Gold. It was absolutely a blast, y'all. You got to
Hear from Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Andre Ware, Sean Pendergast, and more on the Texans Draft Show. No matter, we're on the air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
YouTube and Twitch, shout out to everybody joining us there. Also on the Jim Antler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Our guy Kick Rock says Nikes weren't cool either until MJ made them. Skechers is that one. Listen, we were talking about it earlier. Skechers as a basketball shoe, I wouldn't do it. Said don't be a trendsetter. I'll tell you right now, I may be wrong. I think Skechers has zero chance to be a mover and shaker in basketball.
And they say no.
I think that's shot. I think maybe a different sport. Maybe they really want to get in there and jump in on the, I don't know, the
Olympic breakdancing.
That good one there. I was thinking Olympics. Maybe if they get in there on
what they got to get in?
Shot and discus.
I think there's a real opportunity.
Hockey? Where?
Pickleball.
Oh, excellent. They could be the Nike of pickleball.
They should be the shoe
Absolutely.
of pickleball. I mean, pickleball really became popular with the older generation anyway, and now it's kind of trickled down. But yeah, man,
they can maybe even get in a tennis game right now. They're probably too far behind on that one too. But
I mean, I just don't think Julius Randle is really fits Skechers.
I want to. I mean,
maybe they're trying to go over to the mean.
I want to see the Julius Randle deal. That's what I want to know.
Kind of money they're throwing his way.
I bet
it pales in comparison to that Romo, but it is a perfect fit with Romo.
Joe Montana.
Romo is definitely a Skechers guy. Joe Montana.
Joe Montana. Hopefully this fella isn't a Skechers guy.
Doug Flutie's a great Skechers guy.
Doug do Skechers? I can see that.
I'm pretty sure. If he doesn't, he should.
Oh, Jim, look at these Skechers, Jim.
What was my mind just went blank? I mean, unbelievable. What's old buddy that used the stool at our they gave Tyler the drop of the damn basketball. Bill Walton.
Oh,
he'd be a great Skechers guy.
Going where the weather suits my clothes.
Yeah, he would have been. He would have been a great. He did it for his feet.
Larry Bird, great Skechers guy.
Larry Bird had them Converse on lock, baby.
Yeah, he was a Chuck's
guy, Converse guy. All right, Clint. We've heard a lot of players connected with the Texans, and the one to me, I don't think he's going to be a bad football player. I think he's going to be a good football player. I think he's going to play a lot of years in the NFL. I just think for what this team needs, and to me, what you should look for in a first-round pick, a top 25 pick at wide receiver, I just don't think the Ohio State wide receiver, Emeka Egbuka, I don't believe like that's what you go for. Excuse me, God. I don't believe that's what you go for when it comes to a top 25 pick. I don't believe that's what you go for when you're looking for a starting caliber wide receiver that you want to, I would think, on this team, get speed and open things up. And when you look at what they say are his maybe weaknesses or things that could potentially give him issues at the next level, I just don't think that's the type of receiver that the Texans probably need right now. In this average quickness and separation in and out of breaks, struggles to drop weight and open quickly on cornerbacks. Speed appears average in drive phase of the route. Takes time to find acceleration after slowing feet inside the route on receiver screens. Things to me, I just feel like they need an outside threat that could really, hell, I'm not even going to say put fear yet, but give some concern to the defense that you might go past us or you have speed. I just think this to me, you get guys like this in the second or third rounds, I get that. I think for me though, even though he has a lot of those swarm qualities that they love and they're looking for, leadership is one of his big strengths, and how he helps other teammates and stuff like that. Reliability, good hands. Like, he's got some strengths. But to me, for this team, and when you talk about first round, I that's not enough for me.
Yeah, look, I've said this a million times over the last couple of months, man. When it comes to the draft, when it comes to free agency, they didn't really accomplish this in free agency, but there's a real problem of speed, a need for speed on this offense, and they went through free agency and they added Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk's got some twitch and some speed from the slot position, and I believe he can get over the top of defenses, kind of thing. But I don't know that defenses walk up and go, oh hell, Christian Kirk is on this offense. We better look out. I don't feel like teams look at Nico Collins as that. Now they focus on Nico Collins. They tilt the coverage of Nico Collins. They give Nico Collins all the due respect. But I don't know that Nico's necessarily that guy. I'm just going to beat you over the top if you blink. If you even peek in the backfield. So with that said, I look at this team with the Texans. If one of their first round or second round pick, really anywhere that they draft guys that are going to be offensive skilled players. I think their weakness does not need to be the one thing that they surefire better have is speed, twitch, explosiveness, the ability to separate. Hey, if you don't necessarily have the best hands in traffic, cool. If you don't necessarily aren't the most polished guy and you come back to the ball every time, or you run out of your breaks, or you give up on routes, okay, that we can work on and we can work through. I think speed needs to be the absolute must when you're drafting.
You can't teach that or change that.
You can't cheat. You can't. You're damn right. You can't coach it. That's for damn sure. And so I just all more so than a good, well-rounded receiver that can play slot and inside, that blocks well. You've got plenty of those guys that can block well, that can see defenses well, that have been in the league, and you got plenty of guys that are developmental kind of guys. I just think the one thing you lack across the board, there's not a guy on this offense. And let's say not name Nico Collins. Let's give Nico his due respect, because I do think he's got the speed. I just think he's used differently. There's not a guy on this offense that you come into the game and you go, man, this cat right here got some wheels. Look out now. Let this guy get in open field if you want to. He's going to chew you up. Like, you don't have that guy. Not saying you don't have really good players. Not saying you don't have specific players that have certain skill sets that you can win with, but you just don't. Your tight end ain't running away from nobody. Right, your running back ain't running away from nobody. Your receiving core overall lacks speed, no doubt about it. To me, to draft a guy with a premium draft pick, first, second round, that has suspect speed, that would not be ideal for me for the Houston Texans.
No, especially right now. I like if they had, two speed guys on the edge. If they had two guys with good speed. Hell, if Tank was still here.
Yeah.
Right? If they had Tank and they had Nico and Tank was there and you knew he was going to be there and you said, hey, man, this guy would fit in perfect in the middle as a slot guy for us. When you have the two guys on the edge, that we can use him as a reliable guy. But no, you went and spent $16 million to get a guy that has more twitch and speed, you got the guys on the outside to take that. This team, and we talked about it, is in desperate need of that.
Yeah, and this is where we talked about it yesterday. This is where the guy that fits in Houston, man, that is just team first, and he's a Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans kind of guy, and he fits. This is where leaning so heavily into that can bite you in the ass, because right now you've got plenty of those guys. You've got those guys in every position room. Right now, there are a couple of needs, man, that I personally would like to see them address a certain way, and that skill position is one of them.
Here, from the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, to us, I believe, do yourself a favor and look at the rookie wide receivers and the developing wide receivers that excel the best. It's not about twitch. It's not about speed. It's about adequate speed and explosiveness, and more importantly, it's about route running. You want a polished route runner. The Ohio State kid would pair well with Nico. Everyone falls in love with speed, and go look at the fastest wide receivers in the draft over the past 10 years and find me more than 20% of them that make difference.
Todd. Draft expert. Chill out, bro.
You want it or you got it?
Well, no, I mean, there's a lot there. There is a lot there. I mean, there's a lot of receivers that are big body receivers that are polished route runners that are this or that fail in the league. A lot of people fail in the league. Very few people come out and just balls to the wall are lights out wide receivers in the league. The one thing that you can damn sure hang your hat on in the league is speed. The one thing that if you're like Egbuka, if you don't have adequate speed and burst in your stems, NFL DBs are never going to come out of their pedal. They're going to sit on every route that you have.
Tyreek Hill is still not a polished route runner.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's just so. Look, I'm not saying the kid's not going to be great, but it's not as easy.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that you don't have examples. Yes, the kid from the Bengals drafted up real early from Washington. I forgot
John Ross.
John Ross. There's some examples of that, but like last year with the Chiefs, like Xavier Worthy wasn't polished, but he just did things that there was fear. Like
Nico Collins wasn't polished.
No, and I'm not. And what it seems like you're doing is the texture is like you're putting it all in a box. Like no, there aren't guys. That there are guys who have speed that didn't amount to nothing, like you said, and there are guys who are supposedly polished route runners. Charles Rogers is one that comes to mind that didn't amount to anything. Right? I'm not saying that it's a guarantee you get somebody with speed that it works. For me, though, if I am drafting at 25 and I've just spent $16 million on a slot receiver, I'm trying to know talent. The talent that you hope that really like gives you a chance to have a big time receiver.
Yeah. No. Look, I mean, I'd like a polished receiver. I'd like a speed guy. I'd like them all together.
Give me
it all. Great hands, polished, great route runner. The reality of it is, all I'm saying is, if they're gonna draft a receiver or any skill player with a premium draft pick on this team built as it is, I would prefer that guy's weakness
not
to in
average,
no way, shape, or form mention speed. If you're going to have 5 bullets of weaknesses, which they all do, none of them are perfect, I would prefer a guy that doesn't have that. That's it. That doesn't mention speed and acceleration and twitch that, in his weaknesses. I would prefer.
Or guys we watched on the tape where linebackers have run him down, or struggling separation with Western Michigan and Marshall. Like, I think he's going to be a good player. I just don't think that's
and by the way, if we're talking about tangible, I would argue that twitch and speed are the two most important as it pertains to being successful in the league. If you don't have either, your ass is in trouble.
It'd be smart as hell. Whew. All right, coming up next.
Wes Welker.
Coming up next. C.J. Stroud had something to say in regards to his offensive coordinator that I think we should discuss. All of that coming up next, along with T-Mill's best bets, as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Hey, take that next exit, man. Get over to your local watcher and
Astros. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a bit. Going to make you a little cash. Wasn't a bad start yesterday. 3 out of 2 bets won. So we'll see if we can continue to climb over that 60%. We can get over that 60% for the week. Make you a little cash. Coming up behind us immediately, Texans All Access. Jonathan Alexander, Texans Insider. Also, you can catch his work at the Houston Chronicle. He will join Mark Vandermeer, John Harris tonight. And after that, you know we're live and local till 7, from 7 to 11. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago, Area 45, the Hall of Famer John McClain will join them in the 7 o'clock hour. So stay tuned for that, and stay tuned for them at the end as they will have the best Astros post-game show. You can check them out. We'll see if Ronel Blanco is able to pull it together and if these bats can keep rolling as they did last night. No, good conversation. Good conversation about the wide receiver thing there for most people. I see some people on the text line. As someone said here, you can't teach speed. Ross was just small and skinny. If it were about the fastest, if it was all about speed, the Raiders would be looking for their 20th Super Bowl.
Ooh, yeah, well, I mean, look, nobody said it's all about speed. I said as this roster, this offensive roster is constructed right now, there's a lack of it. That's it. That's all I'm saying. So, not all about speed. Just recognizing a need here in Houston, and speed is absolutely one of them. Look. I mean, and here's the other deal: is I mean, when we're talking about first round picks, and particularly the first round picks that a lot of people want to point at, and as it pertains to speed, the fastest receivers or whatever. Look, a lot of times those guys are drafted by dysfunctional organizations, and just like quarterbacks, they're drafted by dysfunctional organizations, and they're never put in position to have success. They're never supported and surrounded. A lot of them have piss poor quarterback play. And so, I mean, there's several guys you can point at the running back position, tight end position, wide receiver position, that speed was a huge plus for them, and they've done well. There's a lot of them that didn't make it. Just like there's big ones, there's big receivers that everybody thought, boy, this guy's going to be the best thing since sliced bread, and didn't piss a drop. There's great route runners that didn't piss a drop. There's guys that had a ton of twitch, kind of deal. And it's I understand that it's not always a perfect science and it doesn't always work. I'm just telling you there's a lack of speed on the Houston Texans offensive side of the football, and in my opinion, they could use it desperately. And if you are a Houston Texans fan and you watch the way that the offense has struggled in the more critical times of the season, which is in the playoffs, some speed would have been welcomed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I know a lot of that had to do with injuries.
But you can just see the makeup of the team right now.
Yeah.
Like they need that.
Yeah, I mean, when we start talking about speed, if you got to lean into Justin Watson and I don't know where else you go with it. I guess.
No, that's the other part.
Tell me how good of a return guy Dameon Pierce is, and I don't know. I think it's pretty obvious that there's a need for speed. Good thing is you can find it. True reality is you can find it in hell throughout the draft, up and down the draft.
Yeah. And I think they will do that. I don't know. I could see though with his makeup, because the culture thing is big for him. With his makeup and his relationship with the most important person in the organization and locker room right now, C.J. Stroud, I could see that being a potential match. I could see that.
Yep, no doubt. And it may be great, may work out great. I've got an opinion, and it's pretty strong about speed and the need of it here.
Yeah. I wanted to play this from CJ. He said this the other day, and in particular, what he said about his OC, Nick Caley, stuck out to me.
That kind of is what I'm used to. Is, being a little more pre-snap, having tools to put my guys in the best position, and that's something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years. But be able to just get better and learn from what he did. New England and LA will definitely help me because I feel those are two schemes that I'm taking full ownership and running the show, and that's what I want. So I'm gonna get what I want, and that's really been really cool just to see that he's like bought into me, and he doesn't really know me well yet. So he talked about today having blind trust, and I have a lot of trust in him already. Just how he talks and how he presents in the room and things like that is really cool to see.
How as somebody who played, and you've been coached by all type of coaches, from Bill Parcells to Houston Nutt,
bounced all over the place.
Dave Campo, Mark Trestman. You've been coached by a lot of different guys, type of styles. What do you think when you hear CJ say to the tune of, I'm glad that he put all, and understanding where CJ is in his career, where he put all of that blind faith in me and trust in me to hand me the reins, and he hasn't even really met me.
Well, I think he was hired based on that, but that's what I think. He was hired. He was hired to be the exact opposite of what I'm guessing, but what it seems like is Bobby Slowick was a guy that allowed very little input. Wanted C.J. Stroud to just do what he's teaching him and do it to the best of his ability. And Nick Caley is a guy that was hired to do this, but I believe Nick Caley is a guy that is stroking CJ the same way that DeMeco Ryans and Nick and everybody stroke CJ every time they talk about him. They stroke the hell out of him. I would imagine that is the same approach from Nick Caley, and I could see where that would feel really good, for Gerard Johnson and CJ Stroud to experience the opposite of Bobby Slowick. And not even that Bobby Slowick, I don't know how bad it was, but Bobby wouldn't have had to be just this tyrant running around the building. Just, I've been with offensive coordinators that they were to themselves. They were introverted. They didn't want input. They didn't allow input. They didn't encourage an open door policy. They wanted you to just do what they coach and do it well and don't ask questions and shut the hell up and let's move on. And, that's some guys have been very successful with that. When you have that and then you jump into what it seems like Nick Caley has been hired to do, which is, allow more of a collective effort than just be your way or the highway, I would see where C.J. Stroud would welcome that. And I for one, I think that's the way it should be. I think when you find – and now unless your offensive play caller is the head coach that has pelts on the wall that, hey, man, this is how we do things and we win championships. Like you can go in there and Andy Reid doesn't need a ton of input, even though he is – there are a ton of stories out there where he took Pat's game into consideration and still does with how he creates. But, when you've got a first-time play, got a third-year quarterback and a third-year quarterback coach, you got a lot of youth in the building, I would think that the collective effort is probably –
I do think, with that example, I think he did – it was more than 2 years before he was just like, all right, man, you got it.
You talking about Andy and Pat?
Yeah. No, that's the point.